Chapter 1074. In the face of the headmaster's angry roar, the vice-headmasters and the senior officials all looked innocent. We really didn't do it. It had nothing to do with us. Bai Yun Duo, who had been monitoring and eavesdropping, showed a cold smile. Why are so many people still superstitious about the so-called evidence? Why are you so sure that you can't kill without evidence? Reason? What is the so-called reason in front of a person with a big fist? The bigger fist, the bigger the reason. Naive. I can't help it. I'm going to do it. Bai Yun Duo muttered to herself. This matter was not as simple as patrolling the continent. There was a victim. This was not a case, this was a grudge. The reason why Bai Yun Duo didn't do it was because of this. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. At this moment, suddenly the space in front of her was distorted. Starlight shone and the space shattered. Then two figures appeared. Although their faces still retained the appearance when they transformed into the mortal world, Bai Yun Duo could still recognize that it was her master and mistress who had arrived. Bai Yun Duo hurriedly stood up respectfully. Hello, master and mistress. She was a little shocked that her master and mistress had come so quickly. It seemed that the two elders really attached great importance to this matter. Well, where's Nian? Junior sister is in seclusion in her place. It's 530 meters from here, Bai Yun Duo said. Well, you handled Nian-er's matter appropriately. Tell me about the situation here. It's like this. Bai Yun Duo explained in detail. During the words, she naturally added some of her own understanding and emotional bias. No evidence. Haha, no evidence, indeed we can't convict people. Jianghu laughed and said, however, although we can't convict people without evidence, we can still kill people. Wu Yuding said coldly, Teacher Qin's whereabouts are unknown because of Xiao Duo. As parents, if we don't give justice, how can we live up to Teacher Qin's kindness? No evidence? Then we'll have to create evidence and seek justice. Even if we can't create any evidence, it's not a big deal to kill a few people. Wu Yuding's words were laced with the aura of a devil who had no regard for human life. Even a heavenly king stage powerhouse like Bai Yun Duo could not help but keep quiet out of fear. She had almost forgotten that apart from being the wife of her master, the Sky Patrol Minister, she was also the only daughter of the demon ancestor Lei Changtian. Previously, when she was by the minister's side, she rarely revealed her demonic nature. Before she became the minister's wife, she was also known as the witch. However, she couldn't help but admire her master's wife's methods. This method was the best method to deal with those cunning old foxes, a supreme method. That kind of old thing relied on the fact that he did things flawlessly and was good at wiping out traces of relevant evidence. He wanted to find evidence that could be used against him. If he tried to reason with them and deal with them by law, he would only get himself into trouble. Since he could not figure out the way to deal with them by reason, then he could only use strength to reason with them. What else could it be? Those people had been at ease in the rear for too long and had forgotten that this was a world where martial arts were respected. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Only when the fist was strong enough, the bigger the power. It was very helpless. Although civilized society had been around for many years, there were some things that could only be done without reason. If they were reasonable, it would be absolutely difficult to do certain things. Jianghu said matter-of-factly, finding evidence is quite simple. Guest, since that's the case, let's do it. Then he said, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu, are you going or should I go? Wu Yuding pondered for a moment and said, I should go. I'm just a little woman and do things without any scruples. However, I'm afraid that if I really go, I'll kill everyone. Those involved will die, but it's inevitable that there will be accidental killings. If you go personally, there will be less killing. Jianghu pondered for a few breaths and said faintly, all right. Pay attention, we must save Teacher Qin. Wu Yuding reminded, Teacher Qin has not only helped our family, but he also has feelings for us. This kindness must not be forgotten. Moreover, this involves whether Puppy's life is complete or not. Everything else can be discussed, but we must ensure Teacher Qin's safety. We must save Teacher Qin. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake on this. It's midnight now, the dawn is gone. Wait for the dawn to come. Didn't promise to give those people some time? Don't let our child slap his own mouth. Okay. A few hours passed by in the blink of an eye as they meditated. Early in the morning, 7:30 a.m. The weather was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The breeze was cool and the sun was bright. It was a beautiful day. How about this time? Just right. Okay, I'm going. Jianghu stood with his hands behind his back and his body slowly disappeared. "Mistress, don't you want to rest for a while?" Bai Yunduo was very excited. She had benefited a lot in these few hours. As a Heavenly King stage powerhouse, Bai Yunduo had almost reached the pinnacle of this world. If she wanted to make even the slightest bit of progress, she would need many years of grinding. But this night, as she meditated beside her master and mistress, that mysterious Taoist rhyme seemed to be within her reach, lingering around her for almost the entire night. Bai Yunduo felt that if she could not suppress her own realm, she would have broken through a small realm by now. She was extremely grateful. She knew that her master and mistress could have done those things last night, but they deliberately gave her 5 or 6 hours. In these 5 or 6 hours, the enlightenment, Taoist rhyme, and the path of the great Tao that she had obtained would be something that all the top masters in the world might not be able to come in contact with in their lifetime. This was a great favor. No need. Wu Yuding said, "You should seize the time to comprehend." Bai Yunduo said, "Little junior brother. I don't know." Wu Yuding took a deep breath and said, "Last night I used the heavenly heart questioning technique, and your master also used the 9 heavens heart technique. Both of us used 2 kinds of secret techniques and used ourselves as a medium to stimulate the senses of the divine soul to check whether this life is complete or not. We did not find that the divine soul is incomplete or that there is a legacy in life." She said softly, "We can confirm that your little junior brother is still alive. This is beyond doubt." Bai Yunduo immediately jumped with joy. "Really?" Wu Yuding nodded her head and said coolly, "Really? As long as he is still alive, the rest is not important. But when we find Xiao Duo, we will naturally find the old bastard who kidnapped Xiao Duo to settle the score. I don't care what your master will do, I will definitely make the other party pay the price. Even if the flood which imprisoned Xiao Duo, I will not let him rest in peace. Perhaps I will find his descendants and end this karma." Although the voice was indifferent, the unscrupulous demonic nature was as clear as day. It was extremely fierce and murderous. Of course, Wu Yuding knew very well that the flood which could not have done this. Not only would the flood which not do this, but she would also protect Xiao Duo. Therefore it must be someone else who did this. As for the others, in the whole world, who am I afraid of? Who can I not defeat? I will definitely find that old bastard and end this karma. Since Xiao Duo is safe and you two have come out of seclusion, there is no need to hide it from little Nyener, Bai Yunduo said happily. "That girl?" Wu Yuding's gloomy face instantly turned gentle. She said, "That girl looks cold on the surface, but in fact she has a lot on her mind. I will go and see that girl." Bai Yunduo said, "I will go with you? You too? Won't my identity be exposed?" Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "You'd better stay here." Bai Yunduo was a little reluctant. She said with an indescribable affection, I will go invisible and follow you. If you need someone to serve you, just call me." "Serve me? I don't need you now. You just need to serve the little tiger well." Wu Yuding suddenly turned to look at Bai Yunduo's belly. She said, "Hey, I don't want to nag you, but how many years has it been? Your belly, why don't you fill it up a little? What's wrong? Is it because you can't or who's he can't?" Bai Yunduo froze on the spot when she heard this. Her pretty face suddenly became like a ripe persimmon, bashful to the extreme. "Mistress, you. Hurry up. What about me?" Wu Yuding said, "You won't know if you don't give birth to one. It's fun." Bai Yunduo blushed. Her face was full of astonishment. "Play?" "Yes." Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, "Hurry up and give birth to one. It's okay if you don't want to raise it. Give it to me to play. I will raise it." Bai Yunduo's shyness flew out of the sky, leaving only astonishment and shock. "Play? Raise? I'm not just casually talking to you. You and the little tiger should hurry up and put this on the agenda." Wu Yuding taught her seriously, "When you have a child, you won't be like this anymore. You know that Huzi is not a scheming person. He just rushes and fights without any worries. But when you have a child, you will be worried. No matter what happens, you will be able to tighten the string in your brain." Bai Yunduo thought about it and blushed. "But at our level, it's so hard to have a child." "That's because you don't work hard." Wu Yuding glared at her and said, "If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be sad when you're old. Haven't you heard of this? Hurry up. Work hard." Before her voice died away, Wu Yuding had already left. Only Bai Yunduo was left in the room with a burning face. She muttered, "This poem, does it mean this?" On the other side, it was already early in the morning. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. After the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth a few days ago, the whole of Shangjing City was full of birds and flowers. The ancestral dragon was a martial artist. The students saw that spring had already filled the world after just one night. Naturally, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Countless students were exclaiming in surprise. There were also many who were busy taking photos. They wanted to record this lively scene into their photos and preserve it forever. All the school's higher-ups and all the teaching staff were doing their jobs. In the combat field on the four sides, earth-shattering shouts could be heard. However, at the next moment, everyone in the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts campus felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with the exception of themselves. Just when everyone thought that they were the only ones experiencing it, but in fact, everyone was experiencing it. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared and enveloped the whole Ancestral Dragon High School. The golden light seemed to be omnipresent. It was as if the sky was slowly sinking and the whole earth was pressing down. A black-clothed figure, like a god wandering in the mortal world, slowly descended from the sky along with the golden light. There was still a huge black-clothed figure in the sky, but the figure's real body had already landed on the ground. The person had a square face. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a faint movement of stars. The sun and moon were shining. His black cloak fluttered slightly in the wind, and he wore a simple crown on his head. His whole body was like a gentle breeze, flowing like water as he walked forward smoothly. Wherever he passed, there was no trace and no sound. However, even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him, there were many tall buildings. When he walked past, they would naturally move aside and make a path for him. It allowed this person to pass smoothly. Everything was natural and logical. It was as if this was how it should be. All the teachers and students present looked on in shock. They looked at the majestic teaching building. There was clearly no gap in the sturdy building, but suddenly, a wide path appeared. Flowers bloomed on both sides of the path, and the ground was as beautiful as a piece of brocade. However, the black-clothed figure did not seem to mind at all. He leisurely walked past. Then, after the black-clothed and crowned figure walked past, the buildings along the path quietly returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. What they saw just now was just an illusion. For a moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was so shocked that they were suffocating, unable to control themselves. A feeling of respect and reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts involuntarily arose. With his arrival, this person seemed to have brought light to the world, but also seemed to have turned the world into complete darkness. It was not until a few minutes after the black-clothed figure walked past that a teacher who was walking towards him suddenly woke up from his daze. Then his expression became abnormally emotional. Without saying anything, he fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of hot tears. After a long while, he was so emotional that he could not speak. "It's the minister, it's the minister. It's the minister, the sovereign descending ancestral dragon is mighty. Oh my God." Actually, he was not the only one who reacted. Many teachers of the older generation, the moment they came back to their senses, tears streamed down their faces. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. The Sky Surveyor Throne. It was actually the legend of the astral souls, the sovereign descending ancestral dragon. In an instant, everyone remembered the portrait that was hung in the school auditorium. It was a portrait of a person's back. He was dressed in black and seemed to cover the sky and earth. He wore a crown and seemed to hold up the universe. That boundless majesty, that boundless aura. Looking at the huge black-clothed and crowned figure that was slowly dissipating in the sky, everyone cheered crazily and kowtowed. The minister is here. Without exception, all the students present knelt on the ground. Everyone's faces were full of tears, and they were indescribably excited. They did not know why, but they just wanted to cry. They did not care about their dignity and cried bitterly. For so many years, it was this black-clothed figure who had supported the continuation of the human race's life in the astral souls. The Sky Surveyor Throne was a solid line of defense for the human race in the astral souls. This person was like a loyal guardian of the astral souls. With his own strength, he held up the sky for the human race in the astral souls. Everyone knew that without the Sky Surveyor Throne, the astral souls would have fallen long ago. Countless heroes of the older generation had grown up under the protection of the Sky Surveyor Throne. Countless cultivation resources were sent back from scratch by the Sky Surveyor Throne. He used all means to deal with the enemy. He worked tirelessly alone to resist the strong enemies from all sides. He did many things for the human race in the astral souls. It could even be said that after the return of the Umno Alliance, until the Sky Surveyor Throne grew, the human race in the astral souls had a mainstay. Only then did they have a true backbone. As long as the minister is still around, the astral souls will never fall. This was the consensus of everyone. Now, this person who had protected the continent for so many years had come here, to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. The minister has come to the ancestral dragon. This is the glory of the ancestral dragon. Some students were so excited that their faces and necks were red as they shouted. And this sentence was exactly what everyone was thinking. No one objected. Yes, the Sky Surveyor throne had come to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. This was the glory of the martial arts of the ancestral dragon, an unprecedented glory. A wave of cheers shook the sky like a tsunami. In the office building, the principal had already brought a few vice principals who could quickly rush over. They also knelt on the ground devoutly. They were full of anticipation and excitement as they quietly waited for the arrival of the god. Although the so-called etiquette of kneeling for status had long been abolished, in the face of such a human god, no one was unwilling to kneel. They all knelt sincerely from the bottom of their hearts. There was no coercion. It was just that they had to kowtow to the benefactor of the entire continent in front of them to express their gratitude. In front of them, the black-robed figure came as naturally as before. Although no one could see his face clearly, they still felt that the galaxy was shining brightly, and the sun and moon were shining brightly. Greetings to the minister. Everyone kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Jianghu said lightly, "Everyone get up. Call all the higher-ups of the martial arts of the ancestral dragon here. I have something that I need everyone's help with." After he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. His voice was indifferent. The principal bounced up from the ground like a spring and shouted loudly. He was so excited that his face was red. "Hurry up! Call all the higher-ups of the ancestral dragon here. No one is allowed to be absent. The minister is going to give us a lecture personally. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The big conference room. Go. You guys go and clean it up. Don't let any dust. Make sure it's clean." The principal pointed at the vice principals. "Go quickly." The vice principals flew out in a whoosh. They had to clean it up. They didn't feel at ease leaving it to the students. They had to clean it up personally. Even if it was just a little bit of dust, it was still a great disrespect to the Sky Surveyor throne. It was also something that would make them feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. When the minister came, there was still dust. Even though the minister may not care about such minor details, but they wouldn't care about it. Because to them this was blasphemy. It was even blasphemy against their life's beliefs. In the palace, a guard flew straight in at his top speed. He completely ignored the exclamations and questions along the way and rushed straight to the emperor's bedroom. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There's great news. The Sky Surveyor throne has appeared in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon." The guard commander, who was about to get angry, immediately shut his mouth. His face instantly turned red and his eyes shone brightly. Inside, the emperor was eating breakfast when he heard this. He jumped up and rushed out barefooted. "Where is the minister? Hurry, 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 change clothes." All the major departments and aristocratic families fell into a state of chaos. The minister has appeared in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. The people who were outside desperately brought the news back. They didn't dare to shout on the way back. They suppressed their excitement and only shouted when they reached the door. This news caused everyone to be immersed in an almost explosive state of excitement, and it quickly spread out. Countless family heads, countless high-ranking officials and nobles from all directions of Shangjing, they all rushed to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. In everyone's eyes there was a genuine look of pilgrimage. "Be careful, don't disturb the people. Don't make the minister unhappy. Faster. Faster. I want to go." Even if it's just kowtowing to the minister from afar, it's worth it to catch a glimpse of him. The minister. Everyone was very excited. They even felt a long-lost sense of happiness. It was as if their bodies were being electrified. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. Only the martial arts department. Department head Ding had just come to work when he saw his personal guard suddenly appear out of thin air and rush in front of him like a ghost. He was so excited that he rushed over. "Department head, there's a big matter." "What big?" Department head Ding was shocked. "It's the Sky Surveyor throne. The minister is here. The minister has already arrived in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon." "Department head, let's go." The 8 shadow guards were so excited that their pupils dilated. Then they saw their own department head Ding. His eyeballs suddenly bulged out, full of disbelief. He gagged and almost fainted. "The minister is here. He's really here. This so fast it seems that the matter is much more serious than I expected." The shadow guards were inexplicably surprised and even dissatisfied. "What's going on? What's with your reaction? Why do you look unhappy? What do you want? The minister has arrived. Why do you look so frightened? What are you doing? Although I'm your shadow guard, but if you disrespect the minister, I'll still cut you down. Quick. Department head Ding bounced up and flew out of the window. He disappeared like a stream of light. Go to the ancestral dragon. Something big is going to happen. The shadow guards widened their eyes and were at a loss for a moment. They couldn't catch up with him at the first moment. 10 minutes past 8 in the morning. All the higher-ups of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School were sitting upright in the big conference room. The principal, vice principal, dean, even the heads of the various grades shamelessly claimed that they were the higher-ups and squeezed their way in, begging their grandparents for help. This might be the only time in their lives that they could see the minister's face. I'm a higher-up. I'm a higher-up. Chapter 1075. At this very moment, everyone was standing ramrod straight. The sky-inspecting minister, this old man had not appeared for hundreds of years. He was only controlling the great shamans of the Wu people. The 7 swords of the Tao League were already a legend in the Astral Souls continent, a myth. And this myth was the benefactor of the entire continent. Now, this big shot suddenly appeared in front of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal. How could the people of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal not be excited? Everyone who was related to the Ancestral Dragon's high level of martial prowess was present. Coincidentally, there were exactly 90 of them. The 90 people waited quietly, gazing respectfully at the still empty stage. The minister had not arrived yet, but everyone knew that he would appear on this stage soon. They just didn't know when he would come. Everyone was waiting quietly for that moment to arrive. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. A figure as majestic as a mountain appeared on the stage. At this moment, the sun and the moon shone together, the stars twinkled, the black robe fluttered, and the crown was held high. Everyone stood up and bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the minister. On the stage, the minister gently raised his hand and said, "All right, sit down." Then a chair appeared behind the minister out of thin air. The minister sat down on that chair like floating clouds and flowing water. Then he said lightly, "Today I came to Ancestral Dragon High Marshal to ask for your help." Ancestral Dragon High Marshal and the others were all excited. Their faces were red as they said, "If the minister has any orders, we will go through water and tread on fire. We will not hesitate to die." On the stage, the minister gently nodded. His voice was still indifferent as he said, "I have a close friend. His name is Qin Fangyang." As soon as this sentence came out, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal only wanted to vomit blood. He just wanted to faint immediately and not know anything. It would be best if he didn't care about anything. So that's it. So that's the truth. No wonder Department Head Ding was so sure. If they couldn't find the person, everyone would die. Everyone would die. At that time, everyone had guessed wrongly and thought that it was the King of Zwolu's arrangement. Qin Fangyang's cultivation and strength were just SOSO. His connections and background were the most eye-catching. He had some connections with the Eastern Front Marshal Dongfeng, and through his good disciple Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had gotten to know many high-ranking martial artists. Everything else was insignificant. To the King of Zwolu, such a person was just an insignificant person. The difference in status between the two was too great. The fact that the King of Zwolu had asked him about it was already his limit. Perhaps he would forget about it after a few days. Even if the King of Zwolu did not forget and insisted on pursuing the matter, this matter involved many influential people in Shangjing City. Even if their power was not enough to make the King of Zwolu afraid, it was not difficult to make the King of Zwolu show mercy. Slaughtering all the high-ranking officials in Shangjing for such a small person. The King of Zwolu, who always looked at the big picture, would not do such a thing. That was probably what everyone thought. Even after Department Head Ding gave the order, there was still not much reaction. They still thought that it was all bark and no bite. But no one would have thought that Qin Fangyang was the minister's man. Because of Qin Fangyang, the minister personally came to Ancestral Dragon. Denounce him. When everyone thought of this word, how could they not know that the consequences of this matter were too serious? The minister had personally said that Qin Fangyang was his best friend. What did best friend mean? However, anyone who had gone to primary school, anyone who was slightly literate, would understand the meaning behind it. Best friend. What a scam. If you had such a strong relationship with Qin Fangyang, why didn't you say so? If you had said it or even slightly revealed this relationship, the entire ancestral dragon would have worshipped you as their ancestor. Was it necessary to let you go missing with your whereabouts unknown, with your life and death unknown? Your disappearance and unknown whereabouts were not important, but it was a scam to all of us. Among the 90 high-ranking officials of Ancestral Dragon, most of them were confused about the current situation. They did not know where it came from or where it was going. They did not know the cause of the current change. They were all puzzled. What was going on? How did it unfold? However, there were also a dozen or so people whose faces turned snow white in an instant, completely devoid of color. The minister sat on the stage. His voice was very quiet as he said lightly, "Qin Fangyang went missing in Ancestral Dragon's martial arts." I don't believe it. Below the stage, everyone seated was dumbstruck. Those who were qualified to be the high-ranking officials of Ancestral Dragon's martial arts were not ordinary people. At this moment, they had already understood the meaning behind the words. They also understood that the minister's intention in coming to Ancestral Dragon's martial arts was not simple. The minister's voice was like a gust of cold wind from the depths of hell, "So, please everyone find him." Below the stage there was still complete silence for a long time. Finally, the principal of Ancestral Dragon's martial arts struggled to stand up while trembling. He said bitterly, "Minister, regarding teacher Qin Fangyang's disappearance, it did happen in Ancestral Dragon. But this matter, I did not notice anything unusual from beginning to end. Ever since teacher Qin went missing, we have been looking for him." The minister's gaze was like the rotation of the sun and moon. The principal immediately felt that he could not speak. Looking at the minister's eyes, his mind was muddled for a moment. When he finally came back to his senses, he found that he had already sat down without knowing when. The next person to stand up was Vice Principal Lu, who was sitting beside the principal. "Minister, regarding this matter, we really did not know that Qin Fangyang." The minister looked at this vice principal and said lightly, "You are called Lu Zhongtian?" Lu Zhongtian said, "Yes." The minister said, "You are from Shangjing's Lu family?" Lu Zhongtian said, "Yes." The minister said lightly, "Lu Shentong, is he still alive?" Lu Zhongtian said respectfully, "Ancestor already. Passed away 200 years ago." The minister said, "He died on your family's bed?" "Yes." The minister was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Is there anyone from Shangjing's Lu family outside? Call in a few people who can make decisions." His voice drifted out slowly. In less than 100 breaths, voices came from the door. "Lu family's Lu Wangxing, Lu Haiba, Lu Zhanxen, Lu Yunting. Greet the minister." Vice Principal Lu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Among these people, Lu Wangxing was the oldest ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Haiba was the second generation and was nicknamed the #1 expert of the Lu family. Below him was Lu Zhanxen, the current head of the Lu family. Finally, Lu Yunting was the current head of the Yanwu Empire's secret department. He was also the person with the highest official position in the Lu family. These 4 people represented the current power structure of the Lu family. "Come in," the minister said. "Yes." The door opened. The 4 people entered in a single file and knelt on the ground with respectful attitudes. The minister said lightly, "This Vice Principal Lu Zhongtian was involved in Qin Fangyang's disappearance. Does the Lu family know the inside story?" The head of the secret department, Lu Yunting, was covered in cold sweat. His whole body was shaking. The minister glanced at him and said lightly, "I'll ask again. Does the Lu family's elder know that Lu Yunting was involved in erasing the traces?" Lu Wangxing and the other 2 trembled and knelt down. "Spare our lives, minister." The minister sat on the chair and said lightly, "Do you think that if you don't say anything, there will be no evidence to follow? There will be no law to rely on, and I won't be able to convict you? Do you think that your crimes will be sealed in the ground forever, never to see the light of day?" The 5 people of the Lu family all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were already pale. Lu family's ancestor, Lu Wangxing's old face was full of despair. He was almost dead. As the ancestor of the Lu family, he knew very well what kind of situation the Lu family was in now. The minister's voice and tone were still indifferent. But the end of the Lu family was already decided. There was no need for law, no need for evidence, and so on. Every word that came out of the minister's mouth was the law of the astral souls. It was irresistible and it could not be defied. The minister had clearly stated the word sin in his last sentence. The minister was very angry. That meant that the Lu family was finished. Lu Wangxing did not dare to complain, nor did he have anything to complain about. The only thing he hated was the fact that his descendants were so insensible. The Lu family was already one of the top families in Shangjing. What was there to be discontent about? Why did they have to go and cause such a huge disaster? The minister said lightly, Lu families Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yunting, used public resources for private use, framed the loyal, disregarded the law, and vermin Yen Wu. The punishment was about to be handed down. Lu Wangxing was desperate. So, he suddenly cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, Minister, Minister. My family's ancestor, Lu Shintong, had also fought fiercely in the world. He had also served as a general under the right heavenly king. Minister, please show mercy. The fault of the younger generation should not be blamed on the whole family. The minister's voice was very cold. Do you think that my previous question was without reason? That Lu Shintong actually died on his own bed. As an old general who fought on the battlefield, this is also a crime. The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, is also guilty. When the continent was in a precarious situation, when the bloody battle at the Sun and Moon Pass was endless, when the Wu people were facing a strong enemy, even if they had a long life, they would choose to self-destruct on the battlefield, and their last bit of strength would be used to slaughter our people. Yet, the heavenly king of the right actually had such a great general under his command. Yu Dongtian, your discipline is not strict and you have no prestige. You are a disgrace to the heavenly king of the right. From today onwards, in front of the Sun and Moon Pass, the whole army will reflect on themselves. The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, from today onwards, will guard the Sun and Moon Pass for 1,000 years without moving. Your salary will be deducted for 1,000 years as a warning to others. Chapter 1076. The minister's voice was like rolling thunder in spring. It came from ancestor Dragon Gaowu, and no one within a radius of 1,000 miles could not hear it. A long saber appeared in the sky above Shangjing City. The so-called long saber was not enough to describe it. It was a huge saber that stretched from east to west. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and it shone brightly in all directions. The entire Shangjing kept quiet out of fear. For this matter, even the heavenly king of the right, one of the strongest astral souls, was punished. And he was punished so severely. Lu Wangxing's face was as white as paper. Tears and snot flowed down his face. His heart was filled with despair. He no longer had any hope. Even the heavenly king of the right was punished. What hope did the Lu clan have? He had only mentioned the achievements of his ancestors, and he had implicated the heavenly king of the right. Even if the minister had let the Lu clan off and left them some leeway, the Lu clan would no longer have any place in the Yanwu Empire from today onwards. All the soldiers under the heavenly king of the right, or those who used to be under the heavenly king of the right, would hate the Lu clan to the core. They would spare no effort in attacking the Lu family, until the Lu family was completely annihilated and annihilated. Not only did he seek his own death, he even complained for the sake of the heavenly king of the right. Do you think the heavenly king of the right is someone you can frame? The minister's voice was indifferent. The Lu clan, Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yunting. Such people are not fit to hold high positions. The Lu clan is not fit to live in Shangjing. The Lu clan's disciples are not fit to live in this world. The three not fit were like three claps of thunder. The fate of the entire Lu clan was decided. The 5 people who held high positions in the Lu clan all fell to the ground like mud. Qin Fangyang must return alive. The minister's voice was cold. I promise that if Qin Fangyang lives, the Lu clan will have a descendant. If Qin Fangyang dies, the entire Lu clan will be buried with him. Sir. Lu Wangxing knelt on the ground and begged weakly. Sir, you should not implicate women and children. The minister smiled faintly. Before you speak, why don't you reflect on yourself? Not long ago there was someone who had said similar words. Everyone present, please don't forget that when you harm others, there may also be innocent women and children in the court. My ancestor had military exploits. Your Excellency, for the sake of. With the heaven-inspecting minister's decree, I erase all the military merits of the Lu clan's ancestor. The minister said indifferently, you have 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. This is the time limit I promised. He looked at the 5 of them with his rotating eyes and said indifferently, or have you given up on this time limit? The 5 people of the Lu family scrambled out without saying a word. They were all in a daze, their faces pale, but they tried their best to return, hoping to preserve the last bit of hope, the last bit of bloodline. The Lu clan was finished. This was the common thought of everyone who heard it. However, if they could find Qin Fangyang, then the Lu family would still have a chance to survive. At the very least, they would have a chance to leave behind a descendant. On the other hand, whether it was Qin Fangyang's death or the Liu family's inability to find his whereabouts, the Liu family would definitely be exterminated. The imperial edict to dismiss Liu Yunting, the head of the Dark Department, came from outside. The entire Dark Unit had been placed under surveillance and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Anyone who participated in cleaning up the traces would be investigated and interrogated to find clues. That the Liu clan was finished. However, this was not the end yet. Because the minister did not leave. The minister who had dealt with the Liu clan did not have the slightest intention of ending this matter. He turned to look at another vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School and said indifferently, "You are from the Bai clan? You are called Bai Chonghai?" Bai Chonghai felt dizzy and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up from his daze, he saw the head of the Bai clan and a few elders kneeling beside him. "I have no intention to ask any more questions and I am too lazy to judge one by one. Your clan will be dealt with the same way as the Liu clan. I give you 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. If you can't find him, you will be punished. If you can find him, you will also be punished." Another big clan was kicked out of the circle of nobles in Shangjing with just a few words. They would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, the faces of the people who were still in the auditorium were all pale. Those who were qualified to be part of the upper echelons of Ancestral Dragon High School were not ordinary people. However, very few of them had clean hands. Whether it was an exchange of benefits, a compromise of power, or something else, there were very few people who had not done things against their will, against the law, and against the law. In short, there was no one who did not have shit on their buttocks. The only difference was whether to investigate or not. It was fine if it was just a small squabble. However, once it was serious and they lined up to kill, no one was innocent. How could everyone not tremble in fear? They were afraid that the minister would be the next to call out their names and overturn the clan behind them. Shangjing is really dirty now. The minister looked at the people below and could not help but sigh softly. Zhuochanglu had experienced too many changes in dynasties and the transfer of power. Naturally, he had already seen through the essence of politics and the truth of trickery. The reason why he ignored the filth of the mortal world for so long was that he did not want to be contaminated by the dirtiest dust in the mortal world. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable and all living things were chess pieces. He would have to face this filth again. On the other side. Wu Yuding had already arrived outside Zhuoxiaoyan's door and gently knocked on it. "Who is it?" Zhuoxiaoyan's voice came from inside. "Nian Mao, hurry up and open the door." "Wah!" Zhuoxiaoyan, who was inside, cheered. The sudden sound wave almost blew the roof off. She rushed to open the door as if she was flying. She did not even look and directly rushed into Wu Yuding's arms with her head down. She desperately rubbed, "Mom. Oh, Mom. Mom. Oh, you missed me so much. Mom." She repeatedly called her mom and stayed in Wu Yuding's arms. She was unwilling to get up again. She held her tightly with both hands and refused to let go. She was afraid that the person in her arms would leave again. Zhuoxiaoyan greedily sniffed the unique scent of her mother. She cried, laughed, choked, and wanted to shout with joy. However, she could not help but cry, but tears of happiness. Hugging her mother, she only felt that the world was so safe. The long-lost satisfaction came again. "You're finally back, Wu." The spiritual goddess, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, cried like a little cat. Her face was mottled with tears. "You little girl, why are you crying?" Wu Yuding hugged her daughter and said angrily, "Didn't your father and I tell you that we would definitely come back? Now you cry as soon as you see us. What is this? Are you glad that we kept our word, or are you complaining that we came back too late?" "That's different," Zhuoxiaoyan protested. "What's different? We said that we would come back. Aren't we back now? What's different?" "Anyway, it's different." Zhuoxiaoyan was still in Wu Yuding's arms. She simply left the ground and climbed onto Wu Yuding's body. If this scene was seen by Zhuoxiaoduo, he would be in disbelief. No, anyone who knew Zhuoxiaoyan would be in disbelief if they saw this scene. It was just that the others were more different than Zhuoxiaoduo. How could this be something that the spiritual goddess and the spiritual goddess could do? Wu Yuding had no choice but to enter the room with her daughter, who looked like a large koala bear. She patted her plump buttocks and said, "Come down. How old are you? Don't you know how to be shy?" "I won't. Come down." "I won't come down." Zhuoxiaoyan began to act coquettishly. She pouted and wriggled on her mother's body. "You're a big girl. You're going to get married soon. Why are you still so disobedient? You're marrying your son. There are no outsiders around. How can you rely on your mother-in-law like this?" "Of course. Yes, of course. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted and shouted. Wu Yuding was really speechless. She had to sit by the bed with her daughter in her arms. Suddenly she was stunned. What's this? Such a big puppy? As she spoke, she turned over the quilt. Ayaya. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly struggled out of Wu Yuding's arms and pushed the Star Fantasy Jade puppy into the quilt at lightning speed. She still felt unsafe and pushed the quilt to the innermost part of the bed in a hurry. Wu Yuding squinted at her. Ayaya, you miss my son so much that you even put such a big puppy in the quilt. How shameful. My daughter, Wu Yuding, is such a good-for-nothing. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. No, it's a whole piece of Star Fantasy Jade. It can quickly gather spiritual energy. It just happens to look like a puppy. I put it in the quilt just for cultivation. Yes, it was for the sake of cultivation. Cultivation. It has nothing to do with the puppy. Okay. This puppy has nothing to do with the puppy. I thought too much. Wu Yuding gently pinched her daughter's pink face and said, Then I'll put the living puppy in the quilt for you. Do you want it? No way. Stinks. Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head away proudly. Then I'll have to find another one to warm his bed. Ayaya, Mom, you're bullying me? Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. She snuggled into Wu Yuding's arms and wriggled. Wu Yuding suddenly laughed heartily. She hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Sure enough, she was most relaxed in front of her family. By the way, Mom, you're back. Does the puppy know? Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly remembered. I haven't had time to tell him. He seems to be in a private place. Wu Yuding said, Have you contacted him recently? No. Supervisor Bai Yunduo told me that he's currently in a special training in a certain territory. It's normal that I can't contact him. I'll try to contact him now. If he knows that you two are back, he'll be ecstatic. Zhou Xiaoyan took out her phone excitedly. Wu Yuding wanted to stop her, but she thought that it would make Zhou Xiaoyan suspicious. So she didn't say anything. She couldn't contact him anyway. She would find a way to contact her husband later. She had scanned the entire continent of astral souls with her divine sense and found nothing. Then she would go to the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find that kid. Zhou Xiaoyan was excited. Although she knew that Zhou Xiaoduo was in a secret special training, she still held on to the slightest hope. After she dialed the number, she sighed softly, Ayaya, I'm afraid that the puppy is still in the trial. He probably won't be able to pick up the call. Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan, one knew the truth and the other knew the truth about a certain someone's situation. For a moment, they didn't have any hope for this call, but there was a long beep sound from the phone. Did he pick up the call? At this moment, Wu Yuding was shocked. Zhou Xiaoyan, who was holding the phone, was shocked. Her red little mouth was wide open, and her eyes were full of shock. Mamma mia. He picked up the call. Chapter 1077. Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan did not expect Zhou Xiaoduo to pick up the call. What was going on? This should not be happening. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. The voice was very low, but it was clear that it was Zhou Xiaoduo's voice. Nian Mao. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and said fiercely, Doggy. Where are you? Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was heard. I am in the trial. What's so great about the trial? Everyone knows. Zhou Xiaoyan was about to say something, but the phone was snatched away by Wu Yuding. Xiaoduo. Where are you? Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Why was her mother in such a hurry? She called him Xiaoduo instead of Doggy. Zhou Xiaoduo was obviously stunned. Then he shouted excitedly, Mom? You and Dad are back? Cut the crap. Tell me where you are. Wu Yuding said angrily, Hurry up and tell me the truth. I'm training in a remote mountain. The signal here isn't very good. I couldn't contact Nian Nian Cat before, but now that I've been able to contact her, everything's fine. I'll be back in a few days and I've already told you that I'm safe. Don't worry, your son's cultivation has improved tremendously, and he's invincible now. Hearing that his parents were back, Zhou Xiaoduo was happy. However, he was more worried. If his parents came and met the old man, that they might not be able to defeat the old man. After all, the old man was at the top of the world. Even if his parents were big shots, could they be as strong as the old man? Once the enemy met, they would be furious. His parents would be implicated. Now that he had reported his safety, he could hide in the space of the Tower of Emptiness. He did not believe that the old man could wait for him for long. Cut the crap. Wu Yuding said angrily, Hurry up and say it. I'm not far from the Sun Moon Pass. It's very safe. Zhou Xiaoduo said vaguely. No alliance? Wu Yuding immediately guessed. Ahem, you can say that. Mom, I'll talk to you later. There's still a battle here. Before Wu Yuding could say anything, the phone was hung up. Wu Yuding had a murderous look on her face. He actually landed in the no alliance. Flood, that old bastard. How does he discipline his subordinates? Then he called Zhuo Changlu. There's news about Xiaoduo. He's at the no alliance. I just talked to him on the phone. As Zhuo Changlu interrogated him, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Even though he didn't want to be contaminated by the filth of the world, he had already been contaminated. So, it didn't matter if he was contaminated more. Once he let go of his scruples, everything would be solved. The relevant matters were almost understood. The beginning and the end of the matter were just a few families who were annoyed by Qin Fangyang's interference. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents and that their children could be promoted smoothly, they dealt with Qin Fangyang, who had been jumping around happily. Anyway, this kind of thing had been done countless times in the past years. Everything was familiar to them. So far, the only oversight was when they were arresting Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang somehow sensed his danger in advance and always kept a very cautious state of stealth. When the people who dealt with him caught up with him, Qin Fangyang had already left Shangjing City and entered the wilderness. Naturally, the 6 high-level killers wouldn't let him go. They chased him all the way and caused a big battle in the Death Valley in the north of Shangjing City. In this battle, Qin Fangyang exploded 5 doppelgangers and seriously injured 3 of them. However, his head, chest, back and dantian were fatally injured 17 times and he fell down the cliff. When Qin Fangyang fell down, the 3 uninjured killers were still in a killing intent. They threw their long swords out of their hands and pierced through Qin Fangyang's body. The bottom of the Death Valley was a bottomless, dangerous place. Once, someone flew down 13,000 meters, but he still couldn't explore the bottom. He encountered dense poisonous fog. For some unknown reason, there was infinite poison gathered below. However, the fog seemed to be locked by some clever tactical formation and didn't rise. However, anyone who fell into the poisonous fog for some reason was doomed to die. There was no exception. Therefore, the Death Valley was called a dangerous place. At this point, even Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Fangyang's hope of survival was very slim. He was almost doomed to die. This result caused Zhuo Chang to fly into a rage. Zhuo Changlu wouldn't let go of any of the participating families. Even the families who didn't participate, Zhuo Changlu wanted to clean them up as long as they had controlled the dragons fighting for the heritage. At this moment, he had already cleaned up the 4th family. When he was about to continue to clean up the 5th family, he unexpectedly received a call from his wife. He blocked the space and answered the call. He was overjoyed. His son didn't die, and the specific location was sent back. Since his son didn't die, Zhuo Changlu immediately changed his current plan. It wasn't that Zhuo Changlu stopped killing because he heard that his son didn't die. It was because he shouldn't be the one to deal with this matter. If Qin Fangyang was still alive and Zhuo Xiaoduo was dead, then everything would be done by him. But from the current situation, it was impossible for Qin Fangyang to still be alive, but Zhuo Xiaoduo had news that he was still alive. Then the work of avenging Qin Fangyang had to be done by Zhuo Xiaoduo. As his father, he couldn't overstep his boundaries. The reason was very simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo was Qin Fangyang's most valued disciple. It was because of this disciple that this matter happened. If Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't settle this grudge, it wouldn't be a good thing for Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo. Therefore, Zhuo Changlu immediately stopped. Let Qin Fangyang's disciple take the last step. What a pity. Zhuo Changlu's heart was full of regret. He had planned to have a good talk with Qin Fangyang after he came out of seclusion. They could really become friends. Although there was a huge disparity between the two of them in terms of status and cultivation, Zhuo Changlu still believed that Qin Fangyang was a friend worth making. But now he didn't have the chance. Zhuo Changlu didn't deal with the Diwu family anymore. Instead, he snorted and said, "The mighty ancestral dragon has been reduced to a place of hiding evil. So what if I'm dealing with it? It really hurts my heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and his body slowly disappeared. Zhuo Zhanglu knew everything about Qin Fangyang in his heart. He didn't miss out on anything. It wasn't difficult to do this, but it wasn't easy at all. After Zhuo Changlu came in and mentioned Qin Fangyang's name, he immediately performed the heavenly soul search on the few people who didn't look right. All secrets were laid bare before his eyes under this top-notch soul-searching technique. Not a single detail was left out. The soul search was an operation that targeted the person's divine soul. The divine soul of a person was difficult to cultivate. It was already unusual to be able to master the soul search. However, whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, the divine soul was an extremely fragile part of the body. Once it was damaged, it was difficult to repair. Therefore, the soul search shouldn't be used unless it was a last resort. This was a recognized iron law in the cultivation world. Once it was used, in addition to causing irreparable damage to the divine soul of the person whose soul search was performed, the memory obtained by forcibly collecting the soul search was often only a small part of the person's memory fragments. There might not be any memory that was needed. Moreover, the soul search couldn't be repeated several times. Basically, after one time, the person's divine soul would be seriously damaged and would be no different from an idiot. However, Jianghu's heavenly soul search was different. He used his own divine soul to look at the target's divine soul instead of forcibly capturing the divine soul. His cultivation had reached the peak of the world, and so did his divine soul. The target's divine soul search was relatively weak. They couldn't resist Jianghu's divine soul search at all. They couldn't even notice that their soul search was being carried out. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu scanned through all of the other party's memories. He could easily restore the truth and determine all of the related criminals. After completing all of this, all of the target's details had been completely exposed. They didn't know anything about it. Going back to the beginning and end of the whole thing, it could be said to be an accident, but it might not necessarily be a long-term habit. For a long time, the matter of the dragon race for the heritage in the ancestral dragon gauntlet of Shangjing had been a secret circle of interests. It was jokingly called the cradle of the leadership by insiders. The number of people who entered the dragon race for the heritage was announced to the public every time it was announced to be 24. But in fact, the real number was 36. The extra 12 places were the benefits that belonged to the cradle of the leadership. The royal family, the aristocratic families, and the big clans divided the 12 places, and it was basically impossible for these 12 people to go to dangerous places in the future. For example, they would never go to places like the Sun-Moon Pass. It wasn't easy to get a place and divide the luck. Their future progress was guaranteed, and they were destined to go further than the others. Whether it was their starting point, luck, they were much better than the ordinary people. Such a talent, in addition to a deep foundation, had martial strength, brains, and connections. In a few years, they would be able to climb to a high position in the empire and become the mainstay of the family. How could such a mainstay talent be sent to the battlefield to be sacrificed? It was better to stay in the family and stay in the empire to take charge of the overall situation. This was the wisest and most reasonable way to deal with it. And as time passed, as the effect of participating in the dragon race for the heritage was too good, the number of people who were jealous naturally increased day by day. Slowly, the few families who originally had vested interests gradually couldn't withstand the pressure. They used many operations to reduce the number of places for the dragon race for the heritage again, and used this to reduce the pressure on themselves. In the beginning, only 6 of the original 24 places were given to certain families. In name, it was to reward the descendants of the meritorious deeds. After all, the established 12 places were not known to the outside world. It was natural to give a part of the known share. In recent years, there had been a change in the number of people. Nominally, it was said that there were too many people fighting for the heritage and it was not beneficial to share the luck. The total number of people announced by the officials was reduced from the original 18 to 12. In fact, the 6 places that were reduced by the officials were transferred to the relevant families who had interests. In this way, the official 12 places announced to the public, but there were a total of 24 places. The number of people was under the category of under-the-table operations. However, there was still a considerable amount of room for manipulation on the surface of the 12 places. In the simplest way to describe this situation, it was internally determined. This kind of internal determination was initially targeted to the well-known geniuses, such as Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the like. If it was internally determined like this, all parties would relatively approve of it. After all, those who benefited from the heritage would be blessed with luck, and those geniuses would be bound to do their best for the safety and well-being of the continent in the future. In terms of the overall situation, it was in line with the overall interests. But later, the extent to which the royal family of Shangjing and several big families benefited from it, they increasingly witnessed the benefits of the heritage. They were more and more reluctant to share the benefits with ordinary people outside their circle. Not to mention that many families in Shangjing also expressed their intention to have a share of the profits. Finally, It evolved into the current interest circle of the heritage that the 12 families jointly established to control the heritage. The transactions here were shocking to the eye, mottled and full of bloody paths. Once the huge interest circle was formed, whoever dared to extend their hands would naturally be suppressed by the other families. And Qin Fangyang with a fearless attitude barged in. For the future of his students, and for He Yuanyue's last wish, Qin Fangyang did not know the pros and cons. Even if he knew, he would still go forward without hesitation. In this matter, the royal family and 4 of the old families who had vested interests did not make a move. The ones who did make a move were the new families in recent years, namely the Lu family and the Bai family. In their eyes, Qin Fangyang's action was a violation of their established interests, which was a provocation to the main family. Based on the principle that they had been used to for hundreds of years, they just casually ordered, "Get rid of him." And then this matter happened. After Qin Fangyang's accident, these families, as usual, split up and acted with tacit understanding. Those who needed to deal with the traces did so, those who needed to erase the influence did so. Those who needed to throw out other things to attract the public's attention were also doing the same. All the follow-up traces, including the bystanders and those who might know, were all eliminated. For these families, this was something that they were very familiar with. After all, they had been doing this for so many years, and they could not be more familiar with it. They did it very well, so much so that even the supervisor Bai Yunduo did a secret investigation, but she did not find any clues. However, no one said anything about it. The main reason was that no one really put in the effort to investigate, and no force had the ability to go against these local tyrants in Shangjing and pull out the teeth from the tiger's mouth. But this time it was different, completely different. Behind Qin Fangyang, there was an iron plate that was beyond their knowledge. After climbing so many mountains, they finally met a ghost. No, it should be that they met a god, the guardian of the mainland of astral souls. The Fan family, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, the Yin family, the Zhong family, the Zhou family, and the Shin family. Every single one of these 8 clans had something to do with the matter of Qin Fangyang making a move. The original royal family, the Lan family, the Yang family, and the Xia family, the real 4 big families, who also had the most vested interests, did not make a move in Qin Fangyang's incident this time. Now, in the hearts of these few families, it could be said that they were greatly relieved. Even if they were still held accountable, at least it would not be a calamity that would wipe them out. Among the 8 families involved, Zhuochanglu had already singled out the Fan family, the Lu family, the Bai family, and the Yin family. These few families were definitely done for, and there was no turning back. The minister did not need to say anything, just his attitude of singling them out, and they were already done for without any luck. Furthermore, the minister had singled out Qin Fangyang, who was one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, and this matter would definitely reach the ears of Commander Dongfang. With Commander Dongfang's famous temper of protecting his own, and the minister's implicit support. Originally, Zhuochanglu wanted to settle everything, but now that he suddenly knew his son's whereabouts, he naturally left this matter to his son to deal with. It was still the same sentence. It was the same reason why Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo did not directly take action. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. As Qin Fangyang's student, Zhuoxiaoduo avenged his teacher, and it was right and proper. If he took action, it would be overstepping his authority. Therefore Zhuoxianglu decisively cut him off and swaggered off. The remaining 4 families, who had already felt the impending disaster, could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was too frightening. Just now they clearly felt that their families were done for, but they did not expect that there would be a turn of events. It seemed that the minister only investigated those 4 families, and did not investigate us. If that was the case, then that would be great. As long as the minister did not convict us on the spot, no matter how those families bite us, we can deal with them. At most, we will give up some benefits and abandon the rook to save the king. Compared to the entire family, a few benefits are nothing. Since arriving, the emperor, who knew that the minister was investigating the matter of the dragons fighting over the veins, did not dare to come in at all, and had been waiting outside. At this moment he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Pass down the decree. Fan, Lu, Bai and Yin families and all related officials are to be dismissed and investigated. These 4 families, with 9 generations as the limit, will use all their manpower to set up an inescapable net to capture and investigate the case of Teacher Qin's murder. We must let the heroic souls rest in peace in the underworld. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu will be reorganized from today onwards. Department Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department will be in charge of this matter. As for the shares of the dragons fighting over the veins, come up with the most fair and appropriate distribution plan as soon as possible. At this moment, no one would object to the emperor's words, including the 7 families who previously regarded the dragons fighting over the veins as their private property. This time, not only did they not dare to have the slightest objection, but they kept quiet out of fear that the slightest movement would cause trouble for themselves. Now, everyone was very clear in their hearts. The most important thing now was to extricate their families from this matter, and then they could talk about other things. His life was his top priority, and his family's safety was his top priority. It was really too frightening. The 4 families that had been entrenched in Shangjing for more than 2,000 years were completely uprooted with just a few words, and there was no longer any chance of survival. Although nominally they still had to go through the judicial process, everyone was still clear in their hearts. Everyone in the 4 families, from top to bottom, would not be able to survive. Only the subordinates of the Heavenly King of the Right, and the generals of the great Marshal Dongfeng, would not be spared. One had to know that this time they had a good reason to act. They had the support of the number 1 in the world, the guardian of astral souls, behind them. How could that group of people not take the opportunity to make a move? If they did not turn the world upside down, it would not be over. In the following period of time, Shangjing City would be in troubled times, and it would become a place of trouble. It was better for everyone to be more honest. If they could successfully survive this dragons fighting over the veins, it would be a blessing from the heavenly official, a blessing from the heavens. The wind blew in the sky. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding had already met up. Let's go to the Umno Alliance immediately. Wu Yuding's attitude was very decisive. She could not wait to find her son now, hold the puppy in her arms and kiss him properly. She really missed it too much. Her son was in the Umno Alliance and that was a dangerous place. How could that be? Although there is definite news from my son's side, I still feel that there is something strange about this matter. Zhuchanglu frowned. You didn't kill everyone, did you? No. Your call came at the right time. Since Xiao Duo is still alive, I naturally have to leave some for Xiao Duo. Zhuchanglu sighed and said, although this will damage my reputation, Qin Fangyang is Xiao Duo's teacher. If Xiao Duo can't avenge his teacher with his own hands, it will inevitably be a great regret in his life. In the future, when he dreams at night, he will often feel that he has wronged his teacher. And this guilt will accompany him for the rest of his life. Therefore, this kind of situation naturally has to be avoided. Wu Yuding deeply agreed. You're right. The 2 of them began to discuss going to the Umno Alliance together to pick up the puppy. Zhu Xiaoyan was listening at the side and she insisted on going with them. After being scolded by Zhuchanglu with a stern face, she pouted and became obedient. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Zhuchanglu suddenly received a phone call. At first glance he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, hey, is it from who to? He just left for a night. Why is he calling? So he answered, who to? Zhuchanglu frowned. What's the matter? Cough cough cough. This, that. On the other side, Yun Zhonghu's strange voice sounded as if he was in a mess in the wind. He stuttered the whole time and couldn't even speak clearly. As 2 people who had watched Yun Zhonghu grow up, they could imagine that the king of Zwulu was probably in a state of complete confusion at this time. What's the matter? Yun Zhonghu's voice was already breaking down. We found the whereabouts of youngest junior brother. You found it? Zhuchanglu frowned. I already know. I also got the information about Xiao Duo's whereabouts. Yun Zhonghu's tone was extremely surprised. Or actually, not angry? Angry? Zhuchanglu was immediately puzzled. What's going on? What did you find on your end? Yun Zhonghu's voice was messy in the wind. After youngest junior brother's portrait was sent to Ryu Pass, there was news from there. They said that on the day youngest junior brother went missing, someone took him to visit the cemetery of martyrs. And entered the martyrs' palace. Zhuchanglu? Hearing this, the minister's eyebrows slowly twisted into a rope. He was keenly aware that there was something unusual going on. Tell me exactly what happened. Yun Zhonghu was about to speak when he heard Wu Yuding's phone ring. When Wu Yuding saw it, she immediately cried out in joy. I really don't know what kind of good day it is today. My dad actually took the initiative to call me. It seems that today is destined to be a day of reunion. Yes, Xiao Duo and little Nian haven't seen him yet. Chapter 1078. On the other end of the phone, Yun Zhonghu, who was talking to Zhuchanglu, naturally heard Wu Yuding's words. His eyes widened. Master, you should ask mistress. Xiaoyan, who was at the side, suddenly looked up. Her pretty eyes were filled with astonishment. Grandpa? Do Xiao Duo and I really have a grandpa? Wu Yuding laughed and scolded her. You silly girl. Without your grandpa, where would your mother come from? Xiaoyan smiled foolishly. Yes, yes. She turned her head and couldn't help but be surprised. Dad, why do you look so weird? Changlu snorted and then remembered to talk to Yun Zhonghu. However, he was shocked to find that Yun Zhonghu had already hung up. This kid actually dared to hang up on me? What's going on? Immediately, he saw Wu Yuding pick up the phone excitedly. Dad, where have you been all these years? Have you been in seclusion? You're finally out. You didn't even give us any news for so many years. You don't know how worried we were. An embarrassed voice came from the other end. Rainy. Is that person beside you? Wu Yuding was annoyed and amused at the same time. He's beside me. Your son-in-law is beside me. Changlu looked up, his eyes darting around. His usually elegant face gradually crumbled. On the other side, Lei Zhangtian was also scratching his head. His hair was in a mess. He laughed awkwardly and said, You're on the side. That's good. That's good. I'll call you later. Wu Yuding was stunned. Dad? Dad. You. Say something? She heard someone shouting, Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Fuck, why is the UMNO Alliance's signal so bad? But the call was hung up. Wu Yuding was stunned. A signal from the UMNO Alliance? Changlu's expression changed. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Alright, don't worry. I can roughly imagine what the situation is now. The situation is very clear now. Wu Yuding stared blankly. Is the situation clear? Can you imagine it? I'm still completely dumbfounded. How do you know everything? Shouldn't today be a good day for a family reunion? Changlu sighed. He glanced at his wife and said helplessly, You claim to be smart all your life. How could you be so ignorant? Even now you still don't understand? Second brother must have come out of seclusion and found out that he had a new grandson. He must be very excited and happy, so he naturally came to take a look. When we really see him, other than praising him for being a good kid, we'll think that since we're not by his side, won't he have the responsibility to help teach him? He wants to make up for the regret of not being here all these years. So he took Xiao Duo away to gain experience. That's what happened. Let's think about it a little deeper. Look at the current world. Other than second brother, who is easily hot-headed and makes stupid mistakes at the drop of a hat, who does things on his own without caring about the consequences, only he would do something like taking Xiao Duo away without telling anyone. This indirectly caused Xiao Duo's inexplicable disappearance. If it were someone else, it would either be difficult to get a response until today, or Xiao Duo would have been dead for a long time. Besides, if it weren't for him, why would he hang up after knowing that I was next to him? He's guilty. It had to be said that Changlu's brain was quite good. He guessed the whole truth just by relying on Lei Changqin's hesitant phone call. Wu Yuding nodded in agreement as she listened. When Changlu finished, he suddenly frowned and said with unusual dissatisfaction, What do you mean by your second brother? That's my father. Your father-in-law. You call him second brother so blatantly. Do you want to call me eldest niece? Tell me, are you trying to take advantage of me? Changlu touched his nose and smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to call him father, but the problem is that he doesn't dare to agree. Besides, how many years ago weren't you eldest niece? Weren't you the one who followed behind him and acted like a spoiled child every day? However, he absolutely didn't dare to say this now. Wu Yuding's mind turned and she instantly sorted out the cause and effect. She was sulking and rolled her eyes, but she couldn't vent it. Her disappointing father, every time he saw his son-in-law, he had a fawning look on his face and rushed to call him big brother. As his daughter, she was speechless. That's not right. Xiao Duo has been missing for more than a day or two. Why didn't he think of calling to inform us? Even if he didn't want to care about Feng Hai, he should have contacted Xingqian or Huzi and his wife. Why did he have to be so anxious? Wu Yuding thought for a while and found another problem. Changlu was speechless. My dear wife, think about your father's brain. He does things incoherently and thinks he's infallible. I bet that Xiao Duo still doesn't know that it's his grandfather. He must have made up a reason that he thinks is very convincing and sent the child to a dangerous place to gain experience. Think about how he and Xiao Duo are in the UMNO Alliance. What else can you not understand? Then how do you know that he won't reveal his true identity? My dear wife, why can't your brain work when it comes to our family? You can understand if you think about it a little. Who is your father? He's the demon ancestor. Among the top people in the world, except for a limited number of people, who can do anything to him. If Xiao Duo knows that his grandfather is such an awesome existence, he'll just treat it as a sightseeing tour no matter how dangerous the place is. Even if second brother forces him to fight, this guy only needs to act coquettishly, and everything will be fine. What's the effect? How would second brother dare to let him know? Who knows what kind of fucking excuse he'll come up with? It had to be said that Zhuo Zhanglu's understanding of Lei Zhangtian's character had reached a very subtle level. His words clearly analyzed Lei Changtian's motives and psychology. It was meticulous and clear, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Yuding looked distressed. Then why did you call now? The timing is just before we came out of seclusion. This should be a coincidence as well as a little bit of certainty. Zhuo Changlu snorted. I guess second brother found out that this guy's ability to cause trouble is beyond his expectations. He's even caused a lot of trouble now. It's so big that this bastard found out that he can't handle it alone. After all, they're in the UMNO alliance. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Duo and his grandfather are in danger now? Wu Yuding's expression changed. It's not necessarily very dangerous, but a certain degree of danger is inevitable. As we come out of seclusion, the higher-ups of the UMNO alliance will have their concerns. Then we have to hurry. It's a 1 in a million chance. Why are you still dawdling? Wu Yuding said with dissatisfaction. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. I wanted to go there quickly, but you kept asking me questions, didn't you? But no matter how speechless he was, he didn't dare to talk reason with a woman, especially his own wife. Was his brain damaged? Fenghai. Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian looked at each other. They were both speechless and filled with sorrow. Who would have thought that after so many days of mobilizing so many people, it turned out to be a blunder? Now the entire Yinwu Empire was in a state of panic. However, it wasn't that there were no benefits. The bandits within the borders of the continent were almost completely wiped out. Countless corrupt officials had also been purged with the help of this wind. The remaining people were like cicadas in winter, not daring to act rashly for a short period of time. Although they knew that it was a blunder, Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian only frowned and sulked. They didn't dare to say anything. That was the great senior. Who dared to say anything? Not to mention the two of them, even Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch. Fuck his grandfather. The one who could curse was Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch. The star-plucking monarch was beyond furious. Fuck his grandfather. He had cursed this sentence thousands of times. It was the same sentence over and over again. There was no other way. Curse his mother? No way. That was his senior. She was practically his mother. How could he curse her? Curse his wife? If his wife was still alive, he could curse her. But since she was already dead, he couldn't curse her anymore. Curse his daughter? That was even more unacceptable. Therefore Yu Xingqian had no choice but to fuck him. This Lei Lauer has a hole in his brain. His nerves are damaged. His heart is only one orifice and it's intermittent. His brain circuit. Damn it, this bastard doesn't have a brain circuit at all. Fuck his grandfather. I'm so angry. Yu Xingqian was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys swelled. But he still couldn't vent his anger. After a long while he finally took out his phone. He called one by one. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Oh, Lei Lauer. You can't beat him? Of course I know you can't beat him. But don't worry, I'll get Sword to help you. Just wait for my news. When the time comes, just leave everything to fight. Sword. What are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Cousin Sheen, what are you doing? Cough cough, beat someone up for me. Your second brother. Which second brother? How many second brothers do you have? It's the father of the woman who snatched your husband from you. Then it's settled. Wait for my news. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. You just have to focus on stabbing him. It's decided then. After contacting a few people, Yu Xingqian put down his phone angrily. The left and right heavenly kings who were nearby kept quiet out of fear. Their eyes met and they saw the sincere shock. Beating up the demon ancestor actually required so many people to work together? Yu Xingqian saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He snorted and said, "It's not difficult to kill this old thing. But it's not easy to beat up a cultivator of his level. You two little things cultivate like turtles. If you don't work harder, Beigong Hao and the others will catch up with you. None of you are capable." The left and right heavenly kings looked embarrassed and swallowed their dissatisfaction. They thought, how can they catch up with us? But you, old man, if you don't work harder, we will catch up with you. Then what do we do now? What else can we do? Yu Xingqian said, Yun Zhonghu, go and meet your wife. Guard Shangjing nearby. He turned to look at his son and said angrily, why aren't you guarding the Sun-Moon Pass? What are you waiting for? Do you think you were demoted for 1,000 years for nothing? How can you still be so carefree? They also have sons, I also have sons, but why is the difference between our sons so big? Yu Dongtian walked away with his head drooped. He had no objection to guarding the Sun-Moon Pass for 1,000 years. Now the Tao League was fighting at the front lines. He was just going to watch the show at the Sun-Moon Pass. As for the self-criticism in front of the entire army, it was even less of a problem. Back then, I was beaten up in front of the entire army more than once or twice. My prestige is still at its peak. What's the difference between this and me being on vacation? But no matter what, he is still a son. As a son, why can't I compare to that little rascal? Isn't this series of changes caused by him? Isn't it because he has good parents that he can be so successful now? If I had parents like that. Well, anyway, I can't say it like that. Seeing his son fly away without any sense of propriety, Yu Xingqian became more and more angry. His lips trembled. Huzi, look at your brother Tian's dog-shit appearance. Tell me, how did I give birth to such a disappointing son? Yun Zhonghu's mouth twitched. I have to go. Duo, is waiting for me. Goodbye, uncle. Wait. Yu Xingqian grabbed Yun Zhonghu and said, this Xiaohu, look. Is there anyone suitable for your brother Tian? If this goes on, won't that kid follow in my footsteps? Hearing this, Yun Zhonghu's face immediately turned ugly. It wasn't that this was difficult, but it was too difficult. Looking at the entire continent, not to mention finding a few female warriors who could match the heavenly king of the right, even finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. During the war, female warriors died much faster than male warriors on the battlefield. That this wasn't to disrespect women. It was the truth. In the face of death, men were always more able to withstand it. As for female warriors who could match the king of Zhuolu, they either had a large group of great-grandchildren and a huge family, or they were already married and deeply in love. Husband and wife were birds in the same boat and would not leave each other day and night. As far as Yun Zhonghu knew, there was only one female martial artist who was still single and had a high enough status. She was the only female martial artist who was still single. However, Yu Dongtian didn't dare to provoke that one. Even you, Uncle Yu, wouldn't dare to act rashly. It's really rare. It's hard to find. Yun Zhonghu was very melancholy. Don't worry, take your time. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Xingqian said, as long as there's a suitable one, send them to a pile. Send them to a pile? Did you think this was a betrothal? Yu Xingqian said, as long as there's a suitable one. I'll personally go to the Umno Alliance and find the Great Fire Shaman. I'll ask for 2 jugs of wine that's incompatible with water and fire. Yun Zhonghu felt that his whole body was cramping. He said his goodbyes awkwardly and ran away as fast as he could. Zhuo Duo had already come out of the Void Extermination Tower. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoyan wouldn't be able to contact him. Well, the Umno Alliance had already removed the signal jamming. Wu Du and the other great shamans had already confirmed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammering technique. Naturally, they wouldn't target him anymore. Therefore, the signal jamming was meaningless. Previously, when he was cultivating in the Void Extermination Tower, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that after he had advanced to the ultimate profound realm, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. It was so slow that it was almost ridiculous. After staying in the Void Extermination Tower for a total of 6 months, which was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world, Zhan Xuejuan still hadn't woken up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but poke his head out to check on the situation. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo poked his head out, Lei Changtian, who was still nearby, naturally noticed it. However, he didn't move. If I don't move, you'll definitely think that I've left. Then you'll have to think of a way to go back quickly. I won't restrict you anymore. You can fly, go invisible, or put on makeup. Anyway, no matter what, you just have to hurry back. If you don't go back, I'll go crazy. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo poke his head out, he even took 2 steps to test the waters. Then he disappeared with a whoosh. After a while, he poked his head out again. He swaggered about 10 to 20 meters away before retracting his head again. He poked his head out again. He retracted his head again. Lei Changtian, who was invisible in the sky, felt his stomach ache. Why don't you come out already? No one's going to catch you. After 30 to 40 tests, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally confirmed that he wasn't in any danger. In the last few tests he had walked a few thousand meters, but he was still fine. That meant that old man had left. He finally left? Duo almost laughed out loud to vent the joy in his heart. Then Duo started to put on makeup for himself. He changed his muscles and bones and transformed himself into a huge fat man. He appeared shakily and then ran toward the nearest UMNO Alliance city that he had to find a place with signal quickly. His family must be worried sick. Finally. After running for 5,000 to 6,000 miles, his phone finally had signal. Hence, Duo took out his phone and prepared to send a message. He didn't dare to make a call. If he did, the signal would be too strong. But coincidentally, just as he took out his phone, Wolf running tower digging Lei Taodao's gang shredded Wang Ba Mao. Someone actually called him. Duo was shocked and his scalp went numb. Lei Changtian, who was invisible in the sky, was also shocked and his hair stood on end. When Duo saw the caller ID, it was "My dear wife missing cat." He was immediately happy and picked up the call without saying anything. Our hearts are really connected. I'm no longer the little dog I used to be. When we meet again. He hung up the call as soon as possible. Then, Duo continued to shake his fat and trembling body as he dashed forward. However, Lei Changtian, who was in the sky, was stunned. I actually heard the sound of rain. Oh, both of them came out of seclusion? Lei Changtian painfully thought for a long time. He felt that he should confess and be lenient. After all, it had been such a long time. He guessed that both of them were about to fall sick from anxiety. If it was only Zhuo Changchang who cared how he died. But his daughter was also involved. Besides, when Zhuo Changchang wanted to beat him up, his daughter was the key person to protect him. Hence, Lei Changtian took out his phone and called his daughter with all his courage. When he asked, he found that guy beside her. Instantly, Lei Changtian didn't dare to say anything. He only hinted to his daughter that she should leave him alone later and he would call again. Zhuo Changchang couldn't know about this. However, Lei Changtian never expected that this intermittent and vague phone call would completely expose him. After hanging up the phone, Lei Changtian trembled in fear for a long time before he went forward to chase after Zhuo Duo. In the end, he was still worried. This little guy was a troublemaker deep down. Reality proved that a certain grandfather's worries were true. He saw that Zhuo Duo had encountered a new situation at a glance and hurried over to see what was going on. He saw a burly figure in green linen clothes. His hair was messy and his hands were behind his back. He was standing in front of Zhuo Duo and seemed to be saying something. When Lei Changtian saw this person from afar, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Although this person changed his appearance, how could he not recognize him? Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize which piece floating in the air is yours. You are the great flood witch. Lei Changtian's eyes instantly turned red. The flood witch, his irreconcilable enemy. It was him who caused the downfall of all his brothers. It was him who hammered him twice and forced him to live in seclusion for 1,000 years to recover from his injuries. Was this bastard? Now this bastard is actually stopping my dear grandson again. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to cut the grass and get rid of the roots? Lei Changtian's heart was in his throat. He activated all his cultivation and quietly approached. He gritted his teeth and glared, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Damn it. Seems that my time has come. If this guy dares to do anything to Duo, I'll immediately self-destruct this bastard. Who's afraid of who? Damn it. Coming to the UMNO Alliance this time was really unlucky. He had bumped into all sorts of monsters. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. The flood witch on the other side said something, and Zhuo Duo actually nodded happily. Then he followed the flood witch all the way forward. Lei Changtian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the fuck? What's going on? Why did that little bastard follow her? That's the flood witch. Where's your vigilance? Where's your cautiousness? This is too unreal, isn't it? Zhuo Duo had just turned the mountain pass when he saw the long-haired weirdo in front of him. Suddenly, a vague feeling as heavy as a mountain suddenly attacked him. At the first sight of this person, Zhuo Duo felt that the whole world was stagnant. Even his divine thoughts were no exception. They were frozen. Under such circumstances, even if he wanted to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, he couldn't do it. The guy could kill him with just a glance. It would take a moment to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, and in that moment the guy could kill him. Countless times. Realizing this, Zhuo Duo couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. He didn't dare to act rashly. In the next moment, he saw the burly guy waving at him and saying, "Little brother, can you ask for directions?" Ask for directions? Zhuo Duo instinctively tried to read the man's fortune. Chapter 1079. Oh yeah. Everything in front of him was foggy and deep. As expected, he couldn't see anything at all. Luckily, he was prepared, so he wasn't surprised at all. The strength displayed by the other party was beyond Wuxiao's understanding, so he shouldn't be able to see anything. However, the curious Wuxiao duo threw out 2 drops of Providence points, but in the end, the Providence points were actually bounced back. Bounced back. This result shocked Wuxiao duo so much that his heart spasmed. The luck points were bounced back completely intact. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying overlord is this? This is the first time I've encountered a situation where my luck points were bounced back. Not only was the person in front of him ridiculously powerful, far exceeding his understanding, but he was also an expert in the luck path. His providence was also valiant to the point of surpassing others by a large margin. Senior, may I ask where you want to go? Where do you want to go? Wuxiao's attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. Yes, I want to go to the Sun Moon Pass, but I've been in seclusion for so many years, and now that I've come out, everything has changed. It's unfamiliar and I don't know where to go. The person frowned. What a coincidence. I also want to go to the Sun Moon Pass. Wuxiao duo looked at the unfathomable expert in front of him suspiciously. Could it be that this person has seen through my identity? What a coincidence. The person said kindly, may I ask what your surname is? My surname is Zhua. Wuxiao duo said seriously. Oh little brother Zhua, my surname is Shui. Since we're all going to the Sun Moon Pass, why don't we travel together? Greetings, Senior Shui. You're welcome. It's great that Senior Shui wants to travel with us, but I'm afraid I'll take up too much of your time. Wuxiao duo made up his mind. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. How could he resist the unfathomable strength displayed by the person in front of him? I'm just thinking about it, so I don't mind wasting some time. Little brother, do you know if there's a city nearby? Let's go and find out where we are going. The messy-haired figure spoke in a kind tone, but the inexplicable majesty that flowed out of his body, even though he had tried his best to restrain it, was still engraved in Wuxiao's spiritual sense that was 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary person's, causing him to feel fear. Wuxiao's heart was pounding like a little deer. He clearly understood that the person in front of him was probably the strongest person he had ever met. Even the people's livelihood couldn't compare to it. Well, the shortcoming here was not only in terms of cultivation realm, but also in terms of overall strength and combat strength. Although Elder Wan's cultivation was pure and his realm was high, when it came to the heart of killing, his combat strength was not outstanding at all. Because he had been in seclusion for more than 1,000,000 years, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had little combat experience. Therefore, his overall combat strength was far inferior to his cultivation realm. To give a relatively direct example, Wuxiao duo was able to kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. Wasn't it because his overall combat strength was extremely high, and he was even stronger than those opponents whose cultivation bases were far above his? The so-called non-battle crimes were only because many internal and external factors were not taken into account. Otherwise, how could there be so many non-battle crimes? However, what kind of person would be a mighty figure whose comprehensive strength might be stronger than Elder Wan's? Was there really such a person in the world? Although Wuxiao duo was terrified, he had a clear feeling that this person didn't have any ill intentions towards him. In fact, he even had a strange feeling that this person was helping a junior and taking care of him. Could it be that I've really met a good person? Wuxiao duo couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. The 2 of them chatted along the way and they didn't feel lonely at all. Looking at little brothers was age, your bone age and spiritual soul. You're at most in your 20s, right? However, his cultivation is not ordinary, it is pure and profound. A 20-year-old profound returnance cultivator is already rare and commendable. The depth of his foundation is far above that of many Skysoar cultivators. Since ancient times, there have only been a few such geniuses. Sire Shui said. Senior is praising me too much. My cultivation isn't worth mentioning before Senior, it's like a firefly compared to the moon. Haha, your cultivation might be inferior to mine now, but when I was your age, I was also like a firefly compared to the moon. Sire Shui solemnly replied, we've been traveling together for more than a day. Why don't we have a spar when you're feeling frustrated? I'm interested in seeing your strength and cultivation, and there's no harm in finding some problems with you. Sire Shui's words were really straightforward. He directly said that he wanted to give Wuxiao duo some pointers. However, Wuxiao duo rejoiced and replied, thank you, Sire Shui. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Zhou Xiaoduo knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, he could do it with a glare. There was really no need to spar and give pointers. Thus, Sire Shui's words must be from the bottom of his heart. It was a great opportunity to receive guidance from such an almighty being. It was an opportunity that ordinary people might not even be able to obtain even if they spent their entire lives dreaming of it. So how could Zhou Xiaoduo not be excited? The two of them entered the nearest city and asked about the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass before Sire Shui brought Zhou Xiaoduo and soared into the sky. I'll bring you along, and I'll give you pointers when we reach a place where there's no one around. All right. The two of them soared into the sky like shooting stars and disappeared in a flash. After they soared into the sky, Sire Shui waved his sleeves, and countless strong gales suddenly appeared. Instantly, the entire sky and land behind him was split into many strips. With this wave of his sleeves, countless spatial cracks appeared behind him, blocking the demon ancestor and preventing him from following them. Flood. Damn you. Lei Changtian spent a lot of effort to break through these obstructions, but when he soared into the sky again he could no longer sense the two of them. The sky was clear and the ground was vast. But this time, he had really lost them. Fuck you. Lei Changtian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Fuck you. Bastard. Why did you come out to stir shit? Fuck you. After searching for a long time, Lei Changtian still couldn't find any clues, and he completely collapsed. He pointed at the sky and cursed the earth, but it was useless. No matter how angry, frustrated, and depressed he was, no matter how many negative emotions he accumulated, Lei Changtian still didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly chased in the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass. All methods led to the same destination. The destination of the two of them was the Sun-Moon Pass. As long as he rushed there at the fastest speed, he would definitely be able to find clues about their whereabouts. But along the way, Lei Changtian was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed endlessly. What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to jump out and cause trouble? This is ridiculous. That's my grandson. What does he have to do with you? Bullshit number one expert, you should be more reserved. Where's your identity? Where's your dignity? Where's the bearing of an expert? Fuck you. You are not a fucking human. As he cursed, he anxiously chased forward. Lei Zhangtian was not worried at all. If the flood which wanted to take Zhou Xiaoduo's life, he could kill him with just a glance. Lei Zhangtian was not in front of him. Even if he was in front of him, he would not be able to stop him. Since she didn't make a move just now, it was impossible for her to do it again. But this wasn't the problem now, okay? Why did you take him away? What am I supposed to do now? I've brought my grandson here, but I've already lost him twice. This time it was even worse. He had already called his daughter, and he didn't know how she would react. Would she be able to guess the whole story? How did things become like this? The child was taken away by the flood witch, and in this world at most only the child's father could get him back. But then how could he hide it? Lei Changtian was so worried that his intestines were in a knot. As he ran, he heard the phone ring urgently. Ring 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 ring. Lei Changtian was on the verge of breaking down. There was no need to ask who was calling. Other than his own daughter, who else would call him? And this call was just made by him. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Lei Changtian hesitated again and finally stopped in the air to answer the call. Hello. He forced himself to calm down and tried to make his voice as steady as possible, pretending as if nothing had happened. Dad. Wu Yuding's anxious voice came through. Where are you now? Lei Changtian cursed in his heart. What's wrong? You're getting more and more impudent. You don't even care about your father anymore, and you're the only one left. But he kept replying, Hey, I'm here. Where is this place again? Wu Yuding exploded on the phone. Where are you? Grumbling my ass. Hurry up and say it. Where did you take my son? Her voice was so loud that it was deafening. Lei Changtian subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear, and his face twisted even more. Cough cough. Don't worry. I just want to train him. I'm doing this for the sake of the child. Only by suffering the hardest can one rise above others. Lei Changtian said humbly. For his sake, my ass. Hurry up and tell me where he is. Where are the two of you now? He's here. Why are you dilly-dallying? Is the child not by your side? If he is, let him answer the phone. Her words hit the nail on the head, and there was no room for excuses. That child is not by my side now. Lei Changtian wanted to die, but he could only tell the truth. Where did he go? Once she heard that he was not by her side, Wu Yuding immediately became angry. Cough cough. He was taken away. What? Daughter, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will. Lei Changtian was so anxious that he stuttered. Then there was suddenly no sound from the other side of the phone. Lei Changtian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Daughter? Daughter. Rainy? Don't. A steady voice came from the other side of the phone. Your daughter has fainted. Now you can tell me what you want to say. Chapter 1080. Boss. Lei Changtian instinctively lowered his head. Don't call me that. What happened? Be more specific. Oh, I. Lei Changtian was foaming at the mouth and his eyes were rolling around. Who took him? Zhuchanglu was anxious. Tell me the name. He was taken away by the flood witch. Lei Changtian said dejectedly. Well, he couldn't hide it anyway. The flood witch took him. Zhuchanglu's voice inexplicably softened. He said, oh, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Lei Changtian was confused. Son-in-law, have you become so fat? Ahem. Boss is wise and powerful. The flood which is nothing. Lei Changtian said flatteringly. Are you telling me where you are now? Hurry up and say it. Can you stop wasting my time? Zhuanglu said resolutely. I'm in the UMNO alliance. You're really capable. You threw your daughter's son behind the UMNO alliance. What a big deal. Zhuanglu's voice was cold. Well, you're a qualified grandfather. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, stay where you are and don't move. Did you hear me? Yes. I won't move. Attention. Yes. Lei Changtian instinctively stood at attention and didn't move. Then the phone was hung up. Lei Changtian stood in the air and didn't move. His mind was in a mess and he only felt that something was wrong. He was in a daze for a long time before he woke up. Fuck. Zhuchangchang is my son-in-law. Why should I be afraid of him? How unruly. How can you yell at your father-in-law like that? Don't you know what it means to be respectful? You have no father, you are a traitor. I wish I could. He cursed under his breath as his eyes vigilantly scanned his surroundings, fearing that someone would suddenly appear beside him. His body was standing straight in the air. He remained motionless. Since boss said that they couldn't move, they couldn't move. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't move. Tension. Boss hadn't even called for a breather. After a short while, the space was torn apart. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding appeared in front of Lei Changtian. When Lei Changtian saw that face, he instinctively put his feet together, puffed out his chest and raised his head. His voice was loud and clear. Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law. The corner of Zhuanglu's mouth twitched. Wu Yuding was stunned. That. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Can't you be more reasonable? Wu Yuding was really going crazy. What kind of father was I? Who would call their daughter sister-in-law? This was simply a bastard. Lei Changtian suddenly came to his senses. He nodded and bowed at Zhuchanglu with a flattering smile. Then, he looked at his daughter with a kind and guilty expression. Yuli. Wu Yuding's face was livid. Don't talk nonsense. Where is my son? Cough. Why don't you just tell me which way the flood went? That way. Then why aren't you chasing after her? Are you just standing here like a fool? Are you waiting for Xiao Duo to come back and find you? Lei Changtian felt wronged. I don't want to chase after her. No, I'm chasing after her. But boss ordered me to stand still and to stand at attention. Besides, if I were to chase after her, would the two of you be able to find me so quickly? There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he said, I'll chase after her right now. Let's go. Zhuchanglu took the lead and led the way. Lei Changtian and his daughter followed closely behind, paying close attention to the situation below. After flying for thousands of miles, Lei Changtian finally reacted. That's not right. His son-in-law and daughter didn't seem to be in a hurry? They were just looking for her leisurely. What was going on? I say, why are the two of you so careless with your own son? Lei Changtian acted like an elder and lectured his daughter. Can't you be faster? That's your son. As he spoke, he looked at Zhuchanglu's back with a guilty conscience. You're just putting on airs in front of me. Wu Yuding looked at her father in exasperation. Can't you be a little more mature? Which father-in-law doesn't put on airs in front of their son-in-law? Look at you, you can be so domineering and lawless in front of anyone, but you're terrified when you see your own son-in-law. Can't you give me some face? Can you straighten your back? Can't you be more arrogant? Lei Changqian's face and neck turned red. How can you talk to your father like that? Didn't I just ask you one question? He was his own son, yet he was so careless. What was going on? The two of you. How can you be a parent? Wu Yuding was enraged and said, if you didn't steal my son, would things have reached this stage? I haven't even settled this score with you, and now you're talking about me? Where's your face? Do you still want your old face? Lei Changtian muttered guiltily, that's that. I'm just afraid that you'll spoil the child. You don't have any experience in raising a child. Just like how you raised me? You call that experience? Wu Yuding said in a very nasty voice, is it a good thing for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave your daughter to your brother? Do you want to give my son away too? Lei Changtian swallowed his saliva and stared at her for a long time before he said dryly, but aren't you very happy now? What the hell? Wu Yuding felt her break down double. She just wanted to rub her fists and put her strong impulse to beat her biological father into action. It was hard to stop. Lei Changtian knew his daughter very well. So, he changed his tone when he saw that the situation wasn't good. He said in a humble tone, but old Demon Hong has taken the child away. So, we have to save her as soon as possible. Wu Yuding snorted and said, if it was someone else who took him away, I might be worried. But the flood which took him away. Haha, I'm not bragging, but even if I lend Flood 100 guts, he won't dare to touch a single hair on my son. Lei Changtian opened his mouth wide and looked at his daughter with a face full of confusion. That bastard Flood dares to hurt Xiao Duo? Wu Yuding looked up and said arrogantly, not only does he not dare, but he also has to serve me well. He also has to give my son a lot of gifts and carefully flatter him. He might even guide my son in his cultivation and do his best. What the hell? Lei Changqian's mouth opened wider and wider. He was scared silly by his daughter. Daughter, take it easy. You're bragging a little too much. Flood is recognized as the #1 in the world. He's the most dangerous person in the world. Looking around, he reminded her in a low voice, we're in the Umno Alliance now. It's their territory. Looking at his daughter, the demon ancestor was really puzzled. In his impression, his daughter had always been a good girl. She never bragged. Why did she learn all this after following Zhuo Changchang? If Zhuo Zhanglu or anyone else heard this, they would probably spit on his face. I don't know how your daughter got the nickname Rain Demon. How do you have the face to say something like, good girl? Which family's good girl can be called a demon? It's only because she followed me and was influenced by me that she became a good wife and mother. She helped her husband and taught her son. However, Lei Changtian still looked at his daughter from the corner of his eyes. He then looked at his son-in-law. His stomach was full of resentment. Flood doesn't dare to touch your son? What? Ah. I'm so scared of you. Where did you get your confidence from? Not only does he not dare to touch your son, but he also has to be served with good food and drinks? He also has to give your son a lot of gifts. And teach him martial arts. And that I'm not looking down on you too. Even the two of you can't get the same treatment as the Flood Witch. Not to mention your son who's still wet behind the ears. You're really bragging to the heavens. However, Lei Changtian thought about it and felt gratified. After all, he was the one who brought the child out and lost it. His daughter said this to lighten the burden in his heart. A daughter is still the best. A daughter is like a father's cotton jacket. Although she's fierce on the surface, she's still thinking about me in her heart. With this thought, Lei Changtian was so touched that he almost cried. The demon ancestor just followed the couple and flew forward. Even though he was scolded by his daughter until he had goosebumps, his heart was still very warm. He didn't refute a single word. His attitude of admitting his mistake was very good. My daughter is saving me. It's like when a child gets into trouble and is found at home, the parents always beat their child up first. Obviously, I've already beaten him up. You don't have to beat him up. This way, Zhuo can calm down and won't find trouble with me for this matter. At the end of the day, it's still better to have a daughter. Along the way, he unknowingly flew over 10,000 li. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo followed this Sire Shui and flew forward. Basically, it was Sire Shui who flew with him. With a whoosh, he tore through space and took a step forward with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he was far from being able to tear open space, let alone travel through it. However, he still knew the principle and difficulty of tearing open space. But because he knew, he couldn't help but become more confused. Were they going to the Sun-Moon Pass or in another direction? To Zhuo Xiaoduo, tearing open space was an extraordinary method to travel. The so-called sense of direction was completely meaningless to him. After tearing open space 3 times in a row, the two were now in a snowy valley surrounded by towering mountains that had accumulated snow for God knows how many years. Little brother Zhua, today's journey together is also a kind of fate. Sire Shui placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This old man doesn't have anything else to show. Only my cultivation is passable, so I'll be a little arrogant and spar with you." Chapter 1081. Thank you for your pointers, Sire Shui. Zhua Xiaoduo was even more certain that this old man was a hidden expert. This old man's cultivation was extraordinary, and now that he was willing to give him pointers, it was his great fortune. What was he waiting for? Who cares if he's from the Umno Alliance or the Tao League? He had to improve himself first. It would probably take a long time for him to defeat such a powerful existence. Now that he owed this favor, he just had to remember to repay it in the future. Senior Shui, please. Zhua Xiaoduo did not hesitate as he took out his kitty hammer. At this moment he definitely couldn't hold back. If he took out his sword, what would he do if the other party gave him some pointers after the sparring session? After breaking through to the returning profound realm, he had yet to truly temper himself. During the battle with the demon race, aside from the short duration, his foundation was still unstable, and his state of mind was lacking. Although it couldn't be said that it didn't have any effect on strengthening his foundation, it wasn't much. But now, it was a rare opportunity for him to experience actual combat. He believed that the opponent before him could be on par with him for a long time. With the help of this opponent, he could thoroughly polish his strength. With a buzzing sound, the two hammers opened up and one white and one black light surged in. At this moment, Sire Shui's eyes were filled with shock and even a little shock. What's going on? The last time he saw this pair of hammers, they were clearly ordinary weapons. At most, they were made of unique materials and could be considered as killing weapons on the battlefield. But now, this pair of hammers already possessed an artifact spirit, and had become a divine artifact. Furthermore, it wasn't just one artifact spirit, but two. Furthermore, it wasn't just two ordinary artifact spirits, but two artifact spirits, one yin and one yang. This was clearly a peak Xiantian divine artifact. What's going on? What happened during this period of time that I don't know about? Zhua Xiaoduo held the hammer with both hands and split it to the left and right. Suddenly, two rays of light, one black and one white, circled around his body. In the blink of an eye, they formed a black and white circle of light. Before the twin hammers could truly be used in the form of moves, they had already shown the combination of yin and yang, and the aura of strength and gentleness. Even an almighty like Sire Shui couldn't help twitching his lips at the sight of this. What the hell, that he's so monstrous that even I can't believe it. Come. Sire Shui no longer had his hands behind his back. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hands with one palm in front of the other. As a precaution, he decided to raise his cultivation to the Skysoar realm first. After the previous battle, Sire Shui knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Tao if he was only at the same level as Su Tao. The battle had yet to begin, but Zhua Xiaoduo could already feel a huge pressure coming at him. At this moment he couldn't help roaring, "Hammer!" The hammer in his left hand moved slightly, drawing an extremely small arc, but the movement instantly caused a hurricane to follow, smashing over with the force of a thunderbolt. Hearing the word hammer, Sire Shui's expression changed. Sire Shui's face changed once more as he bitterly smiled. It looked like this brat wanted to practice all the hammer arts after finding a free laborer like him? Starting from the hammer? But the hammer, all the way to the various hammers that Su Tao had practiced. Was he going to smash me over 10,000 times? Su Tao wasn't holding back at all. He was truly going to devour me without leaving any leeway. When the battle started, Zhua Xiaoduo, who had just made his move, had already transformed into a whirlwind and rapidly soared into the sky. A sledgehammer mixed with the power of lightning brazenly descended. He was going all out. Sire Shui's gaze turned grave as he flipped his hand and sent out a silent palm that collided with the left hammer of the 9-9 kitty hammer. Boom. A muffled explosion resounded. The hammer, which had an astonishing momentum, was instantly extinguished. Zhua Xiaoduo actually had a feeling of being unable to continue. The smooth inertia brought about by the hammer was actually broken. Zhua Xiaoduo was overwhelmed with shock as he raised his head. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. Someone was actually able to stop the momentum of the 9-9 kitty hammer with just a palm. But when his vision was blocked by the gigantic kitty hammer, Sire Shui's feet actually loosened a little and he was pushed back by an inch from the impact. Even Sire Shui couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. This brat's strength that although the attack of the left hammer was extinguished, Zuoxiaoduo's battle heart did not decrease. With a roar, the hammer in his right hand smashed down. This time, the might of this hammer was even more ferocious than the previous one. At this moment, the two of them were in a completely different state of mind. They were both shocked in their hearts. Zuoxiaoduo was shocked. His opponent's strength was only in the Skysoar realm, and he had fought plenty of people in the Skysoar realm. But this Sire Shui was actually able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. He was truly an extraordinary expert. Not only was his cultivation terrifying, but his technique was also extraordinary. When Zuoxiaoduo was in the God-reigning realm, he was already able to fight against Skysoar realm cultivators in White Mountain City. Back then he had killed more than 1 or 2 Skysoar realm cultivators. Now that he had reached the Returnal Profound realm, he thought that killing Skysoar realm cultivators would be a piece of cake for him. He even thought that he could deal with Dao integration experts easily. But at this moment his opponent was really able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. It was truly unimaginable. On the other hand, Sire Shui was shocked by Zuoxiaoduo's cultivation. Just the first hammer strike was enough to make Sire Shui feel that something was amiss. Or rather, it was unusual. It hadn't been that long since the last time he saw Zuoxiaoduo. Naturally, he felt that he knew Zuoxiaoduo's level very well. His evaluation of Zuoxiaoduo was based on the progress he made in his cultivation path at that time. Even his fighting skills were based on the growth of his strength at that time. Sire Shui's counterattack was partly due to his understanding of Zuoxiaoduo's moves, and partly due to the variations of Zuoxiaoduo's moves. His moves were bold and ferocious. However, the changes at this moment were as deep as the abyss, without any ripples. These were the different interpretations of the impermanence of water. It could be like the opening of the floodgates of the Yangtze River, unstoppable and unstoppable. It could also be like a clay ox entering the sea, indifferent and unperturbed. As for the first hammer strike just now, it seemed like it was still a hammer technique that he had created himself. He was able to deal with it as if it was his own arm and finger. However, the moment he truly came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover that there was a new change in the force within it. Initially it was a tyrannical technique. But now it was a combination of yin and yang. Water and fire came from the same source and the sun and moon shone together. It was something that Sire Shui had never expected. Although it wasn't difficult for Sire Shui to deal with it, he still had to put in a little more effort to deal with it. At the same time, there was also some residual energy in his feet that caused him to retreat an inch. You're pretty good. This Sire Shui was naturally the Flood Witch. Due to Zuoxiaoduo's death-seeking actions, the entire Umno alliance was after Zuoxiaoduo's life. It could be said that all parties were on the move, and they even used all sorts of methods to cut off communication between the Umno alliance and the outside world. This situation naturally made the Flood Witch feel uneasy. If this had happened before the appearance of the Crown Prince's Academy, even if Zuoxiaoduo had the title of his godson, the Great Flood Witch would not have interfered with the Wizard Alliance's encirclement on the entire continent. Life and death were up to fate. Since you're here, then you have to bear the consequences. If you're really killed, then it can only be attributed to your bad luck and strength. On the other hand, if others were killed by you, then it's just the survival of the fittest on the battlefield. There's nothing much to say and no one has to be your nanny. However, ever since the incident at the Crown Prince's Learning Palace, the Flood Witch's thinking had undergone a fundamental change. An invincible enemy was about to return, and the 3 continents were so weak to the bones. How could they resist the enemy? As of now, the plan to raise venomous insects at the border was already the limit. It would be of limited use in the upcoming war. The Umno alliance was surrounding Zuoxiaoduo, but they were restricted by the token of gratitude. The Flood Witch could imagine how tragic this encirclement would be. The Flood Witch knew better than anyone how strong her godson's cultivation was. With that kid's attainments in the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, his strength that was hundreds of times stronger than others, and his stamina that was close to tireless. The Flood Witch clearly understood that even if they could successfully kill Zuoxiaoduo in this battle, the Umno Alliance's losses would be disastrous. Perhaps half of the Umno Alliance's outstanding warriors, God Reigning and Gui Xian, would be killed by Zuoxiaoduo alone, or maybe even more. This wasn't something that was impossible, but rather something that was almost certain to happen. At this time, suddenly losing so many backup forces was simply a stupid thing to do. Especially after the ice abyss which came out of the demon forest, The first thing she did was to call the Flood Witch. Boss, I'll tell you a piece of good news. You'll definitely want to hear it. Spit it out. Your godson, while being chased by us, has already broken through to the Guixian realm. He's not at a disadvantage against the Sky Realm and Peak Sky Realm cultivators. He's really good. That pair of hammers is really satisfying. He smashed out an 8-lane highway paved with blood alone in the Demon Forest. It's more than 1,000 kilometers long. Hearing this explosive news, the Flood Witch didn't know how to feel for a moment. Chapter 1082. The Deep Ice Shaman was still blabbering on, like father, like son. Although your adopted son isn't related to you by blood, the hammer technique he learned from you is really good. Not to mention that ordinary Skysoar Realm cultivators won't be able to withstand a few strikes from his hammer. Even Dao integration stage cultivators would be able to contend against him. Unfortunately, it would be great if that kid was your biological son. The Flood Witch didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. Nothing good comes out of that icy witch's mouth. She should have hung up the phone as soon as he finished talking. If she really allowed him to continue, who knows what nonsense he would say. That just at the end of his speech, he had already started to spout nonsense. However, this phone call also made the Flood Witch realize that the pursuit couldn't continue. Wuxia Duo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. Not only were ordinary Skysoars no match for him, but even peak Skysoars were gradually becoming helpless against him. This was the evaluation given by Bing Ming. With Bing Ming's eyesight, even if it was biased, it should not be too far off. Wuxiao's own comprehensive combat strength should be calculated according to the real combat strength of a Sky Fairy, or even the combat strength of a super genius Sky Fairy above the middle stage. Facing such a freak with such overall combat strength, if they still followed the rules of the Token of Gratitude and made the Umno Alliance's profound returning incineration order self-detonate one by one, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths in vain, and it would be impossible to kill the target. The Flood Witch naturally wouldn't forget that kid's spatial extermination pagoda, which she had personally enhanced. Considering all the above factors, it could be said that this kid was already in an invincible position after breaking through to the next realm. Thus, the pursuit couldn't continue. In view of this, the Flood Witch had no choice but to rush over as quickly as possible. It would be better to release this divine beast as soon as possible and not show off here. With his ability, it would be too easy for him to find Wuxiao Duo with the premise of knowing Wuxiao's current location. That was why he had stopped Wuxiao Duo in the wilderness and brought Wuxiao Duo away with a few words. As for Lei Changtian, who was chasing after her in the air, the Flood Witch didn't care about him at all. Lei Changtian was no less powerful than Poison and the other senior magi, but compared with the Flood Witch who had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation, he was far weaker than her. Even if he went all out and self-destructed, it would be difficult to pose much of a threat to the Flood Witch. A mere ant is not worth my attention. The Flood Witch was very disdainful. If it weren't for the sake of your daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, I would have directly turned you into dumpling fillings with my hammer. You're a top expert of the human clan in the astral souls. How dare you come to the interior of the Umno Alliance? Isn't that a provocation? I'm already giving you enough face by not killing you. She casually shattered the space and blocked the guy outside. Then she tore the space 3 more times and brought Wuxiao Duo to this unusually hidden place. I'm here to train him, learn from each other, and give him some pointers. Then I'll send this little scourge back to the continent in the astral souls. If you want to make trouble in the future, you'd better go to the Dao League. Anyway, I don't expect the Dao League to do anything in the war against the demon clan that you can go there, even if you destroy everything. However, when she really fought with Wuxiao Duo, the Flood Witch was immediately shocked. This guy's moves and methods were still the same as her own. There weren't many changes. He had already reached the point where he was extremely familiar with it and could use it at his fingertips. However, it was not surprising that this only required the accumulation of time and effort. However, the feeling in the bones of his moves and routines was unexpected. The Flood Witch vaguely felt that it was actually something very useful and valuable to her. It seemed that the way he used his strange power. Or was it the direction that she had been looking for but couldn't find? This perception made the Flood Witch immediately stack up his spirit. Her pair of flesh palms flew up and down. She stood straight and didn't retreat an inch. She fought with Wuxiao Duo. Quietly and without any ripples. That's right, quietly and without any ripples. In order to hide her identity, the Flood Witch had already made up her mind to change her usual moves. Her attacking style was also very different from before. Now that she was fighting with Wuxiao Duo, She was purely focusing on neutralizing the opponent's attacks. In any case, the flood which knew all of Zhuoxiaoduo's moves, routines and subsequent changes. Thus, she could naturally know all of them and take the lead. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Zhuoxiaoduo was already full of admiration for him, to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. He was really convinced. The cultivation and strength of this Sire Shui in front of him had directly refreshed his understanding of martial arts. There was actually such an expert in this world. Using his palms to fight against a divine artifact, the strength that Sire Shui displayed was only one level higher than him. It was simply unimaginable. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't even imagine the strength of his cat's hammer. With Bai Bai and Jiao's support, the strength of each hammer was at least a few million caddies. If he used his full strength, even a force of a few million caddies wouldn't be a problem. However, the other party's palms were clashing head-on with each hammer. He didn't even take half a step back. On the contrary, the recoil caused his hands to feel numb. How could Zhuoxiaoduo know that the Great Flood Shaman's current technique was already used to eliminate and redirect the opponent's strength as much as possible? It was only a small portion of the strength that was reflected back. If it was purely a clash of strength, the strong would win and the weak would lose. Zhuoxiaoduo's situation would only be more bleak. What made Zhuoxiaoduo even more surprised was that Sire Shui was giving pointers as they fought. Your hammering skills are pretty good, but I'm afraid that you're taking things for granted when you're using the hammer. That's why your movements are too smooth. Isn't it good to be smooth? Zhuoxiaoduo panted as he asked in astonishment. There's naturally no problem with flowing like clouds and flowing water. However, the execution of the moves needs to be adapted to local conditions. It doesn't have to be flowing like clouds and flowing water. Instead, it has to be compatible with the current situation. In your current situation, you lack a kind of momentum. The momentum that every hammer should have. The Great Witch of Flood's voice was clearly transmitted to Zhuoxiaoduo's ears even in the midst of the muffled sounds of the collision. Every hammer strike must have power. What kind of momentum is this? This kind of momentum means that every hammer strike has its own independent rhythm. It's mixed with a unique comprehension and a deterrence to the enemy. Before the hammer strikes, the momentum is already heaven-shaking. The next hammer strike will definitely exterminate life. Putting it in the simplest terms, it's that when you fight now, others will only say that your hammering technique is formidable and domineering. Have they ever said that one of your hammering techniques is formidable, sharp, and unshakable? So, do you understand? A hammering technique is different from a single hammer strike. At this moment, there was no one around, so the Flood Witch no longer had any scruples. She casually gave pointers and imparted everything that she had learned in her life. I understand a little. Well, you have to know that every hammer strike has its own style and charm. There's no conflict. Even if you deliberately leave a gap, as long as the momentum of the hammer is still there, the power is still there. It's still difficult for the enemy to use this gap to attack you because it's not a flaw in the bones but a trap. It's like flowing water. Hundreds of rivers converge and surges forward. How can the destructive power be stronger? The follow-up force must be strong enough. In that case, the destructive power is the strongest in potholes. If the whole journey is a flat plain, then no matter how huge the flash flood is, other than the initial outburst, it will inevitably follow the path obediently and rush into the sea. It will be difficult to cause more damage along the way. On the other hand, if the surging water suddenly encounters a certain obstacle, it will show a situation of rolling up thousands of feet of snow. It will then flow in all directions and destroy everything around it. When the water flows under the bridge will be fine. But if there is an obstacle in front of the bridge, like a dam, even the strongest bridge will not be able to withstand the continuous fierce impact of the water. This is the reason. So, although your current hammer technique can be said to have reached a higher level, but you are too rigid in the way of the moves. You blindly pursue the fluidity of the clouds and flowing water. Great skills do not work, great skills appear clumsy. The starting point of using a sledgehammer is to lift something heavy as if it's light, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to lift something light as if it's heavy or even heavier. Don't stop at the surface because of rigidity. The conversion of yin and yang doesn't need to be too deliberate. It's best to follow the heart and adapt to local conditions. The Flood Witch's every comment could be said to be a detailed explanation. Zhuoxiaoduo instantly understood. After listening to the advice, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he had an epiphany. It was better than 3 to 5 years of practicing the hammering technique behind closed doors. Well, 3 to 5 years here was calculated by converting the time in the outside world into the time in the Tower of Annihilation. In other words, If Zhuo experienced the enlightenment of the flood witch by himself, it would take him at least 100 years. This was also the most direct manifestation of having an elder in the family who passed on his own enlightenment to the younger generation. Then she let Zhuo perform it over and over again and continued to find faults. This set of hammering technique alone made Zhuo perform it over and over again for more than 10 times. Then he finally retreated. With sincere gratification and rejoicing in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Okay, next set." At this moment, Zhuo deeply felt that he had gained a lot. Probably only in the face of such a person at the peak of martial arts could he calmly compete with his own hammering technique and at the same time find his own shortcomings from the minute details. The gains from this battle and the advice this time were enough for Zhuo to benefit for the rest of his life. Chapter 1083. Through this battle, many bad habits that he didn't pay much attention to or didn't notice during the battle were pointed out one by one, and they were strictly monitored and corrected. Even Jianghu couldn't do this. Because Jianghu was good at using knives, not hammers. They were completely different from each other. No matter how well Jianghu understood the changes in the Flood Witch's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, he couldn't be as observant, insightful and thorough as the creator of the Flood Witch. Compared to Zhuo, the Flood Witch found that he also gained a lot from this battle, which was better than his 1,000 years of closed-door training. During the battle, he used Zhuo as a mirror to reflect some of the subtle flaws in his hammering. Through careful analysis, he found that even though he had been immersed in the hammering technique for countless years, there were also some small habits that belonged to him, and many deviations and flaws that couldn't be said to be mistakes, but were natural habits. He even understood why in the past battles, when he thought that he had forced his opponent into a corner, his opponent was able to move beyond his imagination and escape from a sure kill attack. It turned out that there was a loophole in his killer move itself. For an old opponent of the same level, such a flaw could not only allow him to escape unscathed, but he could also take advantage of it to kill his opponent. Fortunately, the cultivation of that guy was always lower than him, and he always had scruples in his heart, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, his title of being invincible and number one in the world would have changed. Now, with the help of this battle, he found out all of his flaws. When he went back in the future, he would definitely change it, all of it. Perhaps through this change, he could let someone know that he deserved the title of being invincible, and that the number one in the world was not so easy to replace. And this gain was all thanks to Zhuo's understanding and execution of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, which had reached the peak. Otherwise, for the Flood Witch, she would never have the feeling that she could use someone else's help to improve her skills. As for going into seclusion for 100 years, it was not an exaggeration. After all, experts at their level would casually go into seclusion for 100 years. In terms of the benefits of this battle, saying that Yu Xing went into seclusion for 1,000 years was a more polite way of saying. Because of his own illness, he was the one who was the hardest to detect. The battle between the two continued. The power of Zhuo's hammering was getting stronger and stronger, and it was becoming more and more intimidating. Hammer, hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. When it came to the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, Great Shaman Hong gradually raised his cultivation to the mid-Skysaur realm, nearing the high Skysaur realm. Only then was he able to withstand the hammer. But as the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer let out a shrill howl that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods, the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer fell. The Flood Witch only received the first 3 moves before she suddenly retreated. Her eyes suddenly widened as she said, "Your hammering technique. Why is the direction of your strength so strange? What are you thinking?" The abrupt end of this round of battle caused Zhuo to wake up from his state of enlightenment. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt enlightened. Every time he used the 1,000 Souls Hammer, he would be using all of his strength. At that time, due to Bai and Jiu's yin and yang energy, the yin-yang hammer circulation path would unconsciously overlap with the 1,000 Souls Hammer's water and fire paths. This was tantamount to the combination of water, fire, yin and yang, the 4 poles flowing together. One hammer surged with monstrous waves, the scorching sun illuminated everything. One hammer burned the heavens, the rain fell incessantly. One hammer was the great path of yang and one hammer was the netherworld. Because of this, it was naturally different from the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer's inherent circulation path. Although the moves were still the same as the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammers, the power in the bones was vastly different. One hammer was as heavy as a mountain, capable of smashing a person into meat paste, while the other was so light that it would make a person vomit blood. Furthermore, the heavy hammer could be as fierce as fire or as cold as ice, while the light hammer could be as soft as water or as warm as fire. Senior's eyes are like torches. Just now, I fused another hammering technique that I've just comprehended into the previous one, because I felt that the fusion of the two would be beneficial. So, another hammering technique? Is it another power that's different from the combination of fire and water? Senior's eyes are correct. It's a power that combines yin and yang. I call it the yin-yang hammer technique. Yin-yang hammer technique. The flood which frowned and pondered. It wasn't that Wuxia's battle prowess had shocked him. In fact, Wuxia's usage of the hammer was very crude in terms of technique. Calling him a novice was already giving him too much credit. With his current cultivation level, using such a hammer technique would at most create an element of surprise in the face of a strong enemy, and even have a chance to save his life. In terms of lethality, destructive power, and combat power, it was far inferior to the pure Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The so-called Four Poles Parallel Flow was just a preliminary creation. It was far from being at the level where he could control it as he wished. Naturally, it couldn't be compared with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, which had been refined and perfected long ago. However, the Flood, which was an expert, whether it was in terms of eyesight, knowledge, or experience, he was keenly aware that he was much better than the others. Although this hammering technique was just a preliminary creation, its concept was far superior to his original combination of fire and water. It was absolutely extraordinary. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer would be doubled or even many times. This was an absolutely genius idea. It was an unprecedented and astonishing creation. Again, the great flood which exhorted, "It's better to use this method to your heart's content and let me have a good look." Okay. After a full hour and a half. During this hour and a half, the flood which didn't say a word. He didn't give any advice. Instead, he focused on fighting Wuxiao Duo. He even increased his strength as the battle progressed. In the end, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Sky Sword realm. With his bare hands, he completely suppressed Wuxiao's 99 kitty hammer. At this point, the battle was no longer as silent as before. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the battle grew louder and louder. It was becoming more and more earth-shattering. The flood which wanted to see how powerful Wuxiao's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was. He changed his previous strategy of eliminating and dispelling. He no longer suppressed the impact of the hammer on the surroundings. This was because he wanted to observe and confirm the various changes caused by the refraction of the hammer's power. That this caused avalanches to occur continuously in the surroundings, causing the mountains to collapse one after another. The so-called earth-shattering and mountains collapsing was nothing more than this. Zhuchanglu's group of three flew at a leisurely pace. After knowing that it was the flood which who took his son away, he naturally wasn't worried. After all, his son was also the flood witch's godson. Perhaps the flood which dared to kill anyone in this world. It wouldn't be strange if he killed the two of them. However, when it came to his godson, that he didn't dare to kill this old man. He couldn't bear to. On the other hand, Wu Yuding had cried her eyes out all the way. She hung her head low the whole time, and was constantly shrouded in an atmosphere of shame. As time passed, Wu Yuding's words became more and more impolite. "Dad, as your daughter, I really don't want to scold you, but how old are you? How could you do such a thing? Even if it was Nanjing Qian or Yudong Tian, I would still say a few words. Are you still a child? How could you be so insensible? But to think that you're the one who did it. This is too. Tell us what you've done. We understand that you want to train your son. Not only do we understand, we even support you. But can't you tell us first? We're not here? Is our absence a reason? You can tell Yun Zhonghu, Yu Xingqian, or even Xiao Duo's teacher or his roommate. We won't say anything. But you just picked him up and disappeared without a trace. What's the difference between that and a kidnapper? After you took the child out and saw that things were getting out of control, when the poisonous witch appeared, why didn't you remember to call back? Is the UMNO Alliance's telecommunication blackout an excuse? Don't you know how to frighten people? As long as you came, would we not be able to sense it? Are you stupid? Afraid? What are you afraid of? You know that things are out of control, or at least you can't handle it, but you're still thinking about your own matters. Are you afraid that we'll beat you up or what? You're an old man after all. You're just thinking about your own face. What if you kill your grandson for your own face? What will you do? What will I do? Why are you becoming more and more unruly as you get older? Can't you be more careful? Can't you be more hot-headed? Did anything good happen when you were hot-headed? Tell me what you've been doing all these years. Wu Yuding scolded him all the way. The more she scolded him, the angrier she became. Zhuchanglu couldn't bear it anymore as he listened in the front. Is your father okay? Look at your attitude. You're like a third wife who tames her son. Okay, stop talking. Second brother is just being kind. Zhuchanglu frowned and tried to persuade her. Besides, the child is fine, isn't he? Lei Zhangtian's heart was getting more and more confused. Were these two crazy? I've already told you that your child was taken away by the flood witch. This is the biggest thing in the world, right? You call this fine? You've been in seclusion for a few months and you've damaged your brain? Wu Yuding completely exploded. What does it have to do with you? Why are you jumping out to be the good guy? Second brother? Who's your second brother? This is my father. Your father-in-law. How can you call him that? Call him father. Zhuchanglu looked helpless. He could only turn to Lei Changtian. Father. Lei Changtian was shocked when he heard that. He jumped away nimbly like a monkey and shook his hands. His face was pale. Don't. Eldest brother. You don't deserve it. I really don't deserve it. Chapter 1084. You don't dare. Wu Yuding's face turned even darker. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why don't you dare to? Why don't you dare to? Your daughter has become his wife. This is your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Why don't you dare to call you dad? Tell me, do you want to cut off our father-daughter relationship? How can that be? That can't be. Wherever you go, you'll always be my daughter, my biological daughter. Wu Yuding was about to break down. She grabbed her hair. What do you want? Who else in the world is like us? She really broke down. It was too difficult for her. She was full of anger. Do you want Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian to call you uncle in the future? That won't do. Lei Changtian was still very insistent on this. They have to call me grandpa. He's your son. How can he call me uncle? Now you know you can't call me uncle. What else are you afraid of? What? I'll slowly get used to it. You've been used to it for tens of thousands of years. How do you want to get used to it? Don't worry. Take it slow. It's just a problem with my mentality. I need time to change. My dad. Wu Yuding grabbed her hair and her face twisted. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're so old. Why are you so useless? Lei Changtian looked embarrassed. I'm useless? He looked up at Zhuchanglu and saw that Zhuchanglu was looking away. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Inexplicably, he felt resentful. I'm useless. Do you think I'm willing to be useless? I've been beaten by this guy since I was young. When you two got married, I had been beaten hundreds of thousands of times by him. The habit of being beaten hundreds of thousands of times. Is this something that can be changed by marrying a daughter? I can't do anything about it. I'm also helpless. I wanted to pat him on the shoulder and say with a smile, son-in-law, aha, my son-in-law, pour me a glass of water. But I didn't dare. I was afraid that it had already become a habit. Wu Yuding covered her face. Why am I living in such a family? Why is my life so bitter? Lei Changtian coughed and said embarrassedly, don't talk nonsense. Our family is definitely at the top, the pinnacle of this world. Among the 3 tycoons of the family, who can be more prominent than our family? Including Huzi and Yin Duo, there will be 5 giants. Plus Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian, there will be 7 giants. What's wrong with my family? Why is your life so hard? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Lei Changtian stole a glance at Zhuchanglu and said, if the boss marries a concubine in the future, she will be one of the 8 giants. Marry a concubine? Wu Yuding's pretty face was completely distorted. She forgot everything and grabbed her father's ear. She said fiercely, do you know what you were talking about? Do you know what you were talking about? Concubine. I'll let you be my concubine. This sentence touched Wu Yuding's reverse scale. Lei Changtian bent his waist and tilted his head. Ouch. Daughter. His angry daughter pulled him by the ear and flew all the way. Wu Yuding flew and asked Zhuchanglu, Dad just said that you want to marry a concubine? Zhuchanglu was startled. Where did I get it? You must have thought about it. Otherwise, why would my dad say that? He is the one who understands you the most in this world. I didn't. Don't think too much. I really didn't. You didn't? She didn't look for you for so many years because she was waiting for you. She has been waiting for you. Lei Changtian's ear was pulled. Suddenly he didn't feel the pain anymore. A strong feeling of schadenfreude arose spontaneously. At this moment he even felt a little happy. Ah, you old pervert. You seduced my daughter. My daughter's temper isn't something that you, Elder Zhua, can control. How about now? Look at how embarrassed you are after being scolded. Ah, this really makes me feel good. Lei Changtian was flying with his head tilted and his ear pulled. He thought happily in his heart. At this moment, Zhuo Changlu suddenly stopped. He looked in a certain direction and said, "Over there." Over there? Wu Yuding looked in the direction and released her divine sense. However, there was still a considerable gap between her cultivation and Zhuo Changlu's, so she didn't find anything for the time being. She naturally believed in her husband's senses. Without hesitation, she continued to release her divine sense while moving in the direction her husband pointed. She strengthened her senses and walked for another 500 miles. Finally, she vaguely sensed something very far away. There was a faint rumbling sound, but it was too far away and almost inaudible. Wu Yuding said excitedly, "Found it." Lei Changtian couldn't help but look at his daughter and son-in-law. Although they went into seclusion on the same day and came out of seclusion on the same day, there was still a big gap between his daughter and his son-in-law. But why didn't he feel anything until now? Could it be that he had taken a step back from the fourth to the fifth? This. Well, being surpassed by his own daughter was a joyous occasion. He should have a big toast. He couldn't bear any grudges. He shouldn't have any grudges. With the direction fixed, the three of them moved faster. Soon, Zhuo Changlu, who took the lead, led the two of them to the boundary of the ice and snow wilderness. As they went deeper and deeper, the rumbling sound became clearer and more intense. Gradually, the feedback of the ground shaking became more and more obvious. "We've found the whereabouts of the child. No need to rush." Zhuo Changlu turned around and winked. He took the lead and disappeared into the void without leaving a trace. Wu Yuding and Lei Changtian followed suit and moved forward cautiously. Finally, they approached the hidden valley surrounded by mountains and snow all year round. Then the three of them widened their eyes because of what they saw. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were already mentally prepared, so they didn't feel anything. However, Lei Changtian felt that he had seen a scene that completely overturned his worldview and could directly make him collapse. Even though he was invisible in the void, he still felt that his eyeballs suddenly protruded out of their sockets. Fuck. In the field below, two figures were crazily fighting each other. They were fighting each other head-on. On the other hand, one of them was brandishing two huge hammers in a domineering manner. He was like a falcon swooping down like a rabbit, stirring up wind and snow that filled the sky, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Who else could it be other than his good grandson, Zhuo Duo? The other one was standing straight like a lofty mountain. He countered every move that came his way. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, he would not move. He was the flood which, the most powerful person in the Umno Alliance and the most powerful person in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's continuous attacks were like a gale, a raging fire, a sea wave, a volcanic eruption, a huge wave, a big sun in the sky, and 100 ghosts walking at night. In short, they were crazily pouncing on him, wave after wave pouncing on him and pouncing on him. Then he was beaten back again and again, forced back in all sorts of ways. If that was all, Lei Changtian would not be surprised at all. There was no need to mention the shock. Who was the flood witch? She was recognized as invincible in this world, the most powerful person in the world. At this moment, this bastard was just in the mood to play a game of cat and mouse. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation, as long as it was a heavenly king stage cultivator, it would be easy to play with him. What was there to be surprised about? But after listening to the flood witch's words, Lei Changtian could not remain calm. Your hammering technique is becoming more and more refined the more you use it. It seems to have formed its own style and is rather impressive. However, you have only just grasped the power of yin and yang. As for the profoundness within it, especially the connection between the two powers that complement each other and coexist, there are still many problems that you need to solve. If you encounter an expert, you may be able to catch him off guard. However, if the stalemate continues for a long time, the opponent will easily discover your weakness. As long as they aim for the subtle moment when the yin and yang are connected and switch between your hammering technique, you will be unable to resist and will be in danger. For example, like this. When Zhuo Xiaoduo attacked again, the flood witch suddenly moved and rushed forward at lightning speed. Her two hands hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest with a bang. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's yin and yang transformation was about to be completed. The two giant hammers rotated without any gap between them. However, it didn't mean that there was no gap between the hammers. In the eyes of those with good eyesight, This little gap was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The Flood Witch's palms touched Wuxiao's chest and retreated. Do you understand? Once the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, you will be in danger. Therefore, don't use this method against the enemy for the time being when you're not confident. Usually only use your hammer technique. As for this technique, you still need to study it carefully. Even if you're in a dangerous situation, try to use it as little as possible. It can be used to win by surprise, but it can't be used as a weapon to defeat the enemy and win a prolonged battle. There's another thing. The power of yin and yang you're using now is too superficial. You have to pay attention to the fact that the true power of yin and yang doesn't come from your hands or your dantian. It comes from your heart, from your mind. That is the true power of yin and yang. However, with your current cultivation, you're unable to achieve the true seamless conversion of yin and yang. That's only natural. You still need to improve. Once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll be able to use it more smoothly. That's because the Skysoar realm is akin to becoming an immortal. In other words, you've completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become an immortal. There won't be any impurities in your body, and you'll be able to use it as you wish. Moreover, once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll truly understand what yin and yang are. Or rather, you'll understand what a human is and what a ghost is. Only then will you truly understand the mystery behind it. You have to remember that when you don't have the strength, the so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. It doesn't matter how grand they are, whether it's the Fiery Sun Divine Technique, the number of levels of the Divine Technique, the yin and yang energy, or the origin of fire and water. When your strength hasn't reached a certain level, these so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. They're worthless. Teaching. The Flood Witch was actually teaching. Moreover, she was teaching in such detail. Lei Zhangtian suddenly felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. His entire consciousness was in a mess in an instant. Chapter 1085. The Flood Witch continued. You've probably heard many people say that at a certain point techniques are no longer important. All that's left in the world is strength, and whoever is stronger will be awesome. Am I right? Zhuo Duo nodded. Indeed, he was not the only one who had said such words. I'll tell you now. Those people are all bullshit. Bullshit. The Flood Witch sneered. Why are techniques no longer techniques? Why are they no longer important? At the very least, there's a prerequisite. That is, you have to be familiar with and understand all the techniques. You have to be able to use them anytime, anywhere at your fingertips. Only after you've reached such a level will techniques no longer be important. In other words, it's only because you're too familiar with the techniques and have grasped all the techniques. That's why. Remember, only those who are extremely familiar with the techniques are qualified to say such words. The prerequisite is that you know all the techniques. That's a necessary condition. If you dare to say that techniques are not important when you're not familiar with any of the techniques, you're a joke. Do you understand now? If you really dare to say that techniques are not important, it's only because you've grasped them too well that they're not important. It's just like those rich people on the world's billionaires list who say that money is just a number to them. It's the same principle. If you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a soul transformation realm cultivator, you naturally won't need to use any techniques. If you still need to use techniques at that time, you'll be too stupid. But if you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a Tao integration realm cultivator, why don't you try using techniques? If two people are at the peak of their cultivation and understand each other's techniques like the back of their hands, techniques will no longer be important. Whoever uses techniques will end up making a fool of themselves. But that's a realm that even I'm far from reaching. Do you understand now? Skills, to you, will be useful for a very, very long time. The Great Flood Witch turned a very simple thing over and over again and crushed it into pieces to instill it into them. That was because he knew that there were too many principles in the world, and many of them were very reasonable. At Zhuo's age, he was the easiest to be influenced and misled by others. Once he was misled, he would not be able to return to the righteous path for many years. Logic had to be combined with reality. Some words of wisdom were worse than bullshit in certain circumstances. Therefore, he had to plant a seed that no one could shake. Zhuo Duo nodded slowly. There were some words, some things, and some principles that could only be understood after experiencing them personally. He had heard Qin Fangyang, Wen Xingtian, and the others talk about some of these principles before. Although they were not the same and the differences were huge, those principles were always the same. Generally speaking, the Great Tao was one and all paths led to the same destination. But before this, he had never had so many insights and such deep understanding. Only now, Every sentence was like a morning bell that struck the depths of his heart and was engraved in his heart. Got it? Got it? Someone should have told you this before, right? Yes, I did. At that time, I thought that I had remembered it and understood it. Now that I think about it, I didn't really remember it. The Flood Witch chuckled and said, So, there are some words that have different effects when spoken by people of different status. The higher the status, the easier it is for people to think and remember it. When you speak, it will be famous words of wisdom. If your status is low, even if you speak a famous word of wisdom, others will just take it as a fart. So, a man born in the world should be a man of his word. What is a man of his word? The Flood Witch laughed and said, When you are in a high position, if you fart, there will be people below who will write articles to analyze how much truth your fart contains. And what kind of profound thinking can be represented by a fart? Zhuoxiao's head was sweating. These words were really vulgar, but the truth was not. Especially. I really like it, Zhuoxiaoduo thought to himself. He couldn't help but think of some people who specialized in calligraphy in society, but they didn't have any social status, so their calligraphy was naturally worthless. At most, they would be respectfully called a teacher if they practiced for a lifetime. On the other hand, those who had some social status, especially those who had reached a certain level of official, would still be willing to spend a lot of money to buy and openly hang their calligraphy on the wall even if their calligraphy was like a dog's crawl. Whether it was bought or sold, they were not ashamed but proud of it. Cough, cough, it seems that I have gone too far. Your current hammering technique is still only at the level of a bottle of vinegar. The Flood Witch lectured, This isn't measured by proficiency or proficiency. It's probably because you haven't reached the realm of ascension or unification, so it's difficult for you to use all kinds of power and be really proficient in it. Try not to use it against a strong enemy. Even if you have to use it occasionally, it's the limit. It can be used as a surprise attack or as a trump card, but don't use it too often in front of people, or it will easily be coveted by people with ulterior motives. In the future, when the demons return, you must not use this hammering technique when fighting against monsters with more than 2 hands. Unless you are above the all-heaven realm. Otherwise, if you encounter the demon gods of the demon race and use this kind of impure power, you will be courting death. The Flood Witch thought for a while and said with a heavy tone, Remember. Zhuoxiao's heart trembled. This senior's strength was so high that she was obviously at the top of the world. If she still gave such a warning, then there was definitely a reason. He immediately remembered it in his heart. When fighting against the demons in the future, he would never use impure power. Then the two of them continued to fight, but in a different way. The Flood Witch began to let Zhuoxiaoduo break down all the hammering techniques that he had practiced and break them down, one by one. Just one move. Use all your strength and don't have any thoughts of using the next move. Pour your most ferocious strength into this move and then stop it. Then she analyzed each move one by one and pointed out the key points, the essence, and the shortcomings of each move. Even Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who were hiding in the dark, were impressed and touched by her patience. Even her biological father would not be as patient, let alone her godfather. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the Flood Witch was so patient. As for Lei Changtian, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't I understand? The Flood. Is this old guy crazy? When I taught my daughter, I boasted that I was very attentive. But compared with this guy, I'm nothing. What's wrong with this old guy? For a moment, Lei Changtian was suddenly confused. He felt that he could not understand this world anymore. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What did I see? Why is this happening? For a moment, his mind was in a muddle. He was really depressed by the things that happened in the past 2 days. After a long time. The Flood Witch finally finished teaching, but she was not tired at all. Instead, she was extremely happy. Zhuoxiaoduo's comprehension ability, his ability to draw inferences from one case, every one of them made the great Flood Shaman extremely satisfied, and what made him even more satisfied was that this brat was extremely energetic to the extreme, with almost no need for rest in terms of physical strength and endurance, which made the great Flood Shaman gasp in amazement. Because this was something that even the great Flood Witch didn't possess when he was this old, and he was far from being able to do it. Looking at Zhuoxiaoduo, the Flood Witch faintly felt that this kid would definitely go further on the road of martial arts than she did. This was the most gratifying thing. It was the excitement and glory of the greatest legend that shocked both ancient and modern times is born right in front of my eyes. In particular, she was the biggest contributor to the formation of this legend. His glory included her part, and it was the eternal glory of eternity. I'm not alone anymore. I have a successor. This feeling could be said to be the most personal feeling of Great Flood Witch. With today's teaching, the Flood Witch felt that even if she died on the battlefield in the battle against the demon clan, she would have no regrets in her life. Because Zhuo Duo would definitely fulfill her biggest wish in her life. He heaved a long sigh of relief, turned his head and said casually, "Since you're here, how long are you going to stare?" The Great Witch of the Great Flood said sternly, "The old Shui is teaching a fated person. There is no need to keep it a secret, but there is also no need for people to know. But sneaking around like this, are you looking down on the old Shui? Come out." In his voice, he emphasized the two words Shui Mao, in an especially serious manner, and his pronunciation was exceptionally clear. He said the word twice in a row and his tone was heavier each time. Zhuo Duo was immersed in a comfortable state of mind and body. Today's unique battle teaching had caused him to sink into an atmosphere of enlightenment and enlightenment. Too many difficult martial arts questions that he couldn't figure out before were all solved today. This beating was really worth it. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, it was common for him to be taught a lesson by his teacher. However, it seemed that this beating did not hurt his tendons and bones at all. Instead, he benefited the most. This was the work of an expert. It was truly unfathomable. With this level of teaching, he should let Teacher Qin, Principal Yi and Teacher Wen take a good look at it and learn from it. In the future, teach me not to think about beating people up. But with the teaching standards of an expert like Sire Shui, Teacher Qin and the rest probably couldn't learn from it. How could they be like them, who only knew how to use their fists to teach others a lesson? A certain person's wild thoughts only lasted for an instant. He was sorting them out bit by bit, summarizing them and then adding in his own understanding. He held the hammer in his hand and unconsciously swung it. It was clear that he was deducing the feelings he had obtained bit by bit. But when he heard Sire Shui's voice, he was startled. "Who is it? Who's here?" Zhuo's mind was clear. He strictly forbade third parties from coveting his teachings. Not to mention Sire Shui, even he wouldn't allow it. In the next moment he heard a hearty laugh. "Brother Shui, you've worked hard." When he heard the laughter, Zhuo's body instantly trembled with joy written all over his face. With a whoosh he put away the hammer and turned around. Without even looking he ran over, "ABA ABA ABA ABA. Daddy, daddy, mommy, 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 mommy. Roar, roar, woof, woof, woof." He charged into Wu Yuding's embrace at lightning speed and laughed, "Mommy, mommy, ha." He was wagging his tail like a puppy that had jumped into his owner's embrace. It's just that this puppy was already bigger than its owner, and it could even be considered a large dog. On the other side, Zhuo raised his head to look at the sky and stretched his neck before he awkwardly retracted his hand. But he still didn't forget to rub the face of a certain large dog. On the other side, Lei Changtian raised his head with the corner of his mouth twitching. In the end, he didn't dare to step forward and stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be dignified. "Brother Shui, thank you." Zhuo cupped his fists towards the Flood Witch. "Thank you for teaching my son." "This is your son?" "Yes, he is." "Your son is pretty good." "You're flattering me." "Since you're here, then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again in the future." "Brother Shui, you've done your best to teach my son. Why don't you come back with me and drink? There will be an opportunity in the future." "Take care, Brother Shui." "Yeah. I still have some toys here. Give them to this child." Great Flood Shaman turned around and left. He suddenly waved his hand and threw a jade pot over. Zhuo reached out and caught it. "Thank you. On behalf of my son, I thank Brother Shui for your kindness." At this moment, Zhuo Duo came out from Wu Yuding's arms and said with some reluctance, "Senior Shui, are you leaving?" The Flood Witch was already dozens of feet away. She waved her hand without looking back and said, "Cultivate well. Don't forget what I told you." "Yes, I won't forget a word." Zhuo Duo said, "Where can I find you in the future?" "We'll meet again if fate wills it." The Flood Witch's voice was mixed with a trace of undisguised gratification. Seeing that the Flood Witch was about to leave, Lei Changtian couldn't help but shout, "You?" The Great Witch of the Flood ignored him. His body had slowly turned into green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Lei Changtian chased after her but was stopped by Zhuo. "Why are you chasing Brother Shui?" "Shui? What the fuck?" Lei Changtian stared and was about to tell the truth. However, he met Zhuo's stern eyes and swallowed all the words in his stomach. "Boss, you're right. I just wanted to chase after him and thank him. Thank him? I'm afraid you can't afford to thank him. Zhuchanglu played with the jade pot that he just got. It was at least 2 to 3 caddies. He tossed it in his hand and said, "This guy is as generous as always." "What's this?" Lei Changtian was a little curious. "Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water," Zhuchanglu said lightly. "Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water? So much?" Lei Changtian was stunned. This drop of Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water was enough to improve a genius. How could he give so many caddies? He suddenly remembered his daughter's boast, "Flood doesn't dare to touch my son." Not only does he not dare to touch my son, but he also wants to protect my son. Not only does he want to protect my son, but he also wants to teach my son. Not only does he want to teach my son, but he also wants to give my son a gift. Lei Changtian was stunned. He almost fainted. I don't understand this world anymore. Chapter 1086. Lei Changtian stared at the 9 heaven spirit water in front of him, dumbfounded. Wasn't this tens of thousands of drops? Zhuo was right, he really couldn't afford to pay back such a huge sum. But was the Flood Witch's brain damaged? With so much 9 heaven spirit water, how many geniuses could it nurture for the astral souls? Just Zhuo Xiaoduo alone, how could he use so much? This was no longer a disguised form of support, but a blatant support. Moreover, the support was so huge that it was insane. This. Wu Yuding snorted, stepped forward and said, "What did I say? My son is smart and everyone loves him. Others will definitely like him when they see him. Not only do they have to teach him martial arts, but they also have to give him a lot of gifts. Isn't it just a little bit of 9 heaven spirit spring water? Do you have to make such a fuss? Dad, do you think what I said is right?" Lei Zhangtian felt like he was in a dream. He scratched his head with a confused look on his face. He could not figure out what was going on. What was going on? What's going on? Look more, talk less, ask less. There's no need to force yourself to know things that you shouldn't know, Zhuchanglu said with a hint of warning, earnestly teaching his father-in-law. Yes, boss is right. Lei Changtian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. This is. The one who was more surprised was Zhuo Xiaoduo. This is. He pointed at Lei Changtian, the old man who almost caused him to be doomed. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yuding in disbelief. That? His mother seemed to have called him dad just now. If he didn't hear wrongly, then this guy was his grandfather? No, he must have heard wrongly just now. Otherwise, why would his father talk to him in such a tone? It was as if he was teaching Li Chenglong a lesson. No, Li Chenglong wouldn't be so submissive to him. Even if he was to be a follower, he would be a follower with no status and no ability. This is your grandfather. Wu Yuding reluctantly introduced him to her son. When he introduced himself, he felt a little embarrassed for some reason. When Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this, he was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. My grandfather? Is he really my mother's father? My grandfather? Is this a joke? Lei Changtian tried his best to put on a kind smile. Good boy, I am your grandfather, he. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but shiver. He turned his head, he wanted to seek shelter in Wu Yuding's arms. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't be blamed for being timid. This laughter was really scary. It was a ruthless character who could fight with the Wu people. Wu Yuding was speechless. What's that sound? Zhuchanglu frowned. I said be careful. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very clever. He realized that something was amiss, or rather, he could feel that something was amiss. It was very subtle. His father was simply suppressing his grandfather, his mother's biological father, and his father-in-law to death. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was always vengeful, rolled his eyes and said faintly, Mom, is this really my grandfather? You're not fooling me, are you? This old man said that my father harmed his daughter, and our two families are irreconcilable enemies. So he wanted to take revenge on me and threw me here. He almost killed me. A villain takes revenge from morning till night. Now that he had the chance, how could he not take revenge? Did he harm his daughter? Wu Yuding's face suddenly darkened. Her gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting Lei Changtian back and forth. Lei Changtian was immediately scared. He explained carefully, Yudi, it doesn't seem wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo complained incessantly. He also said that my father tortured his daughter to death. So, he wants to torture my father's son to take revenge. Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at his own nose and said sadly, my father's son is me. Zhuchanglu looked up at the sky, shaking his neck and rolling his eyelids. He looked as if he didn't care and didn't care. Your father. You deal with it. However, Wu Yuding was so angry that her eyes turned blue. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and her breathing became heavier. You! Wu Yuding roared. Oh 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 oh! Lei Changtian flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed out loud. Today. Ha 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 ha, today is a family reunion. It's time for us to go back. This old man will take his leave first. I will take my leave first. Cough cough cough. Lei Changtian turned into a black light and left hurriedly. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that escaped the net. How was this going home? It was simply escaping. Yudi. My good grandson, I'll visit you when I have time. Another voice came from the sky. It seemed that the voice had already echoed hundreds of miles away, that the evil ancestor Lei Changtian had escaped without a trace. Don't run. Stop. Wu Yuding roared. Lei Changtian was not willing to stop. He ran even faster and completely disappeared in a few breaths. Wu Yuding stomped her feet. Her face was full of anger and emotions. But what else could she do? After all, he was her father, her biological father. Could she really chase after him and beat him up? Even if she caught up, she would just be angry. What she did now was out of sight and out of mind. Okay, let him go. Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes. He's finally gone. I'm not feeling good. Wu Yuding still wanted to say something, but her anger was washed away by the joy of reuniting with her son. She patted Zhuoxiao's head and said, Little dog, how have you been? Did you miss your mother? Of course, why wouldn't I? I missed you so much. What's your cultivation level now? Aya, you've already returned to mystical? My son is so awesome. You've really made me proud. Hee. I've already returned to mystical. I'm not far from flying. Oh. So what if you're not far from flying? What do you want to do? I don't want anything. You really don't want to do anything? I want to get married. Hee. Where's Nian Mao? Your little sister Nian is in Shangjing. Mom, if you want to change the way you address her in the future, you should say, your little wife is in Shangjing. My son has grown up and wants to be an adult. But you'll have to change the way you address her. I'll say it. I'm full of confidence now. Nian Mao probably can't beat me. Yeehaw. Hee. Mom, don't laugh. I'm really awesome now. I'm not just awesome. Oh, you're so awesome. How did you become bald? It's all because of Grandpa. That old thing. Wu Yuding's anger was aroused again. That's enough. Zhuochanglu could see that his son really didn't have a good impression of his grandfather. He was seizing every opportunity to take advantage of him. What a coincidence. My son is the same as me. I don't have a good impression of that guy either. That's why I say that it's the nature of father and son. But he couldn't keep saying it. If it aroused his wife's rebellious nature, he was afraid that she would turn against him and his son. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. So he decisively stopped him and said, Your grandfather's original intention is for your own good. At most, he's a little impulsive. K. What's with your expression? You have to respect your elders, do you know that? Zhuochanglu was about to start lecturing him. But Wu Yuding had reunited with her son after a long separation. Now she was afraid that he would fall out of her hands and melt in her mouth. How could she let her husband lecture her son? It's not easy to reunite. Can you stop talking? Our son has made us proud. Don't you know in your heart how much pride he has given us? Zhuochanglu decisively shut his mouth for the second time. Mom, I seem to have heard that my grandfather's nickname is the Devil Ancestor? Zhuoxiao's eyes were full of little stars. Although he doesn't use his brain when dealing with people, his strength is really powerful. He can even fight with a grand wizard and not be at a disadvantage. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Zhuoxiao's eyes were full of longing. So our family is actually so prominent in our bones. For a moment, Zhuoxiao suddenly felt that his grandfather wasn't so annoying anymore. With such a powerful grandfather, he was definitely at the top of the continent. Didn't that mean that he would have no problem walking sideways in the future? Which way did Grandpa go? Let's catch up with him quickly. I want to get close to him. Zhuoxiao was in high spirits. Tell me, what do you want to do? No one knew a son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with her son's sudden change in attitude. I just remembered that I haven't given grandfather a greeting gift. Zhuoxiao felt that he had suffered a loss. I haven't given him any New Year's money for so many years. Now that we finally meet, I should at least give him a greeting gift. Why did he run away? Isn't that too stingy? Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other speechlessly. Both of them felt that this kid's intention to give them a greeting gift was fake. His real intention was to become a super bodyguard from now on and even live a winning life. Let's go back first. Chase grandfather? Chase what? I don't have time for that. The family of three returned leisurely. In the end, they still felt that there were some things that they couldn't say. The two of them communicated telepathically along the way. It seems that we can't hide our identities for long. Then let's not hide it? Besides, our son is so cunning. Do you think that he won't be able to guess anything just because he doesn't say anything? That kid doesn't have much experience. Only a heavenly king knows about the affairs of the upper echelons of the continent. At most, he will have some suspicions. We can't let our guard down. That kid is very cunning. Let's take things as they come. Actually, even if he knows everything, so what? It's impossible for him to live a winning life. I'm still afraid that he'll grow tired. Even if he's at a relatively high position, it's inevitable that he'll fall behind if he doesn't advance. I'm not afraid either. Look at how much he wants to break through to the Skysoar realm. If he can be satisfied with that realm, that'll be the real problem. You have to know that the biggest restriction we have on him is the Skysoar realm. Look at him now, he's about to reach that realm. Who would have thought that this kid would advance so quickly? It's too fast. Now that he knows that his grandfather is the demon ancestor, he'll probably be able to find out who the demon ancestor's daughter and son-in-law are. What should we do? Let's take it one step at a time for now. We can't hide it forever, but it's fine to hide it temporarily. So, Qin Fangyang, how are you going to tell him about teacher Qin? Chapter 1087. Well, let me think about how to minimize the impact. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Wu Yuding smoothly pushed the responsibility to Zhuchanglu and went to chat with her son. Along the way, the closer they got to the Sun-Moon Pass, the more intense the Umno Alliance's construction became. The Umno Alliance's defense line was tens of thousands of miles long. They're building a no-fly zone defense line. Zhuchanglu sighed. Looking at the busy people below, he couldn't help but say, the Umno Alliance is indeed the most powerful race since ancient times. This spirit of sacrifice is worthy of praise and tears. Below them, the construction of a majestic pass wall had been completed. On top of it, a Wu people officer stood up and shouted with a trembling voice, Senior Chenyan, are you here? Instantly, countless voices echoed from below. Here. I'm here. Please, seniors. All the Umno Alliance's soldiers saluted together. At this moment, 36 white-haired old men walked over with unsteady steps. Their faces carried a sense of calmness amidst their boldness, and they actually didn't reveal a trace of dejection. No need to be so polite. This is what we should do. The leader of the old men smiled faintly and said, for the Umno Alliance, for the future generations, we are willing to do this. Seniors, you are mighty. Your loyalty will last for 1,000 years. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood orderly and saluted. They didn't move for a long time. The leader of the old men laughed and struggled to stand high. He raised his head and turned around to face the group of old men in front of him. He said loudly, Old brothers. Yes. The 35 people at the front answered in unison. Behind them there were large groups of old men. They all had snow-white hair and were thin, but their backs were straight. They were weak but not weak, and their faces were filled with calmness. Our origin is damaged and our lives are coming to an end. We can't even go to the battlefield to fight and get the burning body order. I didn't expect that today. We can still leave glory for our descendants. How lucky. This life is worth it. The 35 old men burst into laughter at the same time. This life is worth it. 36 stars, return to your positions. The 36 old men all laughed heartily and stepped forward at the same time. Their steps were firm and determined, without a trace of hesitation. On the city wall, 36 special seats with hexagram patterns had already been set up. Everyone walked to their seats and turned around in unison to look back. Behind him, the descendants of the 36 families all knelt on the ground and sobbed, Juniors respectfully send off old ancestor. The old men laughed out loud, then sat down gently and neatly. The old man in the lead said, There's no need to hesitate. Let's start the formation. Above, the officer who gave the order had tears streaming down his face. He vigorously waved the red flag in his hand and shouted, Set up the formation. Draw upon the power of the stars to create the Umno Alliance's forbidden airspace domain. The 36 Dipper formation will last forever. Activate the formation. The tens of thousands of soldiers present shouted in unison, and a huge amount of spirit energy continued to erupt, surging into the formation that had already been carved underground. In an instant, a thick white light soared into the sky and reached the 9 heavens. It was also at this moment that the tens of thousands of soldiers drew their swords and ruthlessly cut their wrists. Blood flowed like a waterfall and poured into the formation base. Therefore, after an instant, the white light that soared into the sky suddenly turned into a red light, and rushed into the distant sky with an even more intense and ferocious momentum. In the sky, the river of stars was bright as usual. Suddenly, the frequency of the stars flashing suddenly increased, and streaks of starlight fell straight down as if they were solid, converging with the red light that rushed up and merging into one. In a moment that seemed to exist, but also seemed to not exist, after a moment of stalemate, they reversed the momentum and returned to their respective positions. The starlight returned to the sky, but the red light turned into a dazzling beam of light. A total of 36 beams of light shone back onto the 36 people sitting on the seats. The 36 Dipper formation forbidden airspace domain, brothers united as one, forever suppressing the Umno alliance. The leading old man laughed loudly. Old brothers, let's go. Suddenly, a heroic laugh sounded. Let's go. It only lasted for a moment, but the beam of light became more and more blazing and more dazzling. The 36 old men, along with their seats, began to rotate at high speed simultaneously. 36 light pillars gradually connected together, connecting the 36 people together. Then there was a sudden tremor. The seats in the beam of light, together with the old men and the formation map, disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, an inexplicable force soared into the sky again, and it was unstoppable. Zhuo, who was watching this scene from the sky, felt his body sink and fell straight down like a meteorite. The forbidden airspace domain was already in effect. This was the forbidden airspace domain that targeted the large army of the demon clan. With Zhuo's current cultivation, he naturally could not resist it, and could no longer maintain the state of flight. Zhuochanglu reached out and grabbed his son and carried him on his back. He could not help but sigh. The Umno Alliance's forbidden airspace domain has succeeded. Wu Yuding nodded silently, and a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. Just by looking at the manpower and lineup below, one could tell that the Umno Alliance was indeed bold and generous. It was really impressive. Countless white-haired old men were bowing and saluting. Brothers, take care. We'll be there soon. With their loyal souls as the sacrifice, their lives as the foundation, their souls as the guide, and their blood as the soul. For the sake of the future, these old guys of the Umno Alliance are not afraid of death at all. Zhuochanglu was also very respectful. He stood in the sky invisible and bowed. Along the way he saw countless powerhouses of the Umno Alliance who were nearing the end of their lives. They smiled calmly and resolutely entered the formation map, turning their lives and souls into the foundation of the formation, and sacrificing everything for the great cause of the Umno Alliance. With their lives, souls, and everything they had, they built the forbidden airspace domain of tens of thousands of miles. This is our enemy. Zhuochanglu sighed softly. It used to be, it is now, and it will always be before the return of the demon race. Zhuoduo was overwhelmed by emotions. He said solemnly, Dad, the return of the demon race is inevitable. In the future we will work together to fight against the demon race. Why don't we choose to end the war and work together? Grandpa is one of the top powerhouses of the human race. I think he should have some say. If he suggests something to the leadership. No. Zhuochanglu said resolutely, the Umno Alliance is still an enemy at this stage. It must be an enemy. Your dad is right. The Umno Alliance must be an enemy of life and death. Wu Yuding sighed softly and said, nobody can predict how strong the demons will be when they return. As the weaker side, we can only produce more powerhouses under the pressure of death. If the battlefield in the Sun and Moon Pass is gone, then the ones living in the rear will be a bunch of corpses. Without the pressure of life and death, how can there be any powerhouses? If we only rely on the warriors to fulfill our dreams of traveling the world, how can there be any powerhouses? Human beings in the astral souls grew from weak to strong because of battles like this. They were stimulated by the blood and sacrifice of generations. Zhuochanglu said indifferently, if the world is truly peaceful, the Umno Alliance, which is the stronger side, may still be under the pressure of death. But the astral souls will soon be in a situation where heroes will rise and fight for the throne. The reason for such a long time of peace is the external pressure of the UMNO alliance. The price is the blood and flesh in the Sun and Moon Pass. People's hearts have always been like this. When there is an external enemy, we are all on the same side. When there is no external enemy, you want to have the final say and I want to have the final say too. Then, the only result is that we have to fight each other with our underlings. It has been like this since the beginning of time. To put it bluntly, it is not a big deal. The so-called changes in the dynasty and the change of dynasties are just because people's selfish desires can never be satisfied. When there is no war and no external enemy, these warriors will always be some stupid soldiers. They don't know how to enjoy life, but they want to suffer instead. Who will respect them? Only when the enemy raped his wife, killed his son, and fucked his parents. With this kind of pain, this group of melodramatic things will know that they need protection. And the people who protect them will be so precious. Jianghu said sarcastically. His voice was unusually cold. So, this war will never end. It will never end. Even if it does end one day, it will have to be. When all the 9 continents return and completely unify the world. Only then will it return to the era where heroes rise every once in a while. Zhuo said, when that time comes, will the remaining victors, the strong ones, watch the continent fall into chaos again? Zhuo said indifferently, what we can guarantee is the continuation of human life. The human world will not be completely wiped out. When we achieve this, we can be free and unfettered and enjoy life with our own will. We can't be their nannies forever. When the external enemy is gone, they can do whatever they want. That is just a few decades or 100 years. It will be over in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. For the sake of these inevitable reincarnations, we will work tirelessly. At this moment, Zhuo was shocked by his father's indifference. In his heart, his father had never been such a cold person. His tone was condescending and indifferent to all living things. However, Wu Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. There was an indescribable tiredness in her voice. At Zhuo's age, perhaps he wouldn't be able to understand it for a long, long time. That was because he had lived for a long time, he had seen too much of humanity with his own eyes, and he had protected the continent for his entire life, protecting it for thousands of years. Years of fighting bloody battles on the front line. Occasionally, when they looked back, they would see scums appearing one after another in the rear. The world was ugly and the morals were corrupted. When this knowledge appeared again and again, the more they thought about it, the more pathetic and powerless they felt. Countless times, countless methods, countless education to open up the wisdom of the people. Even if countless hot-blooded heroes stood out, it was undeniable that the despicableness and ugliness of human nature came from the bones. There is one more chapter. It should be around 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 1088. Let's go. Zhuo flicked his sleeves and led Zhuo east. They sped up. The Sun-Moon Pass was right in front of them. They could vaguely see the 2 armies fighting below. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. On one side was the army of the UMNO alliance, and on the other side was the army of the Tao League. Zhuo stopped and looked. He said, the army of the Tao League already has some of the demeanor of an iron-blooded battle formation. If they can fight like this for 10 years, the Tao League might be able to produce an invincible army. However, I don't know if the heavens will give them the time. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, I don't dare to count on them. Instead of counting on them, it's better to improve my own cultivation and increase my ability to resist the enemy. The Tao League is also building a no-fly zone, but it's slower. And the people over there, they're not willing to sacrifice themselves. After we send you back to Fenghai, your mother and I will go to the Tao League to take a look. Zhuo said slowly. Wu Yuding's eyes turned extremely cold. The Tao League broke the rules twice in a row and assassinated Zhuo. At that time, the couple was at a critical moment in their seclusion. They only asked for some interest from Xiao. However, if they thought that this matter would be over so easily, they were underestimating the sky-inspecting throne and the rain demon too much. They plotted against my son twice and they're just going to pay for it? Is there such a cheap thing in this world? If this is okay, I'll also go to the Tao League and kill a few people. Anyway, I'll just pay for it when the time comes. We have plenty of things. Just what the flood which gave us is enough for us to pay for it a few thousand times. Then Dad, Mom, you must be careful. Why don't you ask Grandpa to go with you? It's more reassuring to have a great expert like him with you. Zhuo said, actually since we're here we can say that we're back in our territory. I can go back by myself and wait for you guys to finish your work. Let's meet again in Fenghai. There's also Sister Nian. Let's reunite as a family in Fenghai. All right. Wu Yuding said, since that's the case you can go back by yourself. When we come back we'll call your sister Nian. Our family will reunite in Fenghai. All right, it's settled then. Hurry up and contact grandfather. At the back of the battlefield, countless soldiers of the astral souls were also using similar methods to create a no-fly zone. The three of them watched for a long time, their hearts filled with an indescribable feeling. It was sour and astringent, but warm. Today, a wisp of heroic spirit would be tomorrow's great wall. At this time, on this side of the battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere, this sentence was displayed in the most thorough and extreme way. The reason why I hate the numbness at the back and feel indifferent to the life and death of those lives is because of these people. Jianghu looked down at those soldiers of the astral souls who calmly faced death and integrated their lives, souls, and bodies into the past to communicate with the power of the stars to create a no-fly zone. They used all that they had left to protect the people of their country behind them. But were the people they protected worth their efforts? Jianghu's voice was full of respect. Many times I really feel that it's not worth it for them. Xiaoduo was silent. He only felt that his heart was heavy. However, this was a problem of human nature and society. Even if it was an immortal, even if it was the number one person of the human race, the Minister Inspector of Heaven, he couldn't change it. The root of the evil was always there. How could it be changed by human strength? After a long time, Xiaoduo said, it's because of the evil and filth that the sacrifice at this moment highlights kindness and loyalty. That's right. Jianghu patted his son on the shoulder and smiled. This sentence is very profound. The family didn't discuss this issue anymore. The more they talked about it, the heavier it became. After a long time, the family recalled that it seemed that this was the only time they talked about the filth and ugliness of human nature. After leaving the Sun-Moon Pass, the couple put down Xiaoduo and turned to leave with the wind without hesitation. In the air. Why didn't you tell our son about Teacher Qin? I thought about it for a long time. It's not appropriate for us to tell him. So, after telling him, there's no way to comfort or relieve him. If we comfort our son, it will seem that we're heartless. If we don't comfort him, we'll only feel more reluctant. No matter what, Xiaoduo must go to the capital this time. It's imperative. Not only must we take revenge, but it must be done by Xiaoduo. What's more, Xiaoduo will definitely not be able to let go in front of us. When it's time to let the child do things independently, we must let go as much as possible. Jianghu said deeply, he now has his own circle. In addition to his own circle, he needs a circle with him as the backbone. And this circle we can't interfere or influence, no matter what identity or position we have. Wu Yuding sighed and nodded. She naturally understood that her husband's words made sense, but as a mother, she couldn't help it. Don't worry. Yunduo is there and his grandfather hasn't really gone far. He has been secretly following him. There won't be any real danger on this trip. Jianghu smiled. Let's go and finish our business first and then go to Xiaoduo. She must be eager to get news about Xiaoduo. The husband and wife turned into the wind and left. On the other side, Xiaoduo was walking quickly on his way back. Although he was anxious to return home, his mood was a rare joy. Along the way, his emotions were surging, and he almost wanted to sing a song. His parents had just given him half of the big pot of Jiuxiao spirit water that they had just received. These were all needed. They had to be used to the maximum in every realm. They had to be constantly compressed and refined. This was a huge amount of resources. Not only him but Nian Nian Cat, Swollen, Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing and the others. It was enough. How many IOUs should I ask them to give me? Xiaoduo calculated that if he collected all the debts, his net worth seemed to be enough to monopolize the 3 continents. On the way back, Xiaoduo thought about the identity of his parents the most. Xiaoduo had long felt that the identity of his parents might be very complicated, but he didn't expect that the reality was more complicated than he thought. The demon ancestor is actually my grandfather. TSK. The demon ancestor is a real top figure in the Astral Souls continent. He's from the same era as the Sky Inspector Minister and the Star-Plucking Emperor. My father is the demon ancestor's son-in-law, and my mother is the demon ancestor's daughter. That means he's only 1 generation younger than the Sky Inspector Minister and the Emperor, which means he's from the same generation as the left and right heavenly kings. Then he shouldn't be completely unknown, right? This is absolutely impossible. What's even stranger is that my grandfather seems to be very afraid of my father. This is really strange. How can there be a father-in-law afraid of his son-in-law? It's more like it the other way around. Then, my father is very likely to be a super big figure. But how big is he? Well, my surname is Zwa, my father's surname is Zwa, and the Sky Inspector Minister's surname is Zwa. Then, could my father be the minister's son or nephew? Regardless of seniority, identity, background, and origin, it's a better explanation for the current situation. Zwa Xiaoduo was very happy. I'm actually a second generation or at least a third generation. And a super second generation, or even a super third generation. So, what a failure. I could have just been a salted fish waiting to die, winning my life without doing anything. No one in the continent would have dared to provoke me, but I had to fight to become the world's top genius. Well, it's the same as relying on my face, talent, and hard work when I could have won my life without doing anything. Actually, I feel that this sentence is really talking about me. I'm really a genius, a great genius, and I'm so hardworking. At the same time, I'm also a handsome guy, a very handsome guy. Zhou Xiaoduo's body was light as a feather. He had basically confirmed it now, so he didn't ask in front of his parents. The key point is clear. I'll know the truth when I investigate later. You still want to lie to me? You've been lying to me since I was young. Do I have parents like you? Besides, if you told me earlier, I wouldn't have just been a salted fish waiting to die. I'm so outstanding, so hardworking, and so handsome. How can I be a salted fish? Sigh. Speaking of which, being a salted fish is really comfortable. If I had a choice, I'd really like to be a salted fish since I was young, winning my life without doing anything. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. But after cultivating all the way till now, it seems that I can't do that anymore. It's really frustrating. I've already become a heaven's pride and my ability is too great. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the stronger the enemies I'll face. I'm already so outstanding and my ability is too great. Instead, I'm lacking something. So, I'm destined to face stronger enemies in the future. Isn't this forcing me to continue to become stronger quickly? Oh my gosh. My salted fish dream. It's getting farther and farther away. Nian Mao. Hurry up and let me stroke you to mend my broken heart. Now, only stroking a cat can make me happy. But this cat is not the cat I used to be. Zhou Xiaoduo was smiling happily and sighing at the same time. No one knew whether it was because his wish came true or because whoever he thought of would come true. Crumbling old buildings, digging through thunder and breaking through steel. His cell phone rang. Zhou Xiaoduo saw that it was not his dear wife, Nian Mao. Naturally, he picked it up without hesitation and said in a sweet voice, Nian Mao meow meow. Zhou Xiaonian's voice was heard, Shit. Where are you now? Where are Mom and Dad? I've passed the Sun Moon Pass and am on my way back. Mom and Dad have something else to do. Dad said that he'll find us when he's done. Do you want to come to Fenghai or do you want me to go to Shangjing? Nian Mao, let me tell you. Zhou Xiaoduo was exultant. Zhou Xiaonian's voice was very low. You're so happy. Hey, there's something. Zhou Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. He was stunned and asked, What's wrong? There's something. Zhou Xiaonian's voice was sad. Promise me first, Xiaoduo, you must stay calm. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1089. What's the matter? Don't scare me. Zhou Xiaoduo felt his heart pounding. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. His face gradually turned pale. Is it swollen, Long Yuxing, or? It's none of them. Zhou Xiaonian said in a low voice, It's Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt his mind go blank and empty. He only heard his own voice ask mechanically, Which Teacher Qin Fangyang? What happened to him? Zhou Xiaonian's voice seemed to come from the horizon. Teacher Qin. Passed away. Passed away. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo clearly felt a sudden explosion in his heart. His entire heart was blown to pieces. It was as if the entire universe had exploded in front of his eyes. Teacher Qin passed away. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and said sternly, Nonsense. How could Teacher Qin die? Zhou Xiaonian's weak voice sounded faintly. It's true. As Zhou Xiaonian recounted, Zhou Xiaoduo felt as if his whole body had no strength to support it. His hand loosened and the phone fell to the ground with a bang. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice was still coming from the phone. However, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to listen anymore. He squatted on the ground and hugged his head tightly with both hands. His whole body was curled up and he only felt a roar in his head. He couldn't think about anything and he didn't have any ability to think. His body was cold. Suddenly he felt that this spring day was bone-chilling. His mind was grotesque. Only Qin Fangyang's image was left in his mind, flashing back and forth. In Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, Qin Fangyang stood in front of him. "If you dare to touch my student, I'll fuck your whole family." That voice was resolute and decisive, and it still rang in his ears. Phoenix's head turned back. Qin Fangyang turned into a sword light and descended from the sky. "Xiaoduo, you're here too." During class, his body was like a burning candle that soared into the sky. He sacrificed himself to forge the heart of the sword for his students. On the day of He Yuanyue's death, the disheartened Qin Fangyang's lonely back died after the incident at the Starlight Mountain Range. Qin Fangyang came to the Hidden Dragon High School. His meticulous hairstyle, well-ironed suit, and clean appearance were filled with an air of pride for his students. "You are my student. How can I not want you?" It was as if Qin Fangyang was standing right in front of him with a warm smile on his face. "But now you're telling me that Teacher Qin is dead?" "Ah." Zhou Xiaoduo hugged his head and growled in a low voice. Had the adorable, amiable, and respectable Teacher Qin Fangyang left him forever? How did he die? Who killed him? Zhou Xiaoduo let out a crazy roar and jumped up from the ground. His entire body turned into a stream of light and sped into the sky. He flew madly in the direction of Shangjing, sparing no effort and risking his life along the way. Along the way he created a long black hole. Zhou Xiaoduo circulated his true qi and burned his qi in blood, forgetting everything else. He only had one thought: to hurry to the place where Teacher Qin had passed away. Even when Zhou Xiaoduo was being chased by countless experts, he wasn't this reckless. His speed at this moment surpassed all the previous times. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes turned red as he ran. "No matter who killed Teacher Qin, I'll make you pay with blood. Blood for blood. Teacher Qin, your heroic spirit is not far away. Your student is here. Your Xiaoduo is here." Over at Fenghai, because there was no news from Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong's patience finally ran out 2 days ago. He issued an order for all members to undergo a death training. A small team with Zhou Xiaoduo as the core. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Chengming, Gao Qiao, Erduga Yener, Pai Yibao, Yu Yener, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing were all assigned a death mission without exception. If they didn't break through to the profound returning realm, they were not allowed to return. For this training, go wherever the danger is. If you don't achieve your goal, you will automatically leave the team and will no longer be a member of our team. Li Chenglong gave the order to fight to the death. There's been no news from Zhuo for so long. The whole continent is looking for him, but there's not a single trace of him. I'm afraid he's dead. There are too few people who can do this so silently. So, if we want to take revenge for Zhuo, there's a high chance that we will face the top figures of the 3 continents. So, we have to become stronger quickly. We can't help with major matters because our cultivation is too shallow. We can't do much, but it's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Then we have to make up for it with the greatest courage and improvement. Everyone go out and train. Fight. If you have connections to go to the battlefield, go to the battlefield directly. Li Chenglong quickly explained the current situation and pointed out the goal of this experience. Then he didn't speak any more nonsense. He went out to experience the experience alone and disappeared without a trace. Everyone else also plunged into the vast wilderness. The only one who was more accountable was Zhen Piapiao. She officially asked for leave from the school and went out to train, but in the blink of an eye, her whereabouts were unknown. During class, when Xingtian looked at the half-empty classroom and was stunned for a long time. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the other students sitting in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone was in the same batch of students, and they were also known as geniuses in the beginning. However, they had only been in high martial arts for a short period of time, and the gap between them had been completely widened. Even Zhen Piapiao and the others had reached the peak of the royal god realm, but they were still struggling bitterly in the cloud transformation realm. When they saw Zhen Piapiao leave the classroom without any reluctance to leave their middle school classmates, and went out to train without hesitation that she didn't even say a word. Meng Zhangjun was dumbfounded. During this period he had been with Hao Han every day, training, fighting and sparring. He clearly felt that he had made a lot of progress. But now it seemed. Meng Zhongjun was horrified to find that he seemed to have unknowingly stepped onto an evil path that he had looked down on before. When did I start to be jealous of Zuo Duo? And when did I start to feel enmity and even hatred towards Zuo Duo? At the beginning, we were clearly good friends who sincerely admired each other. From the appreciation of each other during the Central Plains tournament to the harmonious relationship during the Hidden Dragon High School. But when did I start to separate myself from that team? Zhen Piapiao was becoming colder and more indifferent to me. It should be because she could feel the lust and desire in my heart as well as the evil thoughts towards Zuo Duo. Li Chenglong probably didn't accept me for the same reason. But I never wanted it to be like this. Hao Han came up to him from the side. Boss, it seems like Zhen Piapiao went to find Zuo Duo. But Zuo Duo went missing this time, and for such a long time, it might be your chance. If he died outside, your chance. Hao Han seemed to sigh. Zuo Duo should have been secretly killed by someone. Meng Zhongjuan's gaze turned back from the door, and his scattered and complicated thoughts were also retracted. Then his eyes, his line of sight, suddenly stopped dead on Hao Han's face. Died outside? Zuo Duo was the co-leader of our group, our common boss. How could you say that he died outside so easily? How could you say that? Even if Piapiao likes him and doesn't like me, it's just a personal choice. I never wanted Zuo Duo to die. I want him to come back safely. It's not for anything else, just because Zuo Duo is now the flag of the Hidden Dragon High School. He is also the common boss that everyone in the 4 grades accepts wholeheartedly. He's the core and soul of our generation. Who would want him to die? Who would dare to want him to die? Hao Han, how could you say that? Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Hao Han, who was as tall and sturdy as usual. His curly beard had already begun to take shape. His face was rough and carefree, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt that this face, which he had seen since he was young, was inexplicably unfamiliar. Meng Zhongjuan's gaze was very strange, as if he was looking at a maggot. Ever since the genius team was established in the garrison shop, Hao Han's popularity had always been the worst in the team. As for himself, the captain of the garrison shop, he had always followed him, but he was the second worst in the entire team. Zhen Piapiao and Pai Yibao were the most popular in the team. Pai Yibao in particular was always cheerful with everyone. He could communicate with everyone happily. Only towards Hao Han, he was the complete opposite of cold. Meng Zhongjun only thought that the two of them were born to be at odds with each other, so he didn't think too deeply about it. After all, his popularity wasn't very good and he rarely talked to Pai Yibao. However, now that he thought about it, there were many seemingly inconspicuous conflicts that he didn't understand the reason for. However, deep down, Hao Han was the factor that instigated them and even the hostility. Fights with outsiders. When did he start to resent Zuo Duo? It seemed to be from that time when Hao Han specially came over to tell him that Zhen Piapiao had taken a fancy to Zuo Duo. Zuo Duo clearly had a fiancée, but he still flirted with women. He was a scumbag. It was probably from that time that his thoughts started to deviate. It was also from that time that he gradually drifted apart from Zuo Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others and went their separate ways. Meng Zhongjun suddenly came to a realization. There had always been such a despicable person who sowed discord by his side. He clearly looked like a straightforward person, but who would have thought that such a burly and heroic Hao Han, who looked like he was charging at the front without fear of death, was actually such a despicable person who sowed discord? Hao Han. Meng Zhongjun said leisurely. Boss, please tell me what you need. I'll get it done immediately. Hao Han boorishly expressed his loyalty. Hee. Meng Zhongjun stood up and walked towards Wen Xingtian's office. I'm going to ask for leave to train. Boss, where are you going? I'll go with you. It's better to train separately. If you force yourself to travel together, it's inevitable that you'll be distracted, and it'll be harder to achieve the best results. Meng Zhongjun carried his spear and left the classroom. Chapter 1090. Meng Zhongjun looked back and suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was unprecedentedly relaxed. His eyes were exceptionally clear. The hardest thing to do as a human is to find your own shortcomings and correct them. The second hardest thing to do as a human is to find the villains around you. Hao Han, you are really a good man. You have been by my side for so many years, but I only realize now that my thoughts have always been influenced by you. But from now on, goodbye. I don't need someone to influence my path at all times, and I don't need someone to sow discord at all times. Meng Zhongjun left the Hidden Dragon High School in an unprecedentedly free and easy manner, heading straight for the wasteland. He threw everything that had happened in the past to the back of his mind. It's over. Hao Han, who was following behind him, looked at Meng Zhongjun's back with eyes full of confusion. His heart was full of confusion. He could clearly feel that Meng Zhongjun had suddenly become unprecedentedly cold and indifferent, creating a barrier that was difficult to get close to. What was going on? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Hao Han was not necessarily a bad person. He was just cold by nature and liked to stir up trouble. He was always used to sow discord. His original intention was not to harm people, but the end result was always bad. Naturally, he was abandoned by everyone. This was his nature. There would be such people around everyone. In the world there were not many of them. Some people would find out, like Meng Zhongjun, and resolutely cut ties with them. But most people would not find out. So there was such a person around him who specialized in causing trouble. Shangjing. Zhu Xiaoyan was restlessly pacing back and forth in her room. Normally, Zhu Xiaoduo's reaction was within her expectations. But Zhu Xiaoyan was still worried. She did not know what Zhu Xiaoduo's current situation was, and what would he do in the future. Would this news cause too much harm to Zhu Xiaoduo? And how should I comfort him? Zhu Xiaoduo was madly hurrying on with his journey. He did not care about the loss, the cost, and everything else. Zhu Xiaoyan was anxiously waiting. She was impatient, anxious, hesitant, helpless. Phoenix City. At He Yuanyue's grave. On this day, Sister Lan came out of the thatched cottage early in the morning. As usual, she took a stick of incense, lit it, and stuck it in front of He Yuanyue's grave. She was about to go back to her room to wash up, which had become a daily habit. Suddenly, she made a sound of surprise and fixed her gaze on the grave. In the middle of a patch of tender green weeds that had just sprouted, there was actually an extremely beautiful flower in full bloom. A flower without leaves was just a flower. A bright red color entered the depths of his eyes. It was a glaring red. The red was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it, but it also appeared noble and pure, without the slightest bit of impurity. Strands of misty flower silk surrounded the petals. Even the stamen was red. It was as red as blood. However, it also gave people a feeling that it was almost transparent. Sister Lan was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground because she suddenly remembered Zhu Xiaoduo's words. When the red spider lily blooms on the grave, you can leave. Sister Lan looked at the flower and her heart skipped a beat. Last night she had a dream. She dreamed of He Yuanyue. She looked at her with a smile and said, I'm leaving. Don't be too hard on yourself. Your fate in this life has come to an end. Let's meet again in the next life. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the heavy fog. Dreaming of He Yuanyue wasn't a rare thing for Sister Lan. When He Yuanyue had just passed away, she would dream of her old sister who had been with her for decades almost every day. However, the dream last night was so clear that it was as if she had seen and experienced it personally. It was real. As a result, Sister Lan felt that her heart was unusually empty this morning. It was a feeling of no one to turn to. She originally thought that it was groundless worry, but she saw this scene in front of He Yuanyue's grave. Was there no reason? Are you really going this time? Sister Lan looked at the red spider lily swaying gently in the breeze on the grave and fell into a daze. She couldn't help but think of the information about the red spider lily that she had collected after hearing Zhu Xiaoduo's words and the legend of the red spider lily. The red spider lily blooms on the other shore. When the flower blooms, the leaves disappear. On this day, she stood quietly in front of He Yuanyue's grave for a long time. Finally, she sighed softly and bowed. I'm leaving. I won't go back to the Liu family. I'm going to the Sun Moon Pass. No matter where you are 10 years later, if I'm still alive, I'll look for you. I really miss the decades when I was with you. It was full of warmth and warmth. I'll never forget it. Tears slowly fell from her eyes. Take care. Her still graceful body soared into the sky and made a turn in the air. She quietly stayed there for more than a minute before turning into a gust of wind and whizzing away. At the grave, the delicate and beautiful red spider lily swayed gently. On the petals, a drop of sparkling dew slowly slid down. It seemed that He Yuanyue was waving goodbye to Sister Lan, wishing her safety and looking forward to the day when they would meet again. When the phoenix turned back, a lonely tombstone gradually went further and further away. Shangjing. In the sky. Shangjing's sky canopy suddenly shattered with a crack, as if a huge sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, A ball of heat rushed in and disappeared without a trace. Oh. The Shangjing expert in charge of the sky canopy's security suddenly woke up, but he only saw a hole that was only a few centimeters wide. Logically speaking, such a small hole should not be difficult to repair. However, the expert in charge could not repair it even after using all his strength. He had no choice but to call for help. However, after all the people in charge of the sky canopy's security arrived, they still could not do anything after repeated attempts. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The Nine Heavens Pavilion also sent out a deputy pavilion master before the hole was finally repaired. Who made this? After feeling the scorching aftershock at close range, everyone could not help but feel lingering fear. Such a powerful destructive force caused such damage to the sky canopy. What would happen if it landed on a person? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The deputy pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, who personally came into contact with the aftershock of the destruction, was also worried. If such a person entered Shangjing, he would be a dangerous person who could cause a big commotion. He could clearly feel the explosive force contained within the damaged hole, as well as the soaring anger and hatred. Even though the person involved had been gone for a long time, he could still clearly feel it from the damage. This was undoubtedly a huge security risk. This was especially true in Shangjing for the first time for astral souls of the human race. There's no need to investigate. A graceful and beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared. It was Baiyun Duo. Greetings, Baiyun Fairy. No need for formalities. Fairy this. Yes, I said there's no need to investigate. Baiyun Duo said lightly. Yes. Everyone was sweating profusely and retreated. Obviously, everyone had already realized that the person who came should be related to Supervisor Baiyun Duo. That meant that she was someone with a powerful background. Shangjing, which had just calmed down a little, was about to have a big commotion again. Baiyun Duo stood in the air, looking in a certain direction and frowning slightly. In the end she still came? In Zhuxiaoyan's private courtyard. Zhuxiao Duo fell straight down like a meteorite. Fortunately, he remembered to restrain his power when he landed. However, the overflowing heat from his fire attribute cultivation body still rose up. Zhuxiaoyan's spiritual sense was very sharp. She came out immediately and looked at Zhuxiao Duo worriedly. Damn it. Xiao Duo, are you okay? Zhuxiao Duo took a breath and suppressed his explosive emotions. He tried hard to say softly, I'm fine. He took a step forward and gently hugged Zhuxiaoyan. He only felt a long-lost calm and warmth rush into his heart. Then he rested his head on Zhuxiaoyan's shoulder and quietly leaned on it for a while. This was very unusual for Zhuxiao Duo. Usually, whenever Zhuxiao Duo saw Zhuxiaoyan, he would take the initiative to take advantage of her. However, at this moment, Zhuxiao Duo was unusually quiet. Zhuxiaoyan hugged Zhuxiao Duo with heartache. She could feel Zhuxiao's fatigue and sadness at this moment. She also felt a sense of panic and fear in his heart. Indeed, during the time that Zhuxiao Duo was in the Umno Alliance, he was always in a negative state of mind. Even though he was overflowing with joy when he met his parents, that feeling still remained in his heart. It was not a negative feeling that could be eliminated when he was safe. It was a kind of tension that came from the depths of his heart and was on the verge of collapse. And Zhuxiao Duo would not show this kind of weakness in front of anyone, even in front of his parents. He could only show it when he was beside Zhuxiaoyan. It was an extreme feeling of fear and dread. He was worried that he would not be able to see the world, see his parents, and see Nian Mao again. After a few minutes, Zhuxiao Duo raised his head and sniffed gently. It smells so good. Just by hearing this sentence, Zhuxiaoyan knew that Zhuxiao's mood had calmed down. He was at least 40 to 50% of his usual mood. She immediately rolled her eyes at him and said, Are you done acting like a spoiled child? Come in and talk. Okay. The two of them entered the room. Zhuxiaoyan skillfully made tea. Zhuxiao Duo looked at Zhuxiaoyan's beautiful figure and became calmer. For a long time the two of them did not speak. They were deliberately brewing their emotions. The air was so quiet that it was surprisingly quiet. They could only hear each other's breathing, soft and long. Finally the tea was ready. Zhuxiaoyan handed over a cup of tea and sat down in front of Zhuxiao Duo. What is the cause of Teacher Qin's death? Zhuxiao Duo asked tiredly in a low voice. In his eyes, there was a hysterical emotion. It was a tyrannical impulse that seemed to want to destroy everything. Zhuxiao Duo tried hard to restrain himself. He did not want to show that he had lost control of his emotions in front of Zhuxiaoyan. But the more he tried to restrain himself, the more violent his emotions became. His fingers trembled slightly. His eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 1091. When he saw Zhou Xiaoyan this time, Zhou Xiaoduo did not rush to take advantage of her or flirt with her because he was not in a good mood. In addition, the bad news of Qin Fangyang's death made his mood completely fall to the bottom. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that it was a sin to think about falling in love before taking revenge for teacher Qin. "I called you many times on the way but you didn't answer," Zhou Xiaoyan complained. "My phone." Zhou Xiaoduo remembered that he had lost his phone when he received Zhou Xiaoyan's call. After that, he ran all the way, so how could he think about this trivial matter? "I lost my phone." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. "I'll buy a new one later and make up for the number." "Okay." It was too sudden. "I forgot everything at that time." Zhou Xiaoduo leaned back and leaned on the sofa. He only felt that his mind was still in a mess. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." "My mind is in a mess now and I need to clear my thoughts." Zhou Xiaoduo held his head. "When I parted with teacher Qin last time, I knew that he would face a life and death tribulation, but it shouldn't happen now. There must be a reason." Zhou Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Why did the situation change so suddenly? No matter if it was fate, it shouldn't be like this. On the one hand he asked Zhou Xiaoyan to speak, but on the other hand he was muttering to himself. He talked endlessly, saying words that only he could understand. Zhou Xiaoyan knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's mood was very unstable now. His mind must be in a mess, so she just listened quietly. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stopped talking. He covered his face with both hands and lowered his head, like a defeated puppy, dejected and weak. "Go ahead, I'm listening." This is what happened. Zhou Xiaoyan began to tell the story from the first time Qin Fangyang found her and what happened after that. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his face as he listened. However, every word that Zhou Xiaoyan said was deeply etched in his heart and he quickly began to analyze it. Dragon seized the vein. Ancestral dragon Gao Wu. Quota. The reason why teacher Qin got into trouble this time was because he wanted to get a spot for me. It turns out that this is the root cause of all the disasters. His life trajectory shouldn't have included this trip to the ancestral dragon, let alone teaching there. But because of me he went to the ancestral dragon to teach there. He really did everything he could to fight for a spot for me for my future. Then because of this, he finally died tragically in the hands of others. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly analyzed. Later Mom and Dad came. Then there was news that the Sky Patrol Minister went to the ancestral dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, who controlled the ancestral dragon Gao Wu and dragons seized the vein. Zhou Xiaoyan had the same suspicions in her heart. She suspected the true identity of her parents. After all, she had heard the news that her grandfather was the devil ancestor, a top powerhouse of the astral souls. If her grandfather was the devil ancestor, then who were her parents? Although Zhou Xiaoyan did not have high-level connections, she had asked Bai Yun Fairy, but Bai Yun Duo was naturally evasive and vague. This situation made Zhou Xiaoyan more and more suspicious. When the Sky Patrol Minister went to the ancestral dragon, I was with Mom. Dad was not there. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with her clear eyes. She believed that if she said this, the meaning behind her words could not be more obvious. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's thoughts were not on this at all. The minister went to the ancestral dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, but the whole thing ended just like that? What happened to the 4 great clans now? Only these 4 clans participated in the ancestral dragon Gao Wu and dragons seized the vein? I don't believe it. The dragon seized the vein is a major event that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. How can it be completely controlled by just a few clans that have thousands of years of history? How can they control the matter so meticulously and meticulously? There are almost no flaws. Who is the real murderer who killed teacher Qin? Did you find out? No. But what's the use of dealing with the 4 great clans like this? What's the point? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Zhou Xiaoduo removed his hands from his face and glared. No matter which clan killed teacher Qin, I want them to pay with their blood and pay a heavy price. This time I won't ask who is right and who is wrong. The so-called justice has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if it's innocent or inhumane. Karma has its basis and retribution is mine. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was low and deep. Every word was like dripping blood. I want to avenge teacher Qin. Anyone who is involved in this matter must pay the price. The price of blood, the price of life. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhuo Duo, am not a human. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly. I have seriously thought about this matter. As you said, the dragon sees the vein has been going on for tens of thousands of years. Especially in a place like Shangjing, the interests involved are not limited to just 1 or 2 clans, let alone 3 or 5 people. If all of this is really revealed, I'm afraid the entire empire will be thrown into a huge uproar. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, the reason why the minister left after dealing with the 4 great clans, perhaps. Perhaps it's because he didn't want to make the situation too much and get out of hand. After all, Shangjing is the core of the entire Yanwu Empire. It's also the heart of the entire Astral Souls continent. At this moment, a figure flashed and Bai Yun Duo appeared in the room. She said softly, Xiao Duo, everyone understands your desire for revenge. This is something to be blamed for. However, this matter shouldn't involve too many people. The minister. Although His Excellency has dealt with the 4 great clans, he has only convicted them. He hasn't killed anyone yet. He has already left a channel for you to vent your anger. In Shangjing there are too many implications. If you really want to make a move, it will easily affect the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. Bai Yun Duo sighed softly. Zhuo Duo smiled coldly and said indifferently, the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. What a big hat. If I ignore it and still insist on doing things my own way, wouldn't that be my fault? Bai Yun's expression changed slightly. She said softly, that's not what I meant. I just hope that Xiao Duo can consider the whole situation and not be too extreme. Zhuo Duo smiled and said coldly, so what if I'm extreme? Even if there are thousands of reasons, my teacher only has 1 life. When have I, Zhuo Duo, ever been someone who cares about the big picture? I'm just an insignificant person who must take revenge. The safety of the continent and the well-being of the world, whoever wants to take care of it can. What does it have to do with me? If I can't take revenge, I will die here. What does the world have to do with a dead person like me? If I can get my revenge, then it's only natural and reasonable. They killed my teacher for their own selfish interests, so they should pay the price. Since they don't care about the people of the world, why should the people of the world protect them? Is there such a logic in this world? Fuck, I've already said that I don't care about justice and reason. What logic is there to talk about? Bah. Zhuo Duo tilted his head and spat. He said disdainfully, fuck them. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Even if they are guilty, they were the ones who committed the crime first and ignored it first. Since they don't care, why should I care? Do I look like a righteous person who serves the country and the people? Do I look like a great hero? Whoever wants to stop me from taking revenge can step over my dead body. It's not too late to be righteous. Zhuo Duo gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Now how many days has it been? It's been 3 days. Haha. Zhuo Duo took a deep breath. When he closed his eyes, he could still see Qin Fangyang's straight figure standing in front of him, smiling at him. Just like in the past. It was a fleeting memory, but it made Zhuo Duo feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and said lightly, those 4 families. Where are they now? Other than those who have been imprisoned, the rest of them said that they were looking for Qin Fangyang. But in reality, they were breaking up their families' businesses and spreading them out as much as possible to prepare for their evacuation from Shangjing. Under the orders of the minister, the merits and titles of these families have all been stripped. Within the 9 generations of the family, 10 generations are not allowed to participate in politics or get involved in the hierarchy of power. Those who participated in the erasure of the evidence have been imprisoned and will be punished according to the law. Thousands of years of glory have turned to nothing. But the rest of them have to make preparations for their future. Bai Yun Duo said softly. She sighed. The punishment is not enough. It's far from enough. Zhuo Duo said lightly, everyone in their families has benefited from their family background. How can they be innocent? Teacher Qin is dead, but they can live. What I want to do is to take revenge. Complete and utter revenge. I will take revenge until the end. Zhuo Duo said. I'll help you. Zhuo Xiaoyan said firmly. Okay. Bai Yun Duo coughed. She was speechless and did not know what to say for a moment. Zhuo Xiaoyan, sister of the Zhuo family, aren't you indulging him too much? Even if there is no turning back, let Lu Duo do it alone. If you stay behind, you can stand up at the critical moment to balance the situation and have room for a buffer. But not only did you not say a word to dissuade him, you even took the initiative to participate. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? Master Bai. Zhou Xiaoyan said apologetically, this is a family matter between us siblings. Just let the two of us do it. Bai Yunduo complained in her heart. What do you mean by just the two of you do it? Just the two of you? Was this considered an eviction order? But if either one of you is involved, I have to stand with you. What's more, both of you are involved together. How can I not be involved? You really know how to joke. Okay, I know. Bai Yunduo disappeared in a flash. This matter had developed to this point, and the Zhou siblings had such an attitude towards him. No matter how he looked at it, it was not appropriate for him to make any moves on the surface. It was better for him to observe and protect them in the dark. Who is this? Zhou Xiaoduo did not know Bai Yunduo. He had actually seen Bai Yunduo before. But whether it was the Bai Yunduo who sat with him for dinner or the Bai Yunduo who pointed out the location of the jade powder of the astral souls at the gate, she did not look the same as she did now. It was another way of saying that they did not know each other when they met. This is the supervisor, Bai Yun Fairy. Zhou Xiaoyan lowered her voice. She is also the legendary Chief Inspector of the mainland, wife of the King of Zhuolu. Hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively took a breath. Just now he thought she was Nian Cat's colleague, so he talked nonsense. But he did not expect her to be such a big shot. He spoke so confidently just now, but he did not care about morality and justice. Would she be prejudiced against him because of this? But then he straightened his chest and felt that he was full of confidence again. He said mysteriously, Nian Cat, I'll tell you something. Don't be too surprised. I also have something to tell you. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather. You must not know, right? He's our mother's father. Zhou Xiaoduo put on an, I'm going to tell you a big secret look. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather too. Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Our grandfather is the demon ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo was excited. That's it. I already knew about it. Zhou Xiaoyan became more and more disinterested. I wanted to scare him and give him a surprise at the same time that the puppy's biggest wish in life was to become the second generation. He wanted to be arrogant and domineering. He wanted to live a carefree life and win without doing anything. Now, there was finally such a big surprise. This guy actually knew about it long ago. Sister Nian, you have to know that our grandfather is the demon ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and stood up. This time I'm going to avenge my master Qin Fangyang. Let's see who dares to stop me. If you can't beat them, I'll use my grandfather's name. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of the astral souls, the pinnacle of the human race, the demon ancestor. I'm just asking you, are you scared? Zhou Xiaoyan swallowed her words. The Bai Yunduo, who was eavesdropping on them, was speechless. Both of them know about it. Master and mistress, I'm afraid you can't hide your identities for long. Also, this brat's words, there's a high chance that he's actually saying them to me. What does he mean by using my grandfather's name, the demon ancestor, if anyone dares to stop me? This sentence clearly has a hidden meaning. It's a perfect plan. The few words that he had said earlier had obviously made this brat fearful. Unfortunately, his status was high enough, so this brat couldn't wait to reveal his grandfather's identity. That means one. So what if you're the king of Zhuolu? So what if you're the chief inspector of the continent? My grandfather, the demon ancestor, is the pinnacle of the continent. He can suppress your existence. Let's see if you dare to stop me. Bai Yunduo, who understood this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm just reminding you based on my status. No matter what you want to do, no matter what you do, we'll stand on your side. Think too much. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan didn't feel bored. They went out and wandered around Shangjing City like an ordinary young couple. They went to the mall and bought the most expensive cell phones. They bought a few at once, one for their own use and the others as backups. Faced with the admiring eyes of the salesgirl, Zhou Xiaoduo really wanted to show off his tens of billions, just like in some novels. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it when she swiped her card. Then, the two of them strolled around some luxury shops. Zhou Xiaoduo imitated the domineering CEOs in TV dramas and ordered the shops to close. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Zhou Xiaoduo pointed at all the women's clothes on the wall. This one. This one. This one. I don't want these three. Pack up the rest. This wall, this wall, this wall. Wrap it all up for me. This. I don't want them. I want the rest. He didn't put them into his space ring. He just asked the salesperson to pile them up outside the door. He called a large truck that weighed dozens of tons and prepared to deliver the goods to his house. He was very addicted to being a nouveau riche. He was unscrupulous and crazy. It was amazing. It was a pity that the scene of another tall, rich and handsome man coming up to slap him in the face didn't happen. Instead, the two of them arrogantly held hands and strolled around the shops one by one. Swipe my card. They bought more and more things. Bai Yun Duo, who was secretly watching, covered her face with her hands. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face to anyone. As for Lei Changtian, who had been hiding in the sky and following them for a long time, his face was distorted and extremely ferocious. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to use such an unsophisticated way to show off your wealth and announce your arrival to the whole of Shangjing City? They didn't realize that whether it was Wuxia Duo who was squandering money like water, or Zhuxiaoyan who was following them all the way, they both had a satisfied look on their faces. No, it should be the kind of expression that was more satisfied than satisfaction when one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuxiao's heart was filled with a kind of happy expression of, finally getting what one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuxiaoyan also had a contented and happy expression on his face, as if he was consoling himself for his whole life. A trace of memory flashed through the eyes of both of them. That was more than 10 years ago. A little boy of 6 or 7 years old said to a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, "Sister Nian Nian, when I have money one day, I'll buy all the good things in Shangjing for you. I don't want anything that isn't the best. Okay. When the time comes, I'll buy all the branded shops and give them to you. Okay. Now, today at this very moment." Zhuxiao Duo was using the most childish and direct method to fulfill his childish promise. And Zhuxiaoyan was very childishly following Zhuxiao Duo. She watched as her man fulfilled all the promises he had made in his life. Even if it was a child's promise, he was still fulfilling it seriously and meticulously. Here, there, buy it. Buy it all. I want all the best. Don't give me anything that isn't the best. Zhuxiao Duo continued to throw money around as if it were money. Zhuxiaoyan narrowed her eyes and followed him. She just followed him and didn't say a word to dissuade him. At this point, the so-called worldly money had long been meaningless to them. However, what Zhuxiaoyan was enjoying at this moment was the happiness and satisfaction of fulfilling the promise of the past. After today, the whole of Shangjing might turn into a slaughterhouse and a blood pool purgatory because of her man. Perhaps today was the only time left for the two of them to have a peaceful moment. Such a crazy way of buying goods and the actions of a nouveau riche quickly caused a sensation. Countless people were watching with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially the single dogs, when they saw Zhuxiaoyan's beauty, they were so envious that their intestines were swollen. They wanted nothing more than to replace her, but unfortunately, they couldn't compare to a certain someone's wealth. Countless people were taking photos and immediately posted them on the internet. Naturally, there were countless comments. The actions of the two people instantly dominated the top of the trending searches. A certain man spent a lot of money for the woman he liked. No, this was not just spending a lot of money but hundreds of millions of dollars. He crazily bought all the big stores in Shangjing. Was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality that made him spend so much money? I know why I can't find such a beautiful girlfriend. It's because I can't act like a nouveau riche. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen on the surface. The difference is in that invisible card. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen with the naked eye. The nouveau riche can get such a beautiful girl, but I can't. How is he a nouveau riche? He's clearly a godly nouveau riche. Mom, I finally saw a godly nouveau riche today. This can't be described as rich. Of course, he's a godly nouveau riche. Kneel down and worship him. I don't envy the nouveau riche's money. I only envy the nouveau riche's girlfriend. A tsunami gradually formed on the internet. The nouveau riche bought goods in Yanjing. It was Zhuxiao Duo wearing sunglasses. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and confident smile as he handed over a shiny card. The photo was accompanied by the caption, "Swipe my card." Besides Wuxiao Duo was Zhuxiaoyan's breathtakingly beautiful face. She was smiling sweetly and her face was full of happiness and sweetness. Her two small hands were hugging one of Zhuxiao's arms. She was full of satisfaction. Behind them was a whole street of luxury goods piled up like a mountain. They were piled up like garbage and ready to be loaded into a car. I'm jealous. Sob. I feel like my life is going to be dark from now on. I've received a double blow today. Not only am I poor, but I'm also a single dog. I have a girlfriend, but I can't compare with other people's girlfriends. The one above, come out. How dare you come out with your real name? Go home. Ha 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 ha. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. When Xingtian, Yi Changqing, and the others saw the photo in the trending searches and instantly felt relieved. The sadness, loss, and worry that filled their hearts earlier all disappeared. What replaced it was only gnashing their teeth and hatred that seeped into their bones. Looking at the news, everyone felt their hands itching to hit that handsome face of his that deserved a beating no matter where he was wearing sunglasses. This kid was really asking for a beating. They really wanted to give him a beating. When he comes back, they'll settle this score. Phoenix City. Hu Ruoyun looked at the trending searches and couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, come and look at this kid. I'm so happy. Li Changjiang hurried over and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this Wuxia Duo? He's so rich? This kid is really a man of his word. He told me that this was a promise to his sister Nian. I didn't think that there would be a day when he would actually act on it. This kid is actually a nouveau riche. This. Hu Ruoyun gritted her teeth. No, when he comes back I must beat him up. He made me worry for nothing. I want to beat him up too. Li Changjiang rubbed his hands together. Hu Ruoyun snorted. You should save your strength to beat up your own son. What? Li Changjiang suddenly became nervous. Ruoyun. What do you mean? Are you saying? You are pregnant? Li Changjiang's eyes widened. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked anxiously. Yes, I didn't come this month, so I should be pregnant. Hu Ruoyun rubbed her belly. Wow. Li Changjiang jumped high. Really? That's great, ha. Lower your voice. I don't want to. I finally have my own child. Ah. Ruoyun, thank you, ha ha. Li Changjiang paced back and forth in the room as if he was about to go crazy. He wanted to hug his wife and spin a few rounds, but he didn't dare to because he was afraid of hurting the child. Look at your silly face. Hu Ruoyun smiled happily. If the child grows up and can be as outstanding as Xiao Duo. Definitely more outstanding than him. I don't dare to think about that. Hu Ruoyun said proudly, our family Xiao Duo is the #1 genius of the 3 continents, a peerless genius. As long as our child can keep up with Xiao Duo, I'll be satisfied. Li Changjiang hugged his wife gently. He said carefully and satisfactorily, I didn't think that far because I'm already satisfied now. Shangjing. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. Ding Rulin's body stiffened as she looked at the photos on the hot search list. She should have been surprised by the handsome young man's face, but now she only felt weak all over. He's here. As the person who understood the relationship between Qin Fangyang and Zhou Xiao Duo the most, Ding Rulin knew better than anyone else why Zhou Xiao Duo appeared in the capital at this moment. Without a doubt he was here for revenge. Qin Fangyang died with hatred, and Zhou Xiao Duo appeared in the capital. From the arrogant smile on Zhou Xiaoduo's face with sunglasses, Ding Rulin could clearly see a hint of cruelty from the corner of his mouth. The mouth that was laughing arrogantly was like the gate of hell that had been opened. The hand that was handing out the bank card was about to cause a huge wave of blood. I can't believe he came here alone. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu. Ding Rulin took a deep breath and quietly left the office. She left Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and went all the way to the martial arts department. There was no need for Ding Rulin to come. Minister Ding was also looking at the photos on the hot search list with a serious expression. The real bloody storm is coming. There's no way to avoid it, it's unavoidable. Then Minister Ding started to communicate. Everyone above the profound returning realm, gather. I'll personally lead the team. Countless people secretly guessed, is Minister Ding trying to stop Zhou Xiao Duo from taking revenge? But is there a need for so many people? Little did they know that Minister Ding only had one thought in his mind, everyone can die but nothing can happen to Zhou Xiao Duo. In the whole of Shangjing, other than Bai Yun Duo and the demon ancestor, only Minister Ding knew about Zhou Xiaoduo's true identity. The son of the Sky Patrol Minister. That's really. Even if Shangjing was gone, nothing can happen to this kid. Minister Ding's palms were sweating. This brat is too daring. He came here alone. There were also a few clans who were looking at this photo cautiously. This. Is Qin Fangyang's student? The rumored Zhou Xiao Duo? The new prodigy of the continent? At this time he suddenly appeared in Shangjing and wantonly spent money. What is he trying to do? Watch closely. That night, the entire internet was flooded by this photo. It was a photo of Zhuoxiaoduo wearing sunglasses. Countless people faintly felt that this handsome face, which was enough to enter the dreams of all young girls, was clearly smiling, but his eyes and eyebrows were constantly revealing a coldness that made everyone feel cold. Crawl. It was as if the eyes behind the sunglasses had been released from the eyes that were covered by them to devour the world. Hell was empty and the Demon King had come to the human world. That afternoon in the evening, 3 large carriages, carrying luxury goods worth tens of billions, set off in a mighty manner towards Phoenix City. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian did not keep any of these things after going crazy. They sent all of them back to their alma mater, Phoenix City's second high school. As for the school in Shangjing, Zhuoxiaoduo did not even think about it. Now, I believe the whole world already knows about your arrival. Your advertisement fee is not cheap. Zhuoxiaonian looked at Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and said softly, I have to fulfill every promise I made to you. Zhuoxiaonian's face turned red. She lowered her head and tried to use a fierce tone to say, if you can't do it, I'll beat you. I'll throw you bungee jumping. Ha ha ha. My childhood wish has been fulfilled and the news has been released. They should all know that I'm here. It's almost evening. It's a moonless and windy night, a day of murder and arson. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed loudly, let's go. Tonight, I'll have a good look at the so-called big families in Shangjing. How can they cover the sky with one hand? Let's go. Zhuoxiaoduo looked up at the sky and said lightly, Teacher Qin is still watching us from the sky. He's waiting. Zhuoxiaoduo, dressed in black and with a white cloth tied around his head, strode out of the door. Let's go. Zhuoxiaonian smiled gently. She was dressed in white with a white biflower in her hair. She followed behind Zhuoxiaoduo and strode out of the door. No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. The wind in Shangjing became unprecedentedly bleak after this moment. Dark clouds rolled and the air was vaguely moist. On the horizon, the setting sun was like blood. It was slowly setting and the world was about to enter dusk. On the streets of Shangjing, countless colorful neon lights were blooming. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian looked calm. They strode forward in the tide of people in Shangjing. Their white clothes were like snow and their black clothes were like ink. They were in the bustling crowd. The man was handsome and had a tall and straight figure. The woman was a national beauty with a peerless style. Everyone looked at them in amazement. No one knew that this was a pair of black and white impermanents released from hell. Chapter 1092. The Lu Family. Lu Yunting and Lu Zhongtian, who were involved in the case, were thrown into jail immediately. Their bodyguards, their subordinates, and even many of their trusted subordinates were all arrested and brought to justice. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhanxan, sighed. He came back from outside with heavy steps. He had just come out of jail. He went to ask those 2 people. Who killed Qin Fangyang? Is Qin Fangyang dead? Is it confirmed? How can we find clues about Qin Fangyang? This is already our Lu clan's last and only hope. Where can we find him? Were you ordered by someone else? These were probably the questions that could give the Lu family a chance of survival. Lu Zhanxan was burning with anxiety. He asked again and again. This was already a top priority. At present, according to the minister, there was still a glimmer of hope to find Qin Fangyang. At least, the Lu family would be able to preserve their foundation and not be completely destroyed. But if they couldn't find him, the Nian family, the second most powerful family in Shangjing, had already controlled the entrance and exit of this place. Implicate the king of the right and get punished? What is the Lu family? The Nian family had already spread the news that they didn't want any of the Lu family's properties. They would be auctioned and donated. Anyone who dared to touch them would be an enemy of the king of the right. This was just to avenge the king of the right. As long as they couldn't hand over Qin Fangyang within the time limit set by the minister, they would immediately take action. Not only the Lu family but the other 3 families were also in the same situation. Lu Zhanxan walked into the house with a heavy heart. The ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Wangxing, personally came out to greet him. How was it? Did he say anything? Any useful clues? Lu Zhanxan shook his head. What did he say? Lu Wangxing was anxious. This is already a matter of life and death. What? He didn't say anything? Lu Zhanxan sighed and said, this matter seems to be not as simple as we thought. Lu Wangxing frowned. Is there anything else complicated about this matter? Is there something else? Zhong Tian really doesn't know anything. Lu Zhanxan said in a low voice. Yun Ting seems to know something but he won't say it. Why is that? The Lu clan is already in a desperate situation. Is he going to watch the entire Lu clan die? He said. If he didn't say anything, even if the Lu clan declined, it wouldn't necessarily be extinct. But if you do, the Lu clan is destined to be wiped out. There will be no luck. Lu Zhanxin sighed softly. Lu Wangxing frowned and said, doesn't that mean that the fortune court is in danger now? Lu Zhanxin sighed and said, Yun Ting himself said that this might be the last time he sees her. After this, I'm afraid he'll be silenced very soon. Lu Wangxing took a deep breath. Originally, it was just killing Qin Fangyang, a teacher of ancestral dragon high martial arts. This matter only became a big deal after Minister Chu intervened. Before that, it was nothing. How did it end up like this? Lu Yunting was the deputy chief of the Black Ops in Shangjing. He was a proper high-ranking official in Shangjing with a high position and power. Who else would have the ability to make him the scapegoat for implicating his entire family and not dare to say anything? Even under the pressure of the Sky Inspecting Minister, he still didn't dare to say anything. It was just as Lu Wangxing said. Qin Fangyang's matter wasn't considered a big deal before. How did it end up like this? Lu Zhanxin sighed and said, I asked again and again, but the fortune court kept his mouth shut. This time I was only given 2 minutes of visiting time. 2 minutes, 1 billion. Lu Wangxing sighed softly. Yes, for these 2 minutes of visiting time, the Lu clan paid a price of 1 billion. Just for one sentence and one clue. But in the end, they didn't come out with anything and returned disappointed. Although the minister's words carry enormous weight, but, after all, he can't personally preside over this matter. And in this, the benefits are too great. Many people with ulterior motives will use too many methods in the dark. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as the person in charge. The fortune court's concerns are also reasonable. It can't be said that we didn't gain anything. In the end, we found out that there was a mastermind behind this matter. This money was well spent. Lu Wangxing said, but now there are changes that prevent us from leaving Shangjing as soon as possible. What? Lu Zhanxin said, didn't we agree that we've already submitted our resignation to His Majesty and got the approval of Shangjing's security department? Our family will be exiled to the Five Poisons Valley in the far west, and we'll set off in these 2 days? Lu Wangxing said, you've been trying to smooth things over. I'm afraid you still don't know. Qin Fangyang's disciple, Zhuoxiaoduo, has already arrived in Shangjing. Zhuoxiaoduo? Lu Zhanxan frowned. That hidden dragon martial genius? The strongest prodigy in the past 100 years? Yes, that's him. What's his background? He's a native of Phoenix City. His family background is extremely simple, but he himself is indeed a peerless prodigy. It's not enough to say that he's the strongest prodigy in the past 100 years. He also has an elder sister, the spiritual thought goddess who shook Shangjing. She's currently working in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. She's the boss of the Guixian Division and the continent's Guixian Inspector. Her code name is Civet. The combat power of this pair of siblings is very strong, Lu Wangxing said. Even if they're peerless prodigies, they're still only at the Guixian Division? Lu Zhanxin said indifferently, so what? What I'm worried about is naturally not these 2 siblings, but the Nine Heavens Pavilion behind them. Lu Wangxing sighed and said, when we leave, we won't be able to bring many trusted subordinates with us. Only those trustworthy family members can follow us. The others won't follow us at all. I believe that along the way we'll definitely be intercepted and killed. You should understand the principle of everyone kicking a man who's down. At that time, I'm afraid it's not as safe as staying in Shangjing. Here, at the very least, we're still in the imperial capital of the empire. Under the feet of the emperor, it's not a lawless territory. Even if some people want to make a move, they'll have to think twice. Lu Zhanxin's eyes burst with a fierce light. Elder Ancestor, our Lu clan is just too unlucky in this matter. It just so happened that the Sky Patrol Minister killed the chicken to warn the monkey and used us as a raft to warn the world. Naturally, we can't go against the minister's orders. We can't even turn things around. But that's Zhuoxiaoduo. Lu Wangxing said, what do you want? Lu Zhanxin took a deep breath and said, you've said it yourself. That brat is just a native of a small border town. He has roots and doesn't have the strength of a heavenly transcendent. Rashly coming to Shangjing and behaving atrociously is even more foolish and short-sighted. If he dares to come, we'll kill him on the spot. Who will say anything against us then? Lu Wangxing said indifferently, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Today is different from the past. Since Wuxiao Duo is here, he's here for revenge. Since he dares to come for revenge, he must have the confidence. Our Lu clan is already at the brink of collapse. We can't have our previous mentality and methods anymore. Right now, I'm only thinking of letting a few more people survive. At this time, I still want to vent my anger. Rest for now. Lu Wangxing sighed sorrowfully. Jianxin, why can't you see it clearly until now? Now the Lu clan is finished. At this juncture, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Lu Jianxin said unwillingly, even the minister only said that he would drive us out of the capital. He didn't say anything about killing us. Could it be that someone really wants to exterminate the Lu clan? The current situation. Lu Wangxing sighed softly. If a few children of the Lu clan's direct bloodline can survive, this old man will already thank the heavens for treating our Lu clan so well. Lu Jianxin's face changed color. Even our ancestors' battle achievements have been erased. This is the first time in his life that the minister has erased the battle achievements of an old friend who has already died. Jianxin, how can you still be so careless and arrogant? Do you know? At that moment, if we were to sit and wait for death in exchange for the lives of a few direct descendants, I would be happy. No, I would be happy to see it happen. Why don't you think about the minister's tone at that time? Lu Wangxing was senile. His eyes were watery. Are we supposed to stretch out our necks and let the enemy kill us for revenge? Not resist? Lu Jianxin looked at Lu Wangxing in disbelief. You better do that. Lu Wangxing said lightly, that's the only way to survive. Lu Jianxin didn't say anything. This old man will go in and tidy up the ancestral tablets. Lu Wangxing turned around and warned, don't have any thoughts of resistance. Not only to the people who want revenge but also to other people. You have to remember this old man's words. Our Lu clan can't afford to offend anyone now. Lu Jianxin stood in the courtyard in a daze. He watched the curtain of night fall. He only felt sad. Just after Lu Wangxing entered the ancestral hall, a scream suddenly came from the Lu clan's backyard. A woman screamed shrilly, someone come quickly. How can I be poisoned? Come. With this scream, it seemed like a prelude. Screams came from all directions, one after another. Lu Jianxin turned his head in panic. What happened? There's poison in the water. A Lu clan member rushed out. His face was green. When he saw Lu Jianxin's face, he couldn't help but shed tears of despair. Clan Lord, you are also poisoned. Ha ha ha. Lu Jianxin laughed bitterly. Old ancestor, we want to keep the peace. We want to be slaughtered in exchange for a way to live. But others won't let us go. He felt a ball of fire in his heart suddenly burning. In just a moment, the Yuan power that he had cultivated for many years could no longer be contained. What kind of poison is this? Lu Jianxin's body swayed. He sat on the ground with a poof. The Lu clan member who had just come out had already fallen to the ground. His whole body twitched. His facial features, 7 apertures, suddenly spat out blue flames. He only spasmed for a moment before he stopped breathing. Lu Jianxin worked hard to circulate his Yuan power. He looked miserable and didn't dare to move at all. In the Lu clan's big courtyard, shrill screams came from all directions. Blue flames kept coming out. Even the infants were not spared. Lu Wangxing came out of the ancestral hall. He felt something was wrong. The ancestral tablets were scattered all over the ground. He rushed into the backyard like flying. But he only saw corpses all over the ground. Men, women, old and young of the Lu clan, no less than 3,000 people, were all lying on the ground in disorder. Who is it? Lu Wangxing roared. Tears flowed down his cheeks. We already planned to not resist. We only asked for compassion. Why did they have to kill us like this? Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not a single person from the Lu clan was spared. No wonder. No wonder Jianxin was allowed to meet Yin Ting. No wonder. So they already knew. Not a single person from the Lu clan will survive. Lu Wangxing felt the poison in his body acting up. His body was on the verge of collapse. As the ancestor with the highest cultivation in the Lu clan, Lu Wangxing, who had reached the Skysoar realm, was actually unable to suppress the strange poison. The Lu clan is finished. Lu Wangxing tried his best to control the poison and staggered out. Jiangxing. He saw Lu Jiangxing sitting upright at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at him with a face full of despair. Ancestor. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Jiangxing's eyes bulged. Ancestor. The Lu clan has been exterminated. Please, hold on a little longer. Lu Jiangxing cried out, please? Hold on until Wuxia Duo arrives. He mustered all his strength to say this. His body trembled. Suddenly, blue flames emerged from his 7 orifices. I can't accept this. Lu Jiangxing cried out miserably in the blue flames, I can't accept this. The flames rose and the poison spread. Even his blood turned blue. His internal organs were destroyed. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, burning like flames. That this poison was extremely overbearing. It did not leave anyone with a chance to live. Lu Wangxing's face was filled with grief. He slowly sat down and used all his remaining energy to protect his heart. He poured bottle after bottle of spirit water into his mouth. I can't die. Just like Jiangxing said, I have to wait. I have to wait for Wuxia Duo. Lu Wangxing's old face was filled with endless grief. He had absolute confidence that even if the minister gave the order, the entire Lu clan would not be wiped out. Even the old subordinates of the Heavenly King would not be so cruel. Even if Wuxia Duo came for revenge, even if Wuxiao's cultivation was heaven-defying, he would not kill an infant. As long as the bloodline remained, the Lu clan would not be exterminated. Only the mastermind behind the scenes would want the entire Lu clan to be wiped out. Now the Lu clan had no hope. The extermination of the entire Lu clan was a foregone conclusion. Their only hope for revenge was Wuxia Duo, who was coming to settle the score with them. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Wuxia Duo, don't you want revenge? Come quickly. Lu Wangxing anxiously roared in his heart. Although the Lu clan is exterminated, as long as I have one breath left, I can still provide you with some clues. Wuxia Duo, why aren't you coming? Chapter 1093. In the night. Wuxia Duo and Zhu Xiaoyan were calmly shuttling through the neon lights. In fact, they had already locked onto their target. In front of them was the big house of the Lu family. This house covered an area of more than 170 acres. In Shangjing City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, this big house was almost a sight to behold. Almost every one of these large families would complain from time to time that their family's courtyard was too small, that it wasn't enough for them to live in, that it was impolite in front of others and so on. But in reality, almost every family's courtyard was like a small castle. The grandeur of every family was absolutely to the extent that the so-called richest man, in the secular world, would be absolutely dumbfounded and unable to imagine. Although there was still some distance to the residential area of those big families, there were very few people who dared to wander around here. Therefore, the surrounding environment was very quiet and secluded. After all, these places were really not places that ordinary people could come to. This was because, for ordinary people, this was definitely a dangerous area. Even if there was no reason, it was not strange for people to mysteriously evaporate when they passed by here. And even if they were evaporated, there was no place to find them, let alone reason with them. This had almost become an unwritten rule. Mortals should not pass by where immortals lived. This sentence seemed to be a bit difficult to understand. But to put it another way, where tigers lived, rabbits would definitely not dare to pass by. This was easy to understand. Something doesn't feel right. Wuxia Duo frowned and looked ahead. Wuxia Duo, who was proficient in the god of appearance, had a naturally sensitive spiritual sense. And his spiritual sense was far sharper than that of ordinary warriors. Something does feel wrong. Zhu Xiaoyan, who also sensed it, frowned. It feels like a large number of souls are dissipating. Yes. Wuxia Duo flew up. We have to speed up. Maybe something happened to our target. Something happened? Zhu Xiaoyan flew up as well and said, could it be that someone wants to silence them? It's quite possible. As Wuxia Duo sped up, he lightly said, I have a feeling that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Although the minister has found the culprit behind the assassination attempt on Teacher Qin, there is still a mastermind behind it. Do you know why I made such a big commotion as soon as I arrived in Shangjing? First of all, it was my childhood wish. Second of all, I was deliberately beating the grass to scare the snake. By exposing my whereabouts, I wanted to see if anyone would silence me. Wuxia Duo chuckled. We have Grandpa as our backer. We must lure the evil out of the cave before this relationship is exposed. If their relationship was exposed, who would dare to cause trouble? Grandpa is the fiend ancestor. Who wouldn't be afraid? Now, doesn't this prove that my guess was correct? Sure enough, someone tried to silence him. Since someone tried to silence him, it proves that Qin Laosher's death isn't as simple as a group of dragons fighting over a spot. At the very least, the matter isn't as simple as it seems. There's still a mastermind behind the scenes. How can I let him go? Zhuo Duo snorted. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was bone-chilling. The two of them sped up again. With a whoosh, they were already in the sky above the Lu family. The two of them looked down as far as they could. They saw that it was brightly lit below. However, the Lu family members were all lying dead on the ground. Just as I expected. Zhuo Duo quickly landed. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold aura and Zhuo Xiaoduo's hot aura protected their whole body. They were in perfect coordination. So many people from the Lu family had died, but there was no blood. They were obviously poisoned. And in the headquarters of such an aristocratic family with many years of history, so many people were silently poisoned and died. Aside from the fact that the poison was abnormally overbearing, the poisoner's methods were also extremely sophisticated. No matter which aspect they considered, the two of them didn't dare to let down their guard. Let's see if there's anyone alive and find out the situation. Zhuo Xiaoyan shouted. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to the front yard and Zhuo Xiaoyan went to the backyard. They moved separately with great tacit understanding. While searching, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart became calmer and calmer. He was no longer anxious. After understanding this matter, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that it was strange. The quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. This reason was definitely enough. However, since Qin Fangyang had such a purpose, his goal should have been very clear from the beginning. It was impossible for it to be exposed only recently. Going back to the origin, Qin Fangyang should have entered the Ancestral Dragon High School as soon as he came to teach there. His initial motive was to obtain the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. It was also at that time that he started to plan. And this purpose, in the eyes of those who were observant, should have been as clear as fire. It was difficult to hide. Those people had always thought that the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage was in their pockets. If they felt that Qin Fangyang was a threat to the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage, they should have taken action long ago. They should not have delayed it until now. Now that the dragons fighting for the heritage was approaching, it attracted more attention, aroused suspicion, and made people think. However, since the other party did not deal with Qin Fangyang earlier, but came to deal with him now, just because of half a quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. The gains did not make up for the losses, and it was even more unreasonable. Moreover, his name as the #1 genius of the continent had long been famous. There should be a quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage no matter what. Killing his own teacher for a quota that should have been given to him? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. Now, the Lu family had been exterminated in addition to being in trouble. This was originally within Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectations. Rather than calling it extermination, it was better to call it extermination. Since the Lu family was involved in this matter, Zhuo Xiaoduo's initial idea was to directly go to their door and kill them. First, he would avenge himself and Qin Fangyang. However, after thinking about it, he still chose to expose his whereabouts first. A massacre would naturally be able to vent the hatred in his heart, but a rash action could be used by others, and the real culprit would go unpunished. That would make Teacher Qin die with grievances. Now, with the matter of extermination, he could already be sure that there was another real culprit behind this matter. The real culprit was afraid that the Lu family would expose him, so he had no choice but to silence them? In other words, the Lu family was just an exposed chess piece? At this time, a painful groan came from the front. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression changed, and with a whoosh, he quickly flew over. The ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Wangxing, was on the verge of death. He felt that the fierce poison in his body could no longer be suppressed, and the poison flowed into his heart meridian. 99% of his body was filled with strong poison. He breathed his last in an instant. Death was approaching step by step, close at hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo, why aren't you here yet? Lu Wangxing fiercely bit his tongue, feeling the last pain of his life. You, come quickly. I'm coming. Zhuo Xiaoduo landed with a swoosh. Lu Wangxing's eyes suddenly brightened. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted hoarsely, Qin Fangyang's matter. They're still. Before his voice fell. Duo had already poured a bottle of life water into his mouth. At the same time, the Heaven Min stone suddenly stuck to Lu Wangxing's palm. An extremely surging life force madly poured in. In an instant, Lu Wangxing's body was already full of life force. However, his internal organs had long been corroded by the strong poison and were riddled with holes. No matter how abundant the life force was, it was already unable to repair them. Even if the Heaven Min stone could produce endless life force and restore the soul and extend life, in the end, it couldn't completely restore a damaged body that had long decayed and was still decaying. And now, Lu Wangxing's body was tantamount to a damaged body that couldn't be reconstructed. He was barely hanging on by a breath. At the moment of struggling for life, his mind was still clear. In fact, the poison was seeping into his body bit by bit. What was more serious was that his internal organs had completely decayed. No magical power could heal him. Even the meridians and blood vessels in his entire body were already full of poison. This kind of situation was really hopeless. Lu Wangxing, who was filled with abundant life force, only felt a burst of comfort all over his body. His mind, which had gradually become muddled, became clear again. His body seemed to have strength again, but how could an old Taoist like him not know that his life had come to an end? Now, it was just a momentary recovery of consciousness with Duo's efforts. But he still couldn't help but look at the small stone that Duo had just put away. His heart was filled with endless surprise. In this world, there was actually such a strange object that could still prolong his terrible physical condition for one more breath and forcefully slow down the footsteps of the god of death. Huff huff. Lu Wangxing, who knew the condition of his body, didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He used the last of his strength, combined with the abundant life force that Duo had helped to replenish, and sealed his eyes, nose, ears and lower body. He sealed all the orifices in his body. Only then did he smile sadly. It's useless. The poison that the whole Lu family has been poisoned with is the Immortal Ascension poison. There has always been no cure, no luck. Duo's face twitched subconsciously. The Immortal Ascension poison. This name obviously sounded very nice, but who would have thought that it was actually a kind of extremely vicious poison in its bones? This kind of poison was colorless and tasteless. A skilled poison master could even blend it into the air and use it. Once one was poisoned, there was no cure, no luck. And the poisoned person wouldn't feel anything unusual in the first few hours. But once the poison broke out, the person's internal organs would instantly rot, and there would be no room for resistance. The moment the poison broke out, the poisoned person wouldn't feel a sharp pain in his heart. Instead, there was a very strange feeling of comfort, as if he was floating in the air. Then, this comfortable feeling would turn into a torrent that would rush through the body through every orifice in the body, including the 5 orifices, the 7 orifices, the front and back of the lower body, including the navel and the gushing spring. When the torrent rushed out of the body, the person would be like a firework, returning to a moment of brilliance. All the skin, flesh, internal organs and blood would turn into flying ashes, and become dust with the sky. It was precisely because this poison was so overbearing that it was called the Immortal Ascension poison. After spitting out the turbid things like the heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys, the person would naturally ascend. Chapter 1094. Lu Wangxing used the new life force to seal all the orifices in his body but left his mouth open. He wanted to keep his mouth open to tell Duo his last words. I think you must have a lot to say to me. Duo covered his mouth and said, but you don't have much time left. Looking at your condition, you only have 1 minute at most. Seize the last chance. Lu Wangxing kept his mouth shut and nodded. You can choose the important things to say. Duo said deeply, I'll listen to whatever you say. I'll consider it carefully. Lu Wangxing's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bleak and desperate. He still kept his mouth shut and nodded, indicating that he had heard and understood. Duo let go of his hand. There's another mastermind behind Qin Fangyang's death. Lu Wangxing's voice was a little muffled. He stared at Duo's face and said with difficulty, the dragons fighting over the veins is just an excuse. The real cause of Qin Fangyang's death is something else. Someone is manipulating. Puff. As Lu Wangxing spoke, blue flames began to surge out of his mouth. His organs and blood turned into blue flames and surged out of the only orifices that were still open. He could no longer suppress the strong poison. But he struggled hard. His lips opened and closed, and he used the last of his strength to speak because he knew that this would be the last time in his life. Qin Fangyang's death was not because of the dragons fighting over the veins. The mastermind only used the gimmick of the dragons fighting over the veins and people's habitual thinking to complete and cover up this matter. But the truth of the matter has little to do with the dragons fighting over the veins. If it's just for a place, there's no need to do it. Or they could have done it earlier and let Qin Fangyang know the difficulty and retreat. I can even say that the mastermind's target is not Qin Fangyang himself, nor is it the dragons fighting over the veins. Huff. Lu Wangxing spat out a large ball of blue flames from his mouth, and his entire body shriveled up. However, his eyes, which were still glaring, suddenly brightened. At the last moment of his life, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration which made him think of something. He stared at Zhuxiaoduo's face and used the last of his strength to say, "I suspect that the Black Hand's target is." The voice suddenly stopped. His eyes were still firmly fixed on Zhuxiaoduo's face, but he couldn't say a word, not a single word. He was already dead. There were no longer blue flames gushing out of his mouth. However, the words he wanted to say, in the end he was unable to finish. He died with hatred, and his death was filled with hatred. Dead. Zhuxiaoduo said to Zhuxiaoyan, who had just arrived. What did he say? That's pretty much what I guessed. Zhuxiaoduo felt a little remorseful. He should have said his judgment before Lu Wangxing opened his mouth. That way Lu Wangxing could have saved a lot of breath. Most of what Lu Wangxing said was consistent with his guess, but he did not mention the most important suspect. However, that would also mean that Lu Wangxing wouldn't be able to say a single word before dying in vain because he had wasted too much time. Now that he was dead, it was useless to regret. He could not help but start to think about the last sentence Lu Wangxing said. Lu Wangxing's eyes were still staring at Zhuxiaoduo's face. He desperately wanted to finish the last flash of inspiration in his life, but in the end he did not finish. What's the situation? Zhuxiaoyan looked at Zhuxiaoduo. The last person Mr. Qin contacted was you, and then he disappeared. And according to the time when Mr. Qin was killed should be when I was with the Umno Alliance and just came out of the Demon Spirit Forest. In other words, I was actually safe at that time. It's just that you didn't get the exact information that I was safe. Because of two changes, the situation developed into the current situation. Zhuxiaoduo carefully analyzed the situation bit by bit. The first change was that at that time, I didn't know Grandpa's identity, so I hid for 2 days. The news of my safety was delayed. And Mr. Qin's accident happened in those 2 days. Could it have something to do with this? Now we can be sure that Mr. Qin's death was definitely not because of a group of dragons fighting for a place and a half. The last person he contacted was you, but he was killed after I got out of danger. Then, the real target of the mastermind is either you or me. Zhuxiaoduo's brain was spinning fast. He thought, I think there's at least a 90% chance that their target is me. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Wangxing's empty eyes that were still staring at him. Zhuxiaoduo sighed softly, there's a 90% chance that the mastermind's real target is me. Their ultimate goal of assassinating Mr. Qin is to lure me to Shangjing. Zhuxiaoyan frowned and said, but the minister inspecting Sky has confirmed that this matter was done by those who had a vested interest in the group of dragons fighting for a place. This is the second change. The minister's intervention was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhuxiaoduo said, in fact, the mastermind's cover was also the group of dragons fighting for a place. If there was an accident, they could use it as an excuse. But those who were exposed, if I'm not wrong, were just pawns. The real mastermind didn't even move a finger. He used them to achieve his goal. As far as the mastermind is concerned, it doesn't matter if all those who had a vested interest in the group of dragons fighting for a place are dead. It's just a group of scapegoats. If all of them are dead, all the relevant clues will be destroyed. He will only clap his hands and cheer. The mastermind used the habits and inertia of the major clans to add fuel to the fire and facilitate this situation. After that, no matter how things develop, whether or not there will be powerful people involved, his goal has been achieved. Because I'm now in Shangjing. I'm here to avenge Mr. Qin. Before I get my revenge, I can't leave. So, the mastermind has enough time to operate and start a new game against me. If there's something that the mastermind didn't expect, it's probably our real background. It's not ordinary, and we have a super strong support like the Devil Ancestor's grandfather. There's also our own strength. It's just that these are uncontrollable accidents. If I were to give an evaluation of the mastermind's current layout, there's only one word: perfect. After hearing Zhuxiao's evaluation, Zhuxiaoyan instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. She knew very well that her brother rarely had such a high evaluation of others. However, when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel creeped out. So, who is the mastermind? Zhuxiaoyan frowned. I don't know yet. I think this person from the Lu family doesn't know either. Zhuxiaoduo looked at Lu Wangxing and sighed softly. Although the facts had proven that he had guessed correctly, there was still an indescribable sense of grievance in his heart. He had a faint feeling that maybe the last words that Lu Wangxing said to him were all within the mastermind's expectations. Only in this way could he be sure of the direction of the truth and not leave. He would stay in Shangjing for a long time and continue to investigate. And this result was what the mastermind was happy to see and hoped to see. If the other party had really calculated even this point, then it wasn't simply perfect, it was terrifying and appalling. The other three families. Are we still going? Zhuxiaoyan cast a hesitant look at Zhuxiaoduo's face. I think it's meaningless to go now. Zhuxiaoduo smiled bitterly. The mastermind is so meticulous. Since they want to silence us, they won't just kill one family. The facts proved that Zhuxiaoduo's guess was right. After a while, the sirens outside were heard everywhere. The whole Shangjing city suddenly became chaotic. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan looked at each other and sighed. They directly melted into the void and circled Shangjing city in the night sky. They also went to see the other three families, but they didn't have to go down to see it in person. Because there wasn't a single living person in these four families. It was clear at a glance. Whether it was the elderly in their twilight years, the children in their swaddling clothes, or the innocent servants and guards, they were all dead. Not a single chicken or dog was left alive, not even a blade of grass was left. Originally, these families were super families with deep roots. Many of their descendants weren't in Shangjing. It was actually quite difficult to say that all of them were wiped out overnight. But the current situation was that the order of the Sky Inspecting Minister came true. After that order, the families were all dismissed from their positions. Then they had to rush back to their families one by one to discuss what to do next. Those who were dismissed were all beaten up. No one dared to leave their family members in the area where they were working. They all brought them back. The current situation of the four families could be said to be an unprecedented gathering and reunion. Even those who stood out in the previous competition weren't spared. They were also dismissed and returned home. Everyone was waiting quietly for the final result from the top and the subsequent response of the families. At this time, no matter how far away they were, they had already returned. At this time, a poison. A real family, neatly arranged, headed to the netherworld together. Shangjing City was in chaos. The Lu family, Bai family, Fan family, and Yin family, the four families were all wiped out on the same day. No one was left alive. Even those related people who had already been caught died at around the same time. They were all killed in prison. In just one afternoon, more than 13,000 people in Shangjing were wiped out. And among these 13,000 people, more than 90% were martial artists. There was no lack of high-level cultivators. This was a super big case. The four families were wiped out and their bloodlines were wiped out. The entire Shangjing was shaken, shocked, and horrified. This was the biggest murder case in Shangjing City in thousands of years. Chapter 1095. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that such a horrible murder case had happened in Shangjing City, the core of the empire. The emperor was furious and he ordered a thorough investigation. To be able to kill so many people in one night and even silence those who were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, how powerful was this murderer? After causing such a huge commotion, how could there not be any clues to be found? However, there were no clues at all from the four noble families. Of the 3 squads of guards in the prison, 2 squads committed suicide by consuming poison, while the last squad of more than 50 people was completely annihilated by the experts. Not a single person was left alive. The emperor was so angry that he smashed a cup in the palace. Investigate. No matter what, we must find the murderer. The reason why he said he wanted to find the murderer was because outside the walls of the Lu family and the Bai family, someone wrote a few words: "Those who implicated the heavenly king of the right die." How could these words not cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts? Was it to avenge the heavenly king of the right? Was that why they did this? Yes, yes, if they were not the right-hand men of the heavenly king of the right, how could they have such power and guts? Countless people couldn't help but think. However, the more he thought about it, this method, wasn't it a little too vicious? On the other hand, the Nian family, who had been saying that they would seek justice for the heavenly king of the right, were all dumbfounded. In the whole of Shangjing City, the Nian family, as the second most powerful family, was furious. They said that they would kill these families to avenge the heavenly king of the right. They even said that they would distribute the family property after they killed these families. Auction and donation. Now everyone from the 4 clans was dead. They were all dead. They were all dead. They were all dead. Just like what the Nian family said, the Nian family was really sharp. Their words carried enormous weight, and they acted decisively and decisively. The Nian family became like a pile of yellow mud that fell into their pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. What the fuck was this? Everyone in the Nian family was depressed. They had no one to vent their frustrations to. The reason why he didn't mention it was because the Nian family was one of the few families in Shangjing City who could do all this without anyone noticing. They had the power, the ability, the manpower, and the power to do all this. The most important thing was that they still had a motive. It was just released a few days ago. Everything seemed to be a perfect match, seamless and flawless. The Nian family was the scapegoat for all of this. No matter how he washed it, it was impossible to wash it clean. No matter how he argued, it was difficult to distinguish between the two. However, the Nian family knew very well that they didn't do it. The old master of the Nian family was so angry that he smashed the entire study. Who did it? The old patriarch's roar almost blew the roof off. We didn't do anything. It wasn't us. That was the sentence that the Nian family repeated the most during their argument. However, not many people were willing to believe it. Everyone in Shangjing City agreed that even if the Nian family didn't do it, they must have something to do with it. How could there be such a coincidence? You guys just released the news that you were going to destroy them and they were destroyed. Then you guys said that it had nothing to do with you guys. Do you think we are fools? If he did it, then so be it. He actually pretended to be wronged. Who was he trying to show? Where was the responsibility of a big family? Yudong Tian, the king of the right, was addicted to shifting the blame every day. However, this time, the Nian family who stood up for him took the blame. They didn't even know who did it. They were just as innocent as those who were blamed by the king of the right. The old master of the Nian family was about to vomit blood. Because some of his old friends even came out of their seclusion to have a long talk with the old master. He patted the old master's shoulder earnestly and said, "Old Master Nian, I have to say that this matter is a little too much." The old master was so angry that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage, but he still tried to defend himself. "It wasn't my family who did it." I know. Of course it wasn't your family. It really wasn't my family. I swear to God. I understand. Don't worry. Although it's a big deal, those people are all criminals. They deserve to die. Nothing serious will happen. It's just that this method is too vicious. It's against the harmony of heaven. It really wasn't my family who did it. Why are you so anxious? Do you think I can report you? I understand. Isn't it better for people to know about it than to see it? The old master picked up the broom and angrily threw out his old friend who had been with him for 1,700 years. It really wasn't my family who did this. It really wasn't. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were in Zhuoxiaonian's room. They looked at each other, speechless for a long time. But now, all the clues that were on the surface had been cut off overnight with a snap. Zhuoxiaoduo's original intention in coming to Shangjing was to settle accounts with the 4 influential families. However, as soon as he arrived, the 4 influential families were all dead. If the Nian family was the #1 suspect in the destruction of the 4 influential families, then the #2 suspect would be Zhuoxiaoduo. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuoxiaoduo was weak, had a simple background, and didn't have enough resources at hand, the Nian family would have been ranked as the #1 suspect. Of course, that was what Zhuoxiaoduo was thinking. His chest was filled with hatred. His first thought was to pick up the sledgehammer and smash the sky red with blood. He didn't care if they were innocent or not. He just wanted to kill them and make a river of blood. He wanted to kill every single one of them. However, the reality was that he didn't have time to do anything. The sledgehammer was still in the space ring. Their entire families were gone. Although there wasn't a river of blood, the 4 influential families were all dead. They died more cleanly than if Zhuoxiaoduo had really killed them. Zhuo Duo even rejoiced that the two of them had some tricks up their sleeves and left the scene early. Otherwise, if they really met the people from the government who arrived later, it would be the same as being caught red-handed. They would be the best scapegoats and would not be able to escape. This whole thing is so strange. It's so unusual. The more Zhuo Xiaoyan thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Xiaoduo, this is so unusual. Think about it. If you think about it carefully, how big of a trap is this? How many connections, manpower, and material forces do they have to be able to set up such a trap so thoroughly and flawlessly? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, he took out a large piece of paper and started to write and draw, trying to figure out the whole thing. He really missed Li Chenglong now. If Li Chenglong were here, he would be able to straighten everything out quickly and trace back to the origin through the details. However, when it came to him, he needed to deduce it bit by bit. He couldn't be sure if there were any mistakes that he hadn't considered. Yeah, it's really terrifying. What's more, we don't even know the real purpose and ultimate goal of the other party. We don't know what they want to do by setting up such a big trap. But it's undeniable that we're already in the middle of it. It's hard to extricate ourselves from it. Zhuo Xiaoduo first drew a small circle in the middle. This is the other party's deployment in Shangjing. The central point is here. The other party has an extremely large and impressive force in Shangjing. This force can be said to cover all aspects. Perhaps in some aspects, it's even stronger than the government's army. This is certain. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to wipe out the 4 great clans at the same time. They didn't even let go of the people in the prison. They didn't leave any traces behind and ensured that no one would be able to trace them. It's really amazing. In Shangjing, the center of Yanwu, to be able to come and go without a trace, and to have such a huge and meticulous plan to wipe out the 4 great clans, this force, even at the most conservative estimate, has infiltrated many government departments. This force, which has always been in the dark, has always been feared by everyone. So far, it has only revealed a part of its full strength. Because after this incident, everyone is bound to realize that there is such a force hidden in Shangjing. As for the true strength of the other party, it's hard to say whether they've already revealed the majority of it or just the tip of the iceberg. But, with the other party's meticulous and thorough plan, I estimate that this part of their strength that they have to reveal is only a small part of their strength. And even if it's just a part of their strength, it's still not considered as being exposed. After all, until now there hasn't been any flaws that can be traced. As for the rest of their strength, it's still in hibernation. There's still room to maneuver. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and pondered hard, racking his brain. If this matter really has something to do with me and I just escaped from the Umno Alliance's demonic forest, then the first thing they did was to use the dragons fighting for the heritage incident to set up a trap and kill Teacher Qin. What kind of relationship would there be between the two? Or should I say, how big is the relationship between the two? Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, this hidden force is so huge and its hiding strength is equally amazing. It's hard to find out. Could it be the work of a senior magus of the Umno Alliance? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. Can this matter involve a senior magus? It's possible, but it's also a little impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo murmured, it's possible. The Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls have been opposing each other for countless years. It's natural for them to send spies to the enemy's territory. The Umno Alliance's spies that appeared in Phoenix City in the past are examples. Phoenix City is a small border city, but the Umno Alliance's spies could be so powerful. If it's Shangjing, the capital city of the human race, how can the Umno Alliance's spies be small? However, the Umno Alliance's spies in Shangjing are very powerful, but the Umno Alliance's senior magi don't seem to have any evil intentions towards me. For example, Senior Magi Wudu, Senior Magus Zhu Mang, Senior Magus Dan Kong, Senior Magus Bing Ming. At least these 4 senior magi don't have a reason to kill me. If they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have let me go back to the Astral Souls. Chapter 1097. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed was slightly faster than his. Moreover, his aura was so long and profound that it seemed to be much stronger than his own. That shouldn't be the case, right? Although his trip to the Umno Alliance was fraught with danger, the benefits and improvements he had made were shocking. Whether it was Zhu Wu's inheritance, Elder Wan's gift, or Sire Shui's challenge, all of them had allowed him to make breakthroughs time and time again. At the very least, he felt that his strength was unrivaled among his peers. He had even fantasized about suppressing Yen Mao more than once in his dreams. But from the looks of it now, it was probably just a dream. While flying, Zuo Duo confirmed what he was thinking. I can't catch up. My current speed is already my limit, but Sister Nyen still looks like she has more energy left. He felt even more depressed. I still can't catch up? However, he did not give up and asked tentatively, Nyen Mao, your profound returning level cultivation. What level has it reached? Is it the pinnacle? How many times have you suppressed it? Zhuo Xiaonian had long reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and under Bai Yundua's guidance she had made rapid progress. Her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and she had suppressed it 36 times. But this concerned her bottom line, so how could she tell Zhuo Duo the truth? This puppy was also in the returning profound realm now. She was probably thinking about something that she shouldn't have, right? I just reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled. I just started suppressing it once or twice. Like hell, I'll believe you. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. I might have just reached the returning profound realm, but I'm not blind. You're telling me that you've just reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm? You've only suppressed it once or twice. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'll believe you? Then you're not as fast as me? Zhuo Duo replied. I'm already at the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and with the help of a divine artifact, I've already suppressed my origin energy 97 times. 97 times. Zhuo Xiaonian almost burst out laughing. Little doggy really dared to brag. He smiled and said, Aya puppy, you're awesome. Zhuo Duo was going crazy. How many times have you done this? Give me an accurate number. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and flew away with the wind. Come and chase me, dog. Zhuo Duo chased after him with all his might. Is there any benefit in catching up? What benefits do you want? Once I catch up to you, you'll let me get lost. The two of them sped off even more swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and they even emanated copious amounts of soul energy. All the way out of the city. According to the information, the direction Qin Fangyang had fled in was the wilderness. With a light boom, two auras, one cold and one hot, suddenly exploded. With the place where the two of them were walking side by side as the boundary, one left and one right, the auras spread out in all directions in a grandiose manner. Along the way, the 300 miles around them did not miss anything. It was as if a huge phoenix had suddenly spread its wings of ice and fire, sweeping across the vast land. Even Lei Changtan, who was hiding high in the sky and sneakily following them all the way, could not help but be shocked by this scene. Fuck. This soul energy was really too unexpected. It was as if it could cover the heavens and the earth. Strictly speaking, this soul energy was indeed tyrannical, but it was still not enough to enter the eyes of the demon ancestor, who was at the pinnacle of this world. However, this soul energy came from a boy and a girl in their early 20s. It was a different matter. The demon ancestor instantly felt inferior. When this old man was at this age, my spiritual energy was probably not even 1/10 of either of them. What a waste of the fact that this old man was praised as a great genius by the people around me since I was young. If this old man was a great genius, then what are they? I thought my grandson was a super genius, but I didn't expect my granddaughter to be a super genius too. These two little fellows can no longer be described as geniuses. Monsters, two monsters. It's just that. I clearly followed them all the way to investigate this matter, but I'm still confused. What's going on? My brain is a mess. Looks like in a team there must be a brain-like existence. Who was the brain-like existence back then? Zhuo Changchang? Damn it. This guy's brain is all about picking up girls. Back then, the brain-like existence seemed to be Qin Sha. What a pity, what a pity. My daughter beat him to it. Sai, that's not right. What's my position now? The demon ancestor mumbled all the way as he increased the height of his invisibility by another 500 meters. Luckily, these two little fellows did not notice the movement in the sky. If those two soul energy rashly swept over, I might have been exposed, and I'll have to take care of my children. Sai, I should think of a way to ease my relationship with my grandson. Lei Changtian racked his brains. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had missed out on too much. If he had come when he was 2 or 3 years old, he reckoned that 2 lollipops and a few hundred yuan of lucky money would have been enough to settle this. But now that the children had grown up and were not easy to coax, each of them was as smart as a ghost. His grandson and granddaughter did not seem to be easy to deal with. His grandson was mischievous and mischievous. He was even more cunning than an experienced person. As for his granddaughter, the great weapon that was originally used to deal with women was now useless. That if he did not see wrongly, his granddaughter's body was clear and delicate. She clearly had a pure body. Furthermore, she had taken the look-preserving pill. Beauty, this super topic that women in ancient and modern times were tirelessly talking about, was already useless to her. It was meaningless. She was already at the peak. Then, what else could he do? Weapons. Forget it. These two little fellows have divine weapons in their hands. They are much stronger than my Demon King hook. Don't even mention me giving them. I just want them to give me some of the remaining materials so that I can find a chance to refine my spiritual weapons. As for food, clothes, and toys, that these two fellows spent 15 billion just for a joke they made when they were children. What did they lack? Heavenly treasures? In this aspect, I don't seem to have as much as the two of them. I can't even compare to them. The 9 heaven spirit spring water can be measured with caddies. I don't even have as much as Wuchang Chang and Yu Dian. Thinking over and over again, Lei Chang Tian felt even more helpless. He deeply felt that this grandfather of his was actually the only poor person in the entire family. What the fuck? Lei Chang Tian was furious. I have lived my whole life. What have I done? Demon ancestor? What demon have I become? How can I become so miserable? They sped along the way and searched. They did not let go of even the slightest trace. Looking from the sky, the whistling meteors were constantly smashing down. However, the two of them did not care at all. With their current cultivation level, even if the meteors were aimed at them, they would immediately bounce back when they were several zhang above their heads. There was no effect at all. However, these meteors that could not affect the two of them increased the difficulty of searching for traces by no less than 10,000 times. All the traces along the way had already been destroyed thousands of times in this period of time. The two of them searched all the way until they were about to reach the Thousand Extremes mountain. Then they finally found something. Look over there. Zhuoxiaoduo swept past. Zhuoxiaoduo's target was a big rock. On that rock, a sword mark was deeply engraved. It pierced through this 10,000 gene huge rock. The sword intent within was awe-inspiring, filled with a sense of decisiveness. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes immediately showed waves of absent-mindedness. It was as if he had seen Qin Fangyang during class. That soul sword intent that burned like a torch soaring into the sky. After carefully looking at the deep sword mark in front of him, Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He said, "It can't be wrong. This is the sword mark left behind by Teacher Qin. The sword intent on it, I can't be wrong. I definitely can't be wrong." The sword intent of the 5-direction sword. Zhuoxiaoyan looked at the direction of this sword intent. Then, she thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Teacher Qin is actually already at the returning profound." Before she could finish her words, she quickly retreated a few steps. She turned sideways to look for the opponent and made a sword swing. Feels like the position is about the same. However, this sword should have been sent out by Teacher Qin when he was desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. He could no longer perfectly control his strength. That's why this sword mark was left behind. At that time, such a sword break out of the encirclement must have been attacked from all sides. And this sword should only be one of the countless counterattacking swords. But it can still explain a certain problem. The direction of this sword is to the left. That is to say, at this time, Teacher Qin was escaping in front. There were pursuers behind him and he was not intercepted head-on. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo thought for a moment. Then he flew out and landed 3 zhang behind Zhuoxiaoyan. He left a footprint and then retreated 300 zhang. He imitated Qin Fangyang's speed and ran all the way. As if someone was chasing him, he swung his sword all the way. The direction of the sword was to fall. It was the 5-direction sword that Qin Fangyang had taught him. When he reached the footprint, he suddenly swung out the 5-direction sword technique. The sword flashed and flashed. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out 1,000 zhang before he stopped and turned back. How is it? It should have been like this at that time. It's almost the same. Zhuoxiaoyan looked at Zhuoxiaoduo's sword aura. It was exactly the same as the sword mark on the rock. She could not help but admire Zhuoxiaoduo's memory and control of his strength. She was amazed. Zhuoxiaoduo returned to the original location of the footprint. Then he made 3 hypothetical movements and finally confirmed it. It's in this direction. He pointed. It's this way. Then he waved his hand and put the huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 jin into his spatial ring. Then he continued to search for traces with Zhuoxiaoyan. Zhuoxiaoyan knew why Zhuoxiaoduo put away the rock. If Qin Fangyang had really passed away, then this rock might be the last trace of Qin Fangyang in this world. How could Zhuoxiao Duo leave this stone outside to be battered by the wind and rain, slowly wearing it down? During the search, Zhuoxiao Duo fought all the way. It was as if he had turned into his teacher Qin Fangyang at this moment. He ran, fought, broke out of the encirclement and continued to run, fight, break out of the encirclement. Zhuoxiaoyan observed any traces that could be observed. She verified and judged with Zhuoxiao's imitations. If the people who had chased after Qin Fangyang were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because Zhuoxiao's traces, imitations, and the final conclusion of the route was almost equivalent to Qin Fangyang being chased all over again. Chapter 1098. Apart from the first few imitations, the more he went on, the more precise his moves became. Every move was flawless and flawless. He had completely replicated everything that had happened that day. It was to the point that the footprints on the ground completely overlapped in the end. Searching like this all the way, he found the traces and found the right route. Naturally, the follow-up was much easier. As time went on, there were more and more traces of fighting on the road. Basically, there was a round of fighting every 1,000 meters or so. Teacher Qin's body movement is based on one breath. After one breath, he needs a small amount of time to take a breath. The enemy's cultivation is obviously higher than his, so when he takes a breath, the enemy immediately takes the opportunity to catch up. But all the way to the foot of the mountain, Teacher Qin is still in the front position. He hasn't really been caught up, nor has he been surrounded. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zhuoxiao Duo glanced at the mountain terrain and said, according to Teacher Qin's fighting experience, he should have directly jumped up here, turned around and slashed with his sword, or self-exploded a doppelganger to block the enemy, and then escaped up the mountain. As he spoke, he jumped up and looked for the second trace. When his feet landed, he stopped here with a posture of touching the ground. Here Zhuoxiao's eyes focused. Because under his feet, there was a dark trace that was almost invisible. Nian Yen cat. I know. Zhuoxiaoyan waved her hand and froze the surrounding space. Then the surrounding air was forcefully squeezed toward the dark trace below. Another force entered the mountain rock and squeezed from the inside out. As she continued to move, the color of the dark trace became more and more clear. Zhuoxiao Duo stretched out her hand and touched it. Suddenly, there was a glaring red on her finger. Injured? Zhuoxiao Duo could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He had imitated all the battles along the way, and there were no signs of injuries or internal injuries. Although he could not say that he was at ease, there was always room for maneuver. Moreover, there were no external injuries before. Then where did the extra injuries come from? Why was there blood? Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly had an idea. He swayed his body and looked around. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, the other party was here. They had set up an ambush. Based on the location, the blood should have flowed out from the leg or the bottom of the trousers. However, the moment it stopped and was about to fly up, it was suddenly attacked. There are no signs of battle here, but in such a short period of time, the blood has already reached the stone below. Then the injury it suffered at that time was definitely not light. It was the ambush here that caused Qin Laoshi to be heavily injured for the first time. Zhuoxiao Duo gnashed his teeth in anger. Looking at a large rock on the left in front of him, it was like a screen. The person who had been lying in ambush had suddenly made his move and severely injured Qin Fangyang just as his body landed on the ground before he could fly up. It's on the thigh. So, the enemy launched a sneak attack at such a close distance. However, if it's a weapon, it shouldn't be so long. The wound is bleeding so fast. It's obviously a penetrating wound. If it was only one side of the wound, the blood wouldn't have flowed so fast. A person's nerve reaction is very fast. They would immediately contract the muscles. So, it must be a penetrating wound. In other words, this thing penetrated Qin Laoshi's body. Could it be a hidden weapon? Zhuoxiao Duo followed the illusion and shot out the hidden weapon. Then he followed the direction of the hidden weapon. Finally, on the opposite side of the dark side, on a mountain rock covered with moss, he found a small hole. Smack. Zhuoxiao Duo slammed his palm on the mountain rock. The mountain rock shattered inch by inch. 15 inches into the hole, he found a strange iron nail. It was completely black. An iron nail made of star iron, a triangular blade, a hole in the middle, a barb, a blue color, and highly toxic. What a vicious hidden weapon. Zhuoxiao Duo gritted his teeth. Zhuoxiaoyan's eyes were also shining. After searching here they finally found something. This iron nail was made of star iron. It was made of star iron and stood out from the rest. It was obviously a unique hidden weapon. And this unique hidden weapon was a great clue. Zuo Duo gritted his teeth, but he felt a little excited. Finally there was a clue. The 4 great families of Shangjing were just being used. However, the person who hid here and launched a sneak attack was the most important. This person had such strength. If he joined forces with the people who chased them before, Qin Fangyang and Shinjido would have been killed before they could escape here. Therefore, this person was not in the same group as those people. As long as they were not in the same group, it could be ruled out. It was not those people from the 4 great families. At this time, if it was not those people from the 4 great families who attacked, then it was very likely that they were the people behind the scenes. This was very certain. The enemy's hidden weapon should have been aimed at Qin Laoshir's chest. However, Laoshir suddenly stood up at this time. So it hit his thigh. Zuo Duo simulated it again and finally confirmed it. Then he deduced it based on the simulation of the chase. There were a total of 5 people who chased after Qin Laoshir. And this person who was hiding in the dark is the 6th. Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan checked the location of the hidden person for a long time. However, this place was badly damaged and they could not see anything. After this person attacked, did he continue to attack? Or did he retreat immediately? 3,000 meters up, they finally saw an unprecedentedly chaotic and tragic battlefield. Dark blood stains could be seen almost everywhere. Even though there were meteors crashing down continuously, they still could not eliminate all the traces here. He was intercepted here. The other party formed an encirclement. Zuo Duo looked at the messy traces on the scene. Looking at the blood splattering everywhere, it was as if he could see his Laoshir engaging in the most desperate battle here. There were enemies everywhere, but he still did not give up and continued to fight. That figure fighting with all his might was so clear. Here there were still only 5 people who attacked. That is to say, the person who used the hidden weapon did not choose to continue attacking after using the hidden weapon. Instead, he immediately withdrew and left. If that's the case, it's even more obvious that this person is not from those families. Zuo Duo confirmed this point. Finally, he felt that there was some direction in front of him. There are 5 people surrounding him from 5 directions. Obviously, all of them are injured. Here, Qin Laoshir self-destructed 3 of his doppelgangers. Before he rushed up, Zuo Xiaoduo's voice gradually became hoarse. Zuo Xiaoyan was silent. She only reached out and held Zuo Xiaoduo's hand tightly. She could understand Zuo Xiaoduo's feelings. With Qin Fangyang's cultivation and strength, combined with the characteristics of the 5-direction sword, self-destructing 3 doppelgangers here was equivalent to losing half of his life. Since he still wanted to escape, it proved that the enemy's combat strength was more than half. Along the way they continued to go up. Along the way to the peak of 7,000 meters, there was already a cliff. The entire mountain was a cliff, and below it was a white fog that rose up into the sky. This is the final battlefield. There was no battle. Qin Laoshir risked his life to rush up just to jump down from here. This is something that only a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles would understand. Jumping off a cliff, no matter how dangerous the cliff is, may not necessarily lead to death. However, dying under the enemy's sword is truly hopeless. Qin Laoshir must have had this thought at that time. As long as he jumped down, as long as the cliff was deep enough, no matter what, he could buy himself some time. However, when he struggled to reach here, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Before that, the last 2 doppelgangers self-destructed to buy him a chance to jump down. But at that time the last doppelganger self-destructed. Coupled with the dozens of wounds on his body and the strong poison, he was almost a dead man. Zuo Duo gritted his teeth and stood at the edge of the cliff. He muttered, but the people who were chasing after him were still worried. Before they could catch up, they threw their weapons directly and killed him. Tears fell from Zuo Xiaoduo's eyes. Until now there was really no hope in his heart. Before this, even if he said that Qin Laoshir had passed away, he told himself in his heart that there might still be a chance. However, seeing the traces along the way with his own eyes, the last trace of hope finally disappeared. In this case, even if it was him now, there was no way to survive. There was no hope of survival. What's more, there was the poisonous fog under Death Valley. With Qin Laoshir's condition at that time, with his exhausted body, he would definitely die. Zuo Duo looked at the rolling fog under the cliff and said firmly, "I want to go down." The weapons that were thrown out are also clues. And Qin Laoshir's body is still down there. Zhuxiaoyan said quietly, "Let's go down together." Okay. The two stood on the cliff, standing at the position where Qin Fangyang had rushed down, and jumped down together. These two children are really... Demon ancestor Lei Changtan, who was invisible in the sky above, sighed helplessly. "This death cliff, how can it be so easy to jump down? Jumping down so recklessly, should I say that you are skilled and bold, or that you are ignorant and fearless?" He sighed but still followed. But before he went down, he waved his hand. What he meant was, "Go back, I'll just watch." In the distance behind him, Bai Yunduo, who was also invisible, stopped with a bitter smile. "You'll just watch? If you were reliable. Madam wouldn't have specially asked me to follow you here. But so far, there was really nothing wrong here." With demon ancestor Lei Changtian, who wanted to atone for his sins, and who almost never left his grandfather's side and paid full attention here, it seemed that nothing would really happen. Instead of standing here foolishly, he'd better go back to Shangjing City to take a look. This matter was indeed strange in every way. It was the kind of development that the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan floated down like two feathers. And in the current continuous state of floating down, the two were more and more surprised. Too high. Too deep. Chapter 1099. This mountain peak, according to the visual estimation when they first arrived, was only about 7,000 meters high. However, they did not expect that the height of the cliff on the other side would be so different. It had far exceeded the height of the peak estimated from the front. The so-called height difference here was not simply a few hundred meters or a few thousand meters, but a multiple. It's a bit strange. The height of our fall has exceeded 14,000 meters, which is almost twice the height estimated from the outside. Zhuxiaoyan whispered to Zhuxiaoduo as they descended. "Yeah." Zhuxiaoduo looked at one side of the cliff. The other side was hidden in the thick fog, about 5,000 meters wide, and this side was like a knife, and it also showed a state of sinking. The lower they fell, the more the cliff on this side was concave. In this case, with Qin Fangyang's physical condition at that time, it was unlikely that he could move to dissipate the force. In addition, there was no obstacle in the air, so there was only one possibility for them to fall to the bottom. At the current known height, they would definitely fall into a meat patty or even a pool of meat sauce. "Forget it, let's go to the bottom of the cliff first." Zhuxiaoduo pursed his lips. At this time, both of them had seen the strange red and yellow fog below. It was also the world-famous and insurmountable moat of Death Valley. The poisonous fog of Death Valley was a kind of poisonous fog that was known but unknown. It was famous in the world and incurable. Only Zhuxiaoduo looked at each other and smiled. Zhuxiaoyan smiled slightly and stretched out her small white hand. Zhuxiaoduo reached out and held it. Suddenly, the two people's spiritual qi, one of water and one of fire, one of cold and one of warm, blended together in a blink of an eye. Then the two completely different real qis, one white and one red, intertwined to form a strange pink fog shrouding the two people's bodies. Wherever it passed, all of the poisonous mist was expelled outside of the thick pink mist. The two of them gradually went deeper into the fog layer safely, continuing to go deeper and slowly descending. However, the further down they went, the thicker the poisonous fog became. Slowly, it reached the point where it was almost like a solid layer of clouds. Not only could it completely block one's vision, it was almost at the point where one could reach out and grab it. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Since the two of them dared to jump into Death Valley, they were naturally prepared. This could be seen from the confluence of ice and fire that was constructed by the two of them and could block the outside aura from penetrating. However, everything they saw in Death Valley was still far beyond their expectations. Such a thick layer of poisonous fog that was no different from a substance was never seen or heard of before. Zhuxiaoduo's face became even more solemn. Under the invasion of such poisonous fog, the possibility of Qin Fangyang surviving after falling down was even lower. Originally, it was already infinitely close to zero. Now the word close could be removed. 18,000 meters. Zhuxiaoyan could see Zhuxiaoduo's expression and knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Zhuxiaoduo's hand. She signaled that she was still beside him. "You have to calm down." Zhuxiaoduo nodded and held her hand with a little force. As if their hearts were connected, both of them felt at ease. The two of them maintained their current state and continued to descend for more than 5,000 meters. Finally, they saw the ground below. Well, it was not appropriate to say that it was the ground below. That was because there was a huge swamp below. As far as the eye could see, the entire bottom of the canyon was filled with swamps. Looking around, there was actually no solid ground to step on. It was all swamp mud of unknown depth. And on the ground, there was a shallow layer of water of unknown color. Zhuxiaoyan thought and took out a huge piece of low-grade jade of astral souls from the space ring and threw it down. With a poof, the huge jade of astral souls fell into the swamp, causing mud to splatter everywhere. Then, the two of them were shocked to discover that the outer layer of the extremely sturdy jade of astral souls was emitting thick smoke. It was in a state of rapid corrosion. What was worse was that the jade of astral souls was sinking rapidly along with the bubbles. In the blink of an eye, the top of the jade of astral souls had disappeared. After a while, bubbles started to appear in all directions in the swamp as if in response. The moment the bubbles burst, poisonous fog appeared and floated upwards. This was probably the source of the poisonous fog that had almost solidified above them. If one were to look at the visual effect, one would see countless colorful bubbles flying upwards if the sun shone on them. It was no different from the soap bubbles made by children. It had a strange and dreamy beauty. However, the destructive power contained within it was so terrifying that it could devour all living things and overturn all living beings. Zhuxiao Duo stared blankly. His lips were trembling and his eyes were gradually turning red. Zhuxiaoyan sighed softly. She hugged Zhuxiao Duo and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Zhuxiaoyan understood Zhuxiao Duo's feelings very well. Zhuxiao Duo might have felt a little lucky when he saw the swamp. But after considering the height of more than 20,000 meters, the poisonous fog in the middle of the swamp that was almost 10,000 meters thick, and the bottomless poisonous swamp that could swallow all living things, that there was really no hope for Qin Fangyang to survive if he jumped down. What's more, once he fell into the swamp, he wouldn't even be able to collect his corpse. He would definitely be corroded and melted the moment he fell into the swamp. Not even his bones would be left behind. At the moment when the astral souls fell into the swamp and smashed into the swamp, Zhuxiaoyan looked on in surprise. At the moment when Zhuxiao Duo's spirit collapsed, there seemed to be a faint wave of spiritual power that fluctuated in this direction. But it disappeared immediately. The swamp at the bottom completely destroyed the only hope left in Zhuxiao Duo's heart. Zhuxiao Duo felt that his emotions were on the verge of collapse. At this moment he felt that something was amiss, but it was too subtle. It was like an ant's spiritual energy being stirred. At this moment, Zhuxiao Duo couldn't care less about these details. His emotions were on the verge of collapse. He suddenly shouted, "Even if he died, what about his bones? Will there really be no bones left?" Before his voice died away, he suddenly took out the 99 cat hammer and smashed it down in the air with a bang. His ferocious hammer strike was so powerful that it was unimaginable and appalling. Suddenly, a whirlpool with a radius of several feet appeared in the swamp in front of him. Countless amounts of poisonous water and venom surged into the air. At this moment, it was as if the Milky Way was pouring down. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan stared at the huge pit that was created. It was at least 1,000 meters deep. But they still couldn't see the bottom. At the bottom there was still a thin layer of mud. And there was nothing in the muddy soup that splashed up. It wasn't just that Zhuxiao Duo didn't have what he had been longing for, it was that other than the poison there was nothing else. Everything that fell into the swamp had really melted away. Zhuxiao Duo gritted his teeth and looked at the venom splashing down. He only felt hatred in his chest. Suddenly he took out a few empty space rings and some bottles and tried to fill them with the venom. Unfortunately, the moment those bottles came into contact with the venom, they were in a state of collapse and melted in the blink of an eye. Zhuxiao Duo even tried to seize the opportunity to forcibly store the jade bottles and venom that were about to collapse into the space ring. But in just a moment even the space ring was melted away. "What are you doing?" Zhuxiaoyan asked in surprise. "They let my teacher have a taste of this. Naturally, I have to let them have a taste of this too." Zhuxiao Duo didn't give up and kept trying. He even took out the 2 used earth hair dryers and started to compress the poisonous fog inside. The earth hair dryers were indeed the most poisonous devices in the world produced by the non-poisonous shaman. They could actually store this kind of poisonous fog. "I don't have the patience to throw them all here. I can only take some of the things here out." At this moment, Zhuxiao Duo's face showed an unprecedented ferocity. Zhuxiao Duo had already dismantled the non-poisonous shaman's earth hair dryer. However, the true value of the earth hair dryer was the poisonous fog. The earth hair dryer itself was made of precious materials and its structure was not repeated. At this moment, it was compressing the poisonous fog in the poison valley and it was unusually smooth. After several attempts, Duo felt that the poisonous fog in front of him wasn't much worse than the original earth hair dryer, even if it wasn't as good as it was. Or the earth hair dryer could be used repeatedly. The poisonous fog in this realm was enough to be replenished many times. Just you wait. I will find all of you murderers and then spray this poisonous fog in your faces and mouths. When these are used up, I will come back for more. I will let you have your fill. Zhuxiaoyan was dumbfounded as she watched Duo compress the poisonous fog. In just a moment, the poisonous fog that was no less than 1,000 feet in radius was compressed into the Zhao's things. She could not help but be stunned. As the poisonous fog here was cleared, it was quickly replenished from other places. Duo carefully put away the 2 earth hair dryers and said with a dark face, "Let's go." Zhuxiaoyan nodded and warned, "You have to keep it well. If this thing is leaked, it's okay. It was more dangerous than this before. This thing is very safe." The 2 of them once again activated their martial arts. Water and fire flowed together and rose up. Zhuxiaoyan looked at the thick white fog that was close at hand and could not help but say, "If the poisonous fog here spreads out, I'm afraid that the surrounding tens of thousands of miles will become a ghost town. Why didn't this poisonous fog spread out?" Zhuxiaoyan's unintentional words made Zhuxiao's whole body tremble. His mind was spinning rapidly. That's right, this mist-like thing was the least weighty. Since it originated from the bottom, as long as there was space above, it could gradually spread. But why did this poisonous fog stop at the halfway point of the mountain and not go up? Not to mention the mountains and cliffs near Death Valley, even the sky above Death Valley was completely free of poison. This went against common sense. Then what on earth was it that could seal the poisonous fog? Zhuxiao's eyes were gradually filled with uncertainty. He said, "Nian Mao, when you came down just now, did you feel the aura of other souls?" "My wrist is a little swollen. I went for acupuncture." Begging for a voice vote. Chapter 1100. Zhuxiaoyan was stunned. "No. Really? Not at all? Really? Then what about the fluctuation of spiritual sense?" "Not at all." Duo frowned. "Was it just my imagination?" He tried to recall carefully. It seemed that there was an extremely small amount of spiritual power that flashed past. Duo was sure. This was definitely not the spiritual power of a human. If this spiritual power was controlled by someone, then this person's cultivation must have reached an unparalleled level. It was so much so that even Elder Wan in the Tianling forest as well as Sire Shui didn't possess such meticulous spiritual energy. Duo flew up with Zhuxiaoyan while staying close to the cliff. He carefully looked for any abnormalities on the cliff. Were there any holes or shallow areas? Perhaps there was some attractive hole that sucked Qin Fangyang in? However, they did not find anything even when they were almost out of the poisonous fog. Duo finally let go of the last bit of luck and could not help but feel disappointed. "I didn't find anything. I didn't even find the swords that the enemy threw down. They must have been swallowed and melted by the swamp." Duo was disappointed and returned with Zhuxiaoyan. After the 2 of them left, on the ground of the swamp, not far from where the 2 of them were standing, the space suddenly changed and a huge hole appeared out of thin air. This hole was thousands of meters wide and was more than enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier. A moment later, a humongous head silently stretched out. This head was at least the size of 7 or 8 train engines. A pair of eyes rolled around. It looked up. Just one of its eyes was almost the size of a house. The swamp area seemed to be boiling and rolling with gurgling waves hundreds of meters high. In the next moment, a huge tail rolled in the swamp, like a person who had slept for a long time suddenly stretching. Countless bubbles popped up and burst, and the poisonous fog in the sky became denser. A muffled voice murmured, "That little thing almost found me just now. It's quite sharp." That was close. His huge eyeballs rolled up and revealed an expression of lingering fear. However, if this look was seen by others, most of the people in Shangjing City would be scared to death. "The ancestor said that I can't be discovered by anyone. Once I'm discovered, it will be my end," the voice murmured. "But those 2 little things are obviously so weak. Can they really threaten me?" This huge monster that suddenly appeared had 2 strange horns on its head. It murmured, "Whatever, I don't care. What the ancestor said must be true. I just don't know when the ancestor will come back. I'm bored to death here." It wagged its tail gloomily. Then, It rolled its eyes even more gloomily and turned its head to look at its side. It was a person who was covered in wounds and almost cut into pieces. He quietly lay beside the monster. His body was not even as big as the fingernails on the monster's claws. But what should I do about this? The monster looked at the person lying on the ground in distress. The ancestor said that I can't kill. I can't see anyone. I haven't killed anyone before. Even the poisonous gas is blocked by the power of the inner core. I can't see anyone. What should I do? This person was still alive when he fell from the sky. Does this count as breaking the precepts? How depressing. Can't I yawn at any time? Why do I have to yawn at that time? The monster was extremely depressed. This little thing is not good either. How could it fall into my mouth so coincidentally? I'm speechless. If I didn't yawn, this little thing would have fallen to his death, drowned or poisoned. It has nothing to do with me. How could it fall into my mouth so coincidentally? Now, if he dies, it has something to do with me. Why is this little thing involved with such a strong heavenly fate? If this heavenly fate backfires, I can't bear it. What should I do? It used its little fingernails to carefully turn the person lying quietly on the ground and sighed, but the injuries on this little thing's body are too serious. Why should I bear the karma of such a person who is bound to die if he dies in my place? Is there any place in this world that is reasonable? If I want to keep this guy alive, I have to use the power of my inner core. Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage. Why am I so unlucky? Hasn't it always been that whoever meets me is unlucky? Why is it that I'm unlucky to meet one after tens of thousands of years? The monster sighed and muttered to itself. Looking at this person who was about to fall apart and whose life force was getting weaker and weaker, it reluctantly stretched its head and dripped a drop of saliva into this person's mouth. Let's maintain it for now. If he completely survives, won't he see me? Once he sees me, won't it mean that I've been seen? If I've been seen, will it mean that I've broken the oath? If I break the oath, won't I be even more unlucky? A drop of the monster's saliva was equivalent to the person lying on the ground taking a bath. His entire body was soaked. Too small. The monster sighed. You're lucky. This is the water of my inner core. Bored to death, it raised its head and looked at the huge amount of poisonous fog that it had created over the years. In its huge eyes, there was an indescribable desire. When can I go out and play freely? Ancestor, when will my benefactor come? I've waited for so many years. Do you know the flowers have withered? It's so hard. On one hand, I'm not allowed to see anyone. On the other hand, you said that my benefactor will come. If I don't see anyone, how can there be a benefactor? Boo-hoo. After feeling sorry for itself for a long time, it suddenly thought of something. It lowered its head. Looking at the person lying on the ground, it was bewildered. He was bewildered. This little thing can't be my benefactor, right? If this guy is my benefactor, does it mean that I can go out? The monster's two big eyes blinked and suddenly became excited. It lowered its head and looked at the tattered person on the ground. The saliva in its mouth dripped to 375 meters. Benefactor. You have to be my benefactor. I'm about to suffocate to death. Don't you have to be my benefactor too? Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan ascended to the top of the mountain dejectedly. Both of them were a little dejected. They had mobilized so many people and tired themselves out all the way. Both of them felt that they had gained nothing. They only gained one iron nail. As for the poisonous fog that Zhuoxiaoduo collected, both of them didn't feel that it was much of a gain. It was just a little bit of poison. What was the use of it? Whether it was Zhuoxiaoduo or Zhuoxiaoyan, they had always collected a lot of things. They didn't care about this little thing at all. Lei Changtian followed closely behind and ascended from below. He didn't go to the bottom. He protected them from afar in the poisonous fog. Seeing this thick poisonous fog, Lord Demon Ancestor wanted to collect some for backup at the first moment. If he encountered a large-scale battle formation of enemies that he couldn't deal with, this thing was simply a necessary weapon in battle. When the time came, it would melt a large area in an instant. What a good thing. However, Lord Demon Ancestor didn't have this kind of equipment. He could only look at it enviously. Hearing that these two treasures weren't even in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. I don't know what to say. With this thing, it can guarantee that you can keep your life even if you're surrounded by millions of demons. You actually don't think of it as a toy. But I can't collect it at all. I'm so angry that my liver hurts. Sigh, those who really know and understand good things can't get good things. On the contrary, those who don't know anything are so lucky. Lei Changtian looked up at the sky and sighed. When I was young, I played Golden Flower with Zhuchangchang and the others. After a while, I would catch 3 leopards. They encouraged me to take the initiative to open my cards. When I understood that it was the biggest, I didn't even play Golden Flower anymore, let alone leopards. Every time I played, I lost so much that I lost my underwear. I suspect that those guys cheated. I guess Zhuchangchang cheated. First he made me addicted, then he made me lose. Finally I gave him an IOU. Later the IOU was as thick as a palm. He seduced my daughter. I've been smart all my life, but I'm stupid now. Sigh, the past is like smoke, it's not worth mentioning. Zhou Xiaoduo and Lei Changtian shot straight up from the bottom of the cliff like a rocket. They rushed straight into the air and then slowly descended. Their chi surged, completely dispersing the remaining poisonous fog in the surroundings. Then the duo stared blankly. Because in front of the duo, there were actually 5 black-clothed masked men standing quietly at the edge of the cliff. Many pairs of bright eyes looked at the 2 of them. Their gazes were full of interest, as well as indescribable cruelty. Zhou Xiaoduo, have you discovered anything after entering the bottom of the cliff? The black-clothed man in the middle, his black robe fluttering in the long wind high in the sky. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. Zhou Xiaoduo stopped in midair and narrowed his eyes. Who are you people? You actually dare to block my way here? Don't tell me you haven't heard of the great name of Iron Fist Young Master Zhou Xiaoduo? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. Iron Fist Young Master, he. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled faintly. Don't play Zhao's tricks in front of me. You, Zhou Xiaoduo, are known as the Iron Fist Young Master, but your true ability is your sword. The black-clothed man's eyes had a playful look. He said faintly, Nimble Cat Sword, I'm right, aren't I? I'm taking a leave of absence today. I'm feeling very down. My language teacher passed away, so I have to go back. It's very sad. I still remember that year when my teacher finished reading my essay on the podium. He sighed and said, this child can be a writer in the future. When I was at my wit's end, this sentence supported my online literature career. I'm sorry for today. Brothers and sisters. Chapter 1101. The eyes of the other 4 masked men in black also flashed with mockery. This kid actually wants to show off his cleverness in front of us Jianghu veterans? Trying to surprise us with a sword at a crucial moment? These are all leftovers from our games. Can your title of Iron Fist Young Master be used to deceive us? Your hidden weapons and small gourds are also useless. The leader of the masked men in black looked coldly at Zhou Xiaoduo, like a cat toying with a mouse. Once again he pointed out one of Zhou Xiaoduo's trump cards. Childish. The 5 of them laughed at the same time. Momentum surged. An inexplicable momentum suddenly spread out. It was as vast as the sky, as strong as the mountains, as steady as the earth, and as vast as the sky. The momentum suddenly increased and surged in the air. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan looked at each other, a trace of caution in their eyes. Momentum. The momentum of these 5 people was already very strong. Even though it was just one of them, the momentum that belonged to flying in the sky was already as strong as a mountain. At this moment, the momentum of these 5 people was linked together into one, as if they were inseparable from the vast sky and the earth. Vast, broad, and unshakable. But now at this moment the 5 of them stood side by side on the cliff. Their meaning was simple and straightforward. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to land, and they were not happy to see it. Zhou Xiaoyan stood in the air, her white robe fluttering in the wind. Her voice was cold and clear. So what if you know our movements like the back of your hand? I have to thank all of you for your actions. Since you've been hiding and not moving, no matter how much I investigate, I can't find your whereabouts. Your ability to hide your tracks is really amazing. You suddenly appeared, but it gave me a chance to face you directly. However, I'm very curious. Why did all of you come out so openly this time? Zhou Xiaoyan's status in the 9 Heavens Pavilion was no longer what it used to be. Although she still spoke to Zhou Xiaoduo's parents in the same tone as before, when facing outsiders, her bearing as a superior was naturally revealed. Her words were majestic and awe-inspiring. Her question was exactly what Zhou Xiaoduo was curious about. Previously, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find anything. Their clues were almost completely cut off. How did it come out on its own this time? This action left a trace, and it was very likely that the previously broken clues were once again connected. We naturally have our reasons for coming out. The eyes of the leader of the masked men flickered. Although it was very subtle, Zhou Xiaoduo could still see a flash of annoyance in her eyes. Annoyed? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Why should he be upset? The other party's series of actions could be said to be flawless, without any flaws. Moreover, it was unexpected and meticulous. Including the current action, it was far beyond the two of them. Then, why should he be upset? The only reason for this was that Zhou Xiaoduo was deep in thought. Then he said indifferently, "You guys saw me leaving the city and were afraid that I would run away? That's why he took action in advance?" The leader of the masked men snorted, "You're still wet behind the ears. You think too highly of yourself." Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, "There's no need to quibble. If you weren't afraid that I would run away, why would you follow me here? Based on what you've done before, how could you reveal your flaws so easily?" At this moment his brain was working vigorously. He said, "So your target is really me? You're just waiting to finish me off to complete your mission? Or should I say, only by finishing me off can you be considered to have completed your mission?" The eyes of the 5 masked men in black did not change. They just looked at him coldly. "No, that's not right either. You guys spent so much effort, but the true intention in your bones was to lead me to Shangjing?" Zhou Xiaoduo thought and said, "But based on your huge power and strength, if you just wanted to kill me, why did you have to lead me to Shangjing? So many twists and turns, so much time and effort. But you guys just had to set up such a trap. Why is that? It's very thought-provoking. You'd rather do things in the most troublesome way to lead me to Shangjing? After I arrived, you guys could still bide your time and remain calm. But when I left the city, you guys became anxious and didn't hesitate to show up for a while." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled meaningfully. "Tell me, your many actions are thought-provoking?" The 5 of them still did not say a word, but their eyes were getting colder and colder. "Then can I understand that? Because of a special reason, you need to target me and kill me. But to kill me, you need to do it in a suitable place. The suitable place you preset is Shangjing? You have to kill me in Shangjing?" Zhou Xiaoduo murmured, "If you use this as an inference, you can't let me die outside of Shangjing. You should want to capture me alive and use me to do something in Shangjing. And for this matter, why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you choose to do it at this time? Is it because the time is not right? Or maybe the other conditions are not right, but you took the initiative to jump out now. It can only be that the time is almost right? Are you afraid that I'll run away? So you don't dare to wait any longer? What if I go too far away and the time is difficult to adjust? Then your plan can't be carried out. This should be the most intuitive reason, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long breath and said, "I think I seem to have understood something." The leader of the black-clothed men said lightly, "What do you understand? What can you understand?" Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, "As long as you trace the matter back to its origin, you will naturally understand. There is only one big thing that is about to happen recently. And this thing is the dragons fighting for the heritage. My teacher Qin was not schemed against for the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. He was schemed against because I was of some use to the dragons fighting for the heritage." Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed a thoughtful expression. "But what use do I have to the dragons fighting for the heritage? Is it worth it for you to plot against me? Teacher Qin didn't reveal anything about the dragons fighting for the heritage to me before. Before I arrived in Shangjing, I knew very little about the so-called dragons fighting for the heritage." The eyes of the black-clothed masked man did not waver. He just looked at Zhou Xiaoduo coldly. "No matter what you guessed or know, it is meaningless to you. Zhou Xiaoduo, your life will end today." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, "At least tens of thousands of people have said this to me before, but until today I am still alive and well. On the contrary, the people who said these words are already dead." The black-clothed masked man half closed his eyes and said deeply, "Who will die, Zhou Xiaoduo? You will know. You will know soon." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and nodded, of course. As long as you make a move, everything will be clear. But why are you still not moving? Why are you still standing there like a wooden stake?" The black-clothed masked man's leader said lightly, "The road to the underworld is long, lonely, and infinitely desolate. Once you step on that road, there will not be so many people to talk to you anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo, are you in such a hurry to be on your way?" Zhou Xiaoduo said admiringly, "Your Excellency, You even know the feeling of stepping on the road to the underworld so clearly. It seems that you must have a lot of experience. You are so old, it is not surprising that you have such experience. But I am curious, who gave you this experience? Your father? Your mother? Your wife? Your son? Or your whole family has been gone for generations? The black-clothed masked man's eyes emitted a bloody light, and he said word by word, Zhuxiaoduo, you will pay for what you said. Next to him, a black-clothed masked man looked at Zhuxiaonian, whose clothes were fluttering in the air, licked his lips and said, Brothers, I don't care how you deal with this kid. But I have to taste this spiritual goddess first. Next to him, several black-clothed masked men laughed together. Not only you have to taste her, all of us have to taste her. At most, we will let you have the first taste. Zhuxiaonian's eyes became colder and colder. Zhuxiaoduo's killing intent suddenly rose, unprecedentedly fierce and cold. So what are you waiting for? Zhuxiaoduo stretched out his hand, and the cat spirit sword was already in his hand, shining with cold light. Since you also know that my swordsmanship is unparalleled, today I will use this sword to send you on your way, and let you know that my reputation is not in vain. The 5 of them were naturally not in a hurry. They had the advantage in numbers, tyrannical strength, and had their feet on the ground without any losses. On the other hand, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian had been standing in the air, and had just climbed up from the cliff, so their losses were definitely not small. The longer this stalemate dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Although they were all full of confidence, everyone was very clear in their hearts. No matter which one of the young boy and girl in front of them, their battle strength could not be underestimated. Especially this spiritual goddess, who had already become a legend in the whole of Shangjing City. It was said that many Sky Soar Realm experts had fallen in her hands. The strength of this woman's battle prowess, coupled with her current age, was truly shocking. If not for this, why would so many Sky Soar Realm experts be dispatched this time to kill her? Suddenly the cold air in the air intensified. An extremely cold aura suddenly appeared, instantly covering the entire mountain peak. Zhuxiaonian's extremely cold aura suddenly spread out, and the Spirit Snatcher sword flashed with a cold light, sword chi filling the sky. Just a moment ago, Zhuxiaonian and Zhuxiaoduo had already come up with a countermeasure, or rather, a tacit understanding. At this time the other party who did not know Zhuxiaoduo's true battle strength, was wary of Zhuxiaonian, which was more reasonable. Since that was the case, why not let Zhuxiaonian take the lead? By attracting the enemy's battle strength, Zhuxiaoduo, who had reserved his strength and trump cards, could find an opportunity to break through the enemy's gap. Sister Nian. You deal with 4, I'll help you hold back 1. Find an opportunity to stand on the cliff, then wait for an opportunity to break through. Zhuxiaoduo shouted. Okay. Zhuxiaonian's eyes were cold, and the Spirit Snatcher sword flashed, covering the entire mountain peak in ice and snow. Originally, I wanted to delay the other party's real purpose, but seeing that everyone doesn't understand, there's no point in keeping them in suspense. Chapter 1102. As the cold light covered the sky and covered the earth, the 5 people's expressions were still disdainful, but their eyes were solemn. Although they were insulting the other party as much as possible, hoping to exhaust the other party's mental strength to the greatest extent and disrupt the other party's mentality. However, they didn't dare to underestimate the combat strength of the spiritual thought goddess at all. They knew one thing very well. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might be the one to be killed. Absolute chill, freezing for an instant. This was not a joke. It was a fact that had been proven through battle results over and over again. This so-called instant was not just a description of speed, but a deeper meaning was that even time and space could be frozen. Facing such an enemy, even if the other party's realm was a full level lower, her combat strength was definitely not to be underestimated, and her lethality was definitely considerable. In order to be safe, they had information and research on almost every battle since the spiritual thought goddess entered the 9 Heavens Pavilion, especially during the period when she ascended to the nascent profound. The general conclusion they came to after brainstorming was that if this spiritual thought goddess broke through to the Ascension realm, they would at least need to send out a Dao integration expert to deal with her. Just based on the level of strength she displayed in her last attack, an ordinary Ascension expert would not be able to deal with her. And this so-called ordinary Ascension expert referred to those above the mid-level Ascension realm, or even the high-level Ascension realm. There was a need to explain a little here. Those who were suppressed at the peak of the nascent profound realm did not break through to the ascension realm more than 3 times were considered ordinary ascension experts. Those who ascended to the ascension realm basically did not go through the suppression of true yuan, nor did they achieve it through external forces. This realm was originally a realm that external forces could not reach. Those who could reach this realm were all former so-called geniuses. This was the lower limit. 3 to 6 times belonged to the ascension realm, the geniuses of geniuses. At the very least, they had to be at this level to have the possibility of advancing further. Of course, it was only a possibility. 6 to 9 times basically belonged to the legendary ascension realm experts. There was a more appropriate way to describe them: heavenly king seedlings. In other words, those who suppressed 6 to 9 times to break through to the ascension realm had a relatively higher chance of reaching the heavenly king level in the future. The more they suppressed, the higher the limit, and the higher the chance of reaching the heavenly king level. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference between ascension and ascension. Even if they were both at the peak of the ascension realm, the difference in strength could be as great as heaven and earth. Some could even crush another to death with their aura alone. Or one move to determine life and death. This kind of thing, although mysterious, was actually very common. However, it was within reason. And this time the ones sent to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian were all Skysoar realm geniuses. Furthermore, all 5 of them were at the pinnacle of Skysoar realm. The root of this battle was naturally to target Zhuoxiao Duo. However, if they wanted to target Zhuoxiao Duo, they couldn't avoid Zhuoxiaonian. Therefore, in reality, these people were here to target Zhuoxiaonian. As for Zhuoxiao Duo, a mere junior sending out one was already too much. Cold light flashed and the ground froze. Zhuoxiaonian's spirit snatcher instantly slashed 400 times. Ding ding ding. The sword tip collided with the weapons of the 4 enemies for a total of 400 times. Zhuoxiaonian was actually attacking 4 pinnacle Skysoar realm experts at the same time. The moment she started, the scene became extremely intense. The 4 of them didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits and used all their strength to block the attacks while also preparing to counterattack. However, the moment the sharp sword tip came into contact with their weapons, the 4 of them felt a bone-chilling coldness seeping into their palms, wrists, and meridians from their weapons that the primordial yang qi in their dantians quickly rose to disperse the coldness. However, they still couldn't help but shiver. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. If they hadn't made preparations beforehand, they might not have been able to take down this lass. The 4 of them were of the same mind. They exerted their strength together and didn't retreat an inch. Their feet were like nails that were nailed to the edge of the cliff. The abnormally strong force sent Zhuoxiaonian flying. These people had clearly made up their minds to prevent her from flying up the cliff. As long as this continued, no matter how talented she was, she would only be exhausted if she continued to float in the air for a long time. The 4 experts were in no hurry to take down Zhuoxiaonian in one go. If they went to the extreme, they would definitely have to pay a price. Moreover, it was very likely that the price would be very heavy. It might even cost 2 lives or their futures. However, such a price was too heavy. They might as well slowly grind it out. Zhuoxiaonian's body was agile and graceful. She retreated and advanced as soon as she touched them. She was like a phantom, constantly attacking from all directions. It was as if she didn't care about the consumption of her spiritual energy at all. Although the 4 of them didn't understand why this goddess of spiritual thoughts was so inexperienced in battle and only knew how to attack like a boorish man, she didn't know that this situation was exactly what they wanted. They were frantically attacking and exhausting their spiritual energy. From beginning to end, they maintained a calm situation where 2 of them were attacking with all their might while the other 2 were conserving their spiritual energy. How could they not win if they fought steadily? After all, she's still inexperienced. This little girl is overconfident in her strength. She doesn't know when to advance or retreat. She doesn't understand the true mystery of tactics. Although the 4 of them were shocked by Zhuoxiaonian's sharp offensive, there was no lack of disdain in their hearts. On the other side, the one who was fighting Zhuoxiao Duo alone had already gained the upper hand. He was beating Zhuoxiao Duo until he was staggering and battered. Zhuoxiao Duo's cat spirit sword and various hidden weapons were endless and wonderful. He tried his best to seize the edge of the cliff and gain a foothold. However, in the face of the opponent's absolute strength, he was in an awkward situation where he couldn't do anything at all. He didn't know how many of the various jade hidden weapons that made him famous had flown out. However, the situation this time was fundamentally different from the past. There was a great disparity in strength. In the end, the opponent didn't even try to dodge. Even if he was hit, he would only feel a slight pain on his body. Zhuoxiaoduo's hidden weapons were simply unable to break through the opponent's protective spiritual energy. They were simply too small and too weak. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was filled with anxiety. He was using the same move that made him famous, the flaming sun of the flaming sun scripture, to the extreme. His entire body was like a small sun, dancing continuously. The cold sword light was like the true flames of the sun, filling the sky with flowing clouds. The power of this move couldn't be said to be very strong. Even the Skysword realm expert who had suppressed Zhuoxiaoduo to the point of being at an absolute disadvantage was full of praise in his heart. As expected of the continent's #1 genius. At such a young age, he had already reached the returning profound realm. Although he was suppressed, he wasn't willing to give up. In fact, he was far from collapsing and was still fighting tenaciously. With this kind of performance, whether it was cultivation, strength, mentality, or even fighting spirit, every aspect was first class. If he was able to fight with him on the ground, his attack power and lethality would probably increase by another level. At that time, he might not be able to take him down. At the very least, if Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to take advantage of the opening to escape, he might not be able to control the situation. There was no place that he could grab. The sword light suddenly changed from a drizzle to a torrential downpour. It was like a flash flood, with huge waves surging to the sky. That the power was getting crazier and crazier. Countless shadows of hidden weapons flew out from all kinds of tricky angles, using all kinds of methods to attack. This generation's genius is indeed worthy of his reputation. It's a pity that he has reached the point of exhaustion. As the saying goes, the first drum builds up the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. If he can't take down his opponent in this final battle, he will only exhaust his strength. How can he continue? The Skysword realm expert became more and more spirited. While praising in his heart, he didn't show the slightest bit of negligence. Even though he felt that he had the entire situation under control and had the absolute upper hand, he couldn't afford to slack off in this kind of situation. As someone who boasted that he had the entire situation under control, he was the one who dared to be distracted the most at this moment. Comparing the two, he realized that Zhuoxiaoduo's battle experience was much richer than the spiritual thought goddess beside him. In other words, if the spiritual thought goddess had such battle experience and reacted at the last minute, perhaps she really wouldn't be able to keep him here today. Countless hidden weapons converged into a great river. The torrential downpour of pear blossoms was everywhere. Even a small gourd under his feet would mysteriously explode. Good technique, really good technique. The Skysword realm expert brandished his long sword to protect himself. He said indifferently, "Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, your techniques are useless. After all, they're just small tricks that can't be used in public." Zhuoxiaoduo was sweating profusely. He glared at the Skysword realm expert fiercely. Whether it's useful or not, no one knows until the end. In this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. It's a pity that your life ends today. Old bastard, who are you guys? Why are you deliberately targeting me? Zhuoxiaoduo was sweating profusely. His eyes were red, but he was still waving his sword with all his might. Although he was anxious, his swordsmanship wasn't messed up at all. After hundreds of crazy collisions, Zhuoxiaoduo let out a loud cry and flew out like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, Zhuoxiaoyan was also sent flying backward. Both of them were repelled at the same time. The five people looked at each other, but it was a warning to each other: be careful of tricks. Just as expected, Zhuoxiaoduo was sent flying backward. Zhuoxiaoyan followed closely behind. Then in the air she landed on Zhuoxiaoduo with one foot. Now that she had a chance to recover, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, took a deep breath, and swallowed a handful of elixirs. Zhuoxiaoduo fell after being stepped on by Zhuoxiaoyan. Carrying Zhuoxiaoyan, the two of them quickly descended from the cliff. When this scene fell into the eyes of the five people above, their eyes all narrowed, and they secretly knew that things were not good. This move was out of everyone's expectations. Both of them were in the air, and both of them were using each other as leverage. It was a clever move. Although the one being leveraged would lose a lot of energy in an instant, it was an excellent way to deal with the current extreme situation. With the foundation of both of them, just a moment of recovery was enough to give them a lot of leeway. As expected of a combat genius. Chapter 1103. The reality was just as the five of them had predicted. When the two of them flew up again, it was Zuoxiaoduo who was on top. Obviously, after Zuoxiaonian had used the same method to release the turbid qi in her chest, Zuoxiaoduo had done the same thing. By the time the two of them flew back up, they had already recovered to their peak condition. The battle started again and continued. However, the five people above didn't panic at all. Even if you can use this method to struggle at death's door and continue this battle of trapped beasts, can you do this forever? How many times could he recover like this? It had to be known that doing this was not without loss. Moreover, what was lost was the source. The so-called recovery, the so-called spirit and vitality, was actually a loss of one's life essence, a loss of the upper limit of one's foundation. After the two of them flew out, they continued to fight according to their original plan. The battle became more and more intense. They were sent flying several times in a row, and then they borrowed each other's strength to charge up. The five of them fought steadily and unhurriedly. After a few attacks, they gradually formed a clear boundary. The four of them were fully focused on dealing with Zuoxiaonian because they found that the cold power of the spiritual thought goddess's attacks was getting stronger and stronger. Zuoxiaonian's face gradually turned pale. He was clearly burning his source energy. Seeing the danger of the battle, he had no choice but to go to the extreme. In that case, he definitely couldn't let her rush up. He had to keep his feet on the ground. This would be the most crucial moment in this battle. On the other hand, Zuoxiaoduo's situation was just as the previous contestants had predicted. His attack power had dropped and it was getting weaker and weaker. Now, it looked like his attack was getting more ferocious, but the purity of his power was showing a real decline. They didn't discover it, or rather they discovered it, but they didn't care. His original standing position was gradually losing its shape. The four of them gathered together and faced the northeast, working together to attack Zuoxiaonian. On the other side, there was a lone person who had distanced himself from the four of them by about 3 meters. Furthermore, he was facing the southeast and was resisting Zuoxiaoduo alone. After an hour-long battle, everyone felt that they had a good understanding of each other's opponents. As long as they continued to fight steadily and maintain the current situation, everyone was confident that they could take down their opponents within 10 minutes. At this point, with everyone's thousands of years of battle experience, the two juniors in front of them were already in the bag. Even if it had wings, it would be difficult for it to fly, and it would not be able to fly out of his palm. However, the more it was like this, the more he was unwilling to pay the price. For example, a veteran fisherman wouldn't be in a hurry to catch a fish after it was hooked. If he acted too hastily, it might cause the tangent to be unhooked. The proper thing to do was to slip away until the fish flipped over and calmly enter the cage. In their eyes, Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaonian were already fishes on the hook. He was calm, confident, and full of confidence. No matter how much the fish struggled, I held onto the fishing rod tightly. After a few more minutes, everything would be under our control. Even the five of them began to release their spiritual power, aura, and divine sense at the same time, slowly seeping down the cliff bit by bit. This entire space was woven into a huge net, leaving no loopholes at all. Want to run? Want to escape? Impossible. As time went on, Zuoxiaoduo's situation became more and more difficult. It became more and more difficult to continue, and they were in imminent danger. The two of them were panting and sweating profusely, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on any longer. Everyone knew that the final moment of this battle was coming. The five masked men in black saw that victory was in their hands, but they remained calm and each of them was fully prepared. The large net that surrounded Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaonian was formed majestically, and they were on guard at all times. As long as there were no accidents, this battle would inevitably become a textbook battle. The five of them besieged two juniors, and they were a whole realm higher than the other party. It was obvious that they were bullying the weak, but why did they still fight so steadily? How could they have the nerve to say that this battle would become a textbook battle? How could there be such shameless people in this world? Come, let me tell you in detail. This difference was not about being shameless, nor was it about bullying the weak, but it was about the difference between an experienced person and a hothead. What? Naturally, it was because of the word genius. Why did they have to fight like this to deal with geniuses? Because another loud bang resounded. Zuoxiaoduo let out a scream, and Zuoxiaonian let out a muffled groan. The two of them staggered and rolled as they were sent flying. Similar situations had happened several times, but this time, the leader of the masked men in black's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Attack!" The previous few times when Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaonian retreated, He remained unmoved and only observed, fearing that there might be a trap. However, after a few similar situations he was finally sure. Was fine. The other party was really an arrow at the end of its flight. In this world, there was no profound recapture realm cultivator who could last for such a long time under the joint attack of 5 peak skysoars. They wouldn't even have the chance to retreat and recover, and would have been captured long ago. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian were pushed back 7 times in a row, but they were still able to hold on. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even skysoars of the same realm and cultivation could only be described as rare for them to be able to hold on until now. Based on this conclusion, even if Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian hadn't reached the point of exhaustion, they were at least arrows at the end of their flight. This was the perfect time to attack. In an instant, the 5 of them soared into the sky like 5 goshawks. They were like the overlords of the sky hunting rabbits. It was a piece of cake. At this moment, the 5 of them were moving at an extremely fast speed, displaying their full strength. The 5 of them had a plan in mind. At this critical moment, even if Zhuoxiaonian and Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to self-detonate, it was already too late. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo roared, "I'll fight it out with you." The 5 of them snorted. This brat wants to fight with his life? However, at this moment they saw Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly flip over and stand up like a dragon. At the same time, the cultivation technique he displayed jumped from the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to the second layer, Flaming Sun Golden Sunday Zhu Rong's primordial fire origin spirit converged and flowed out. Countless small gourds turned into fireflies that filled the sky, mixed with 15 cold stars. The galaxy collapsed. It was the starry sky indestructible stone. A hexagram. Just like how the other party had waited patiently for an opportunity to make a move and end this battle after waiting patiently for so long. Similarly, after enduring for countless times, Zhuoxiaoduo finally got the opportunity to attack. The other party was greedy for victory and did not care about losing. They attacked with all their might. This was the best opportunity so far. Your time is ripe? Our time is ripe too. Both parties' concerns were the same from the start. If they fought head-on, it would only be a matter of life and death. They could not capture him alive. Both parties' goals were the same from the start. They had to capture him alive. At this moment, both parties' feelings were the same. They could capture him alive. The moment the countless hidden weapons were shot out, 2 huge hammers appeared in their hands. One was yin and one was yang, one was white and one was black. The mysterious energy converged into one and suddenly stirred up a storm. When the 2 hammers appeared, one above and one below suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, a gate to hell suddenly appeared. It was Zhuoxiaoduo's version of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, descending into the world. At the same time, Zhuoxiaonian also let out a shrill cry. Her delicate body suddenly turned around and shot back. The clear blade of the sword suddenly became 10 times colder. The ice spirit, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly showed up. A surge of extreme coldness that was far more powerful than before swept out. Not only did it cover the 5 people, but it also covered the area with a radius of several thousand meters behind the 5 of them. Although it was not frozen for 1,000 miles, it was frozen for 3,000 feet. It only lasted for a moment. The moment Zhuoxiaonian attacked, Lei Changtian, who was watching the battle from the 9 heavens, immediately confirmed that the space below had turned into a huge ice block. Mysterious ice block. In this ice block, even time seemed to have stopped because of the extreme coldness. Even space seemed to have been separated from this part of the world. Only a ray of cold light and a ray of red light shot out from inside. Buff, buff, buff. Countless small gourds rained down on the bodies of the 5 Skysoar realm experts. However, they were still shattered, unable to break through the 5 people's protective true energy. Unfortunately, before the 5 people could heave a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt a slight pain in several parts of their bodies. Immediately, they felt as if their flesh was being squeezed and penetrated. Before they could even figure out what was going on, the 2 hammers and the sword had already arrived in front of them. The leader of the masked men in black exerted all his strength to dispel the extreme cold that covered his body with great difficulty. The moment he regained his mobility, the sudden attack came. He raised his sword to block, but his body inexplicably stiffened again. When he was horrified, the spirit-snatching sword had already rushed past his sword with a whistling sound. The treasured sword that had not suffered any damage after colliding with Zhuoxiaonian's spirit snatcher sword thousands of times was now easily cut apart like a weed. Following that, He felt a chill on his shoulders and a pain in his dantian. His entire body gave birth to a strange feeling of floating. Then he felt a chill from his knees. Both his arms and legs had been separated from his body. Even his dantian had been frozen. Both his shoulders and his abdomen had been pierced by something unknown. The leader did not even have time to scream. He could only watch as Zhuxiaoyan rushed past him with a cold face. On the other side, Zhuxiaoduo brazenly sent the other party flying with a strike of his hammer. The landing point was very ingenious. It was precisely the dantian. A scorching hot flame flowed into his dantian. Zhu Rong's true fire directly ignited the other party's true origin. With a boom, that person's entire body was set ablaze. That person screamed miserably. However, with his true origin burning in his dantian, he could not even self-destruct. Yet he still did not die. The pain at this moment was simply indescribable. Here, Zhuxiaoduo's twin hammers intertwined with yin and yang, forming a strange spinning force. It collected the arms and legs of the Zhuxiaoyan that had been cut off in midair. Then he smashed the nearest one with his hammer, and turned it into a blazing torch in the mysterious ice aura. Chapter 1104. After successively succeeding, Zhuxiaoduo placed Zhuxiaoyan's severed arms and legs behind her buttocks as he muttered to himself. There's still spatial equipment on it. Nian Yan's personality isn't good. She's too prodigal. She only cares about fighting and collecting the opponent's heads. She didn't even remember to collect the rings. This isn't a good habit. I must severely criticize her in the future. She really doesn't know the value of money until she's in charge. How do you think your husband's net worth of trillions was accumulated? It's so hard to earn money. With another muffled boom, the profound ice force field was finally broken. The last person screamed and threw out all the weapons in his hands as hidden weapons. Flowers bloomed in all directions. Then he turned around and ran as fast as lightning. However, as soon as he turned around, a tragic howl was heard. He didn't know what hidden weapon had hit him, but it couldn't heal. The wound continued to worsen, and the pain gradually intensified. Especially when he used all his strength to escape, he suddenly felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. He endured the pain and ran 100 meters away. Suddenly, a fiery light came at him like a falling meteor, crashing into his crotch. Ouch! The last Skysoar expert hugged his crotch with both hands and howled miserably. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The one who had caused the meteor to fall was naturally Xiao. The Demon Clan's 7th prince, who was ambushed by Zhuxiaoduo, had a small 3-legged golden crow. It was extremely accurate, or perhaps it was just a coincidence that it bumped into the other party's weakest spot. Suddenly, the smell of barbecue filled the air. Xiao directly passed through. This bird has never lost in a fight between rookies. I don't care if you're a meat bird or a chicken, I'll barbecue you. The opponent's that thing was burned by his high temperature. Not even a drop of blood flowed out as it dried up. It could be said to be a perfect operation. Zhuxiaoduo's figure flashed past like lightning and slapped the back of the person's head who was still screaming miserably. He knocked the person out cleanly, and only then did he carry the body that was still twitching in pain and flew back in a carefree manner. He kicked the bodies of the 2 burning torches and withdrew the Zhurong real fire that had ignited the Dantian real fire. He then gathered the 3 charcoal-like fellows in the middle. On the other side, the Zhuxiaoyan had already kicked the 2 men who had lost their arms and legs like 2 round tops. The 5 brothers were finally reunited. At the very least, compared to a few breaths ago when he was in high spirits and full of confidence, everything was within his grasp. It was poles apart. All 5 of them were still alive. Not only because of their profound cultivation, but also because Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan had painstakingly planned for such a long time. This was the result that they had to achieve. All these things seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it only took a few blinks of the eye. It was done in the blink of an eye, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Out of the 5, 3 were unconscious and the other 2 were still conscious. At this moment they were looking at Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan with anger and despair. It's over. These 2 little bastards actually hid their strength so well. But in the midst of despair, the 5 of them were also extremely confused and felt that it was inconceivable. They couldn't understand it at all. Just a moment ago they had the upper hand. How did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? Of course, the other party had hidden their strength, and they had indeed caught them off guard. But How could the 5 of them not be able to withstand a single blow? How could he suddenly be disabled without any reaction at all? These 2 people's cultivation techniques were indeed powerful. But even if the strength that erupted at the end was stronger than theirs, and the situation was indeed unexpected, it didn't feel that they were absolutely undefeatable. What was going on? Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan looked at each other, and faintly felt that the current situation was a little too smooth. It was true that the 2 of them had planned this for a long time, and their calculations were meticulous. However, in their original plan, they had never dared to think that they could capture all 5 of them alive in the face of these 5 experts, no matter how idealistic they were. They even thought about how to avoid a situation where both sides would suffer if the other party counterattacked. This was also the strategy that the 2 of them had decided from the beginning to show weakness. After fighting for a long time, they finally waited for the other party to attack with all their strength, and the opportunity to counterattack appeared. Even if they waited until now, even in the most ideal situation, they would only be able to capture 2 or 3 of the other party. It was inevitable that 2 or even 3 of the other party would escape. The other party was really a peak Skysore realm expert, and each of them was a wily old fox. Even if they fell into a trap and fell into a passive position, their reaction speed wouldn't be too slow. They definitely wouldn't give the 2 of them a second chance to launch a surprise attack. If they could capture one of them alive, they would be able to break even. If they could capture 2 of them alive, it would already be an ideal goal. If they could capture 3 of them alive, they would really need to burn incense and walk on dog shit luck. As for capturing all 5 of them alive, although the 2 of them were conceited and didn't belittle themselves, they didn't even dare to think about it. But the reality was so bizarre and so thought-provoking. These 5 people seemed to have underestimated the 2 of them to the extreme, and actually stepped into the trap so carelessly, allowing the 2 of them to turn the tables and capture them in one fell swoop? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head, and Zhou Xiaoyan blinked. They both felt that this matter was a little inconceivable. The result was, more or less, a little dumbfounded. The 2 of them. Although we already had a plan and were very sure that we had a chance to turn the tables, and even if we fought them head-on from the start, we still had a pretty good chance of winning. But, the 2 of us aren't that strong. Although we won this battle, and that's what we should do, and it's reasonable to annihilate all of them like this. It really feels a little surreal. We really didn't have such extravagant hopes. It's more or less a little strange. No, it's just strange, Zhou Xiaoyan muttered softly. I think so too. It's really strange. Could it be the so-called heavenly luck? Heavenly luck? Luck is a part of strength, but it shouldn't be enough to tilt the battle to this extent. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the sky. There wasn't even a single cloud in the sky. He had been using his divine sense since the beginning of the battle, but there was also nothing. Maybe the other party was too careless? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and simply stopped thinking about this problem. He turned around and cleaned up the battlefield abnormally quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo rubbed each person's body, and the abundant vitality from the heaven-mending stone rushed into them. This way he could ensure that these 5 people wouldn't die. Then he took the opportunity to withdraw Zhu Rong's real fire. Then he sealed the dantian of these half-dead people and broke their limbs. He took back the starry sky indestructible stone. And Zhou Xiaoyan did the same. She took back the extremely cold spiritual energy and sealed it. Then, he began to clean up the battlefield. He kept the 5 half-dead people into the spatial extermination pagoda. Zhou Xiaoduo turned the scattered arms and legs up and down. He very carefully took off the rings, bracelets, and the bits and pieces that were tied to these body parts. As a peak Skysore realm cultivator, the bits and pieces that he carried with him wouldn't be ordinary. This was for sure. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had always thought that the sky was 9 feet higher and had recently lost a lot of money, naturally wouldn't let go of a single bit. After confirming that there were no more omissions, Zhou Xiaoduo casually kicked the arms and legs down the cliff. Their masters were still useful for the time being. Let them have a taste of the extremely poisonous taste of Death Valley first. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and squinted at Zhou Xiaoduo disdainfully. As a clean and fragrant little fairy, these things are too disgusting. I won't touch them. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo very arrogantly. Zhou Xiaoduo was still working tirelessly. He casually took out a space ring. Zhu Rong's real fire surrounded it and immediately broke the soul binding. He looked into it with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh. There are really a lot of good things in here. I wonder if the fragrant and clean little fairy wants them? Zhou Xiaoyan immediately stretched out her white and tender little hand. Hurry up and give them to me. These were taken from the hands of those disgusting things. Are you sure you want them? Good things aren't disgusting. Zhuo Xiaoyan stretched out her little hand and said proudly, give them to me. I'll keep them for you. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo obediently handed them over and said with a smile, in a traditional family the husband's good things are kept by the wife. Men don't care about money. Well, that's the reason. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face blushed. She took all the space equipment with a clear conscience and put them away as if they were natural. She said, what husband and wife? Your things should be kept by me, shouldn't they? She wrinkled her nose and asked fiercely, isn't that right? Yes, yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and bowed. You're right. You're absolutely right. Master, are we going back now? Wait a moment. I'll clean this place again. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Then a cold wind suddenly blew and blew the whole mountain clean. All the traces of the battle were gone. Wherever the cold wind passed, even the bloodstains and all kinds of patterns on the mountain were cleaned up. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still worried and checked again. Finally, he released a gust of cold wind, freezing the entire mountain peak into a huge ice block. Then she left with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Are the little kids nowadays so powerful? Lei Zhangtian turned into the void, watching from the air with a face full of appreciation. He had been watching the whole battle just now. At the last moment he couldn't help but intervene a little. He thought it was flawless, but he didn't expect the two little guys to be so sensitive. He was almost discovered. At this moment, seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan's action, he was even more confused. He didn't understand why Zhuo Xiaoyan did that. The battle took place here. The other party can be sure that the battle took place here. Why did she have to go through so much trouble to clean up the traces? What's the point? He tried to adjust the time back to 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. There was still an hour left. Chapter 1105. And they cleaned it again and again. There must be a reason behind it. But what exactly is the reason? Why can't I understand it? If none of the 5 of them go back, they will definitely be suspicious. But this little girl seems to be very smart. There must be a reason for her to do this. Let me use the thinking of the number 1 detective in the past to make a good deduction. After a long time, Lei Changtian, who was still confused, sighed. I can't figure it out. There is only one truth. But where is it? Then he frowned and pondered while flying toward the city. But after flying for a long time, he didn't find any trace of his grandson and granddaughter. He was a little confused. Where did they go? Where are they? Then he flew to Zhuo Xiaoyan's place anxiously. But there was no one there. Fuck. Lei Changtian was anxious. Oh. How did we lose them again? I drove by Yunduo away, but I lost them again? And this time we lost them both at once? Fuck. Old Devil Lei was completely bewildered. After Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan flew down the mountain, they immediately found a hidden place to hide. Then they entered the space-destroying tower. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Why did you clean up the mountain? Is it necessary? Or do you have a backup plan? It's not necessary. What backup can I have? I just cleaned it up so that we don't have to look at it anymore. Out of sight, out of mind, isn't it? Out of sight, out of mind, is that what you mean? Deceiving others? You obviously suspect that there is someone above us. So, you purposely created a useless mountain for them to figure out. And then we can take the opportunity to slip away, right? You must have planned it this way, right? Of course. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very proud. Although the person who helped us probably didn't mean us any harm, it's not impossible that the enemy did it on purpose. At this time, life and death are at stake. It's better to be cautious. That's amazing. My Nian Nian cat is so smart. She's beautiful and intelligent. She's really my good wife. Now you know how powerful I am? Amazing, really amazing. No matter who it is, let him think about my intentions in front of a frozen mountain. Let's get down to business first. Serious business? Zhuo Xiaoduo's interest was piqued. Bridal chamber? Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and kicked the puppy to the ground. Interrogation. What dirty things are you thinking about? Dogs can't change their habit of eating. Eating. You. Zhuo Xiaoduo arranged the 5 people in a row. 3 of them looked better than charcoal. Their faces and bodies were covered in burns. That was the result of being turned into charcoal. The two who didn't turn into charcoal looked like human limbs. In any case, the 5 of them didn't look human at all. However, the 5 of them were dejected and had a look of despair on their faces. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that each of them was breathing well. They could be considered healthy. Except for the fact that they couldn't move, their bodies were damaged, and their dantians were destroyed, they could be considered healthy. Even their spirits were not bad. Zhuo Duo stood in front of the 5 and sneered, "The 5 of you, we meet again in the mountains and rivers. And this time we can sit down and have a good chat. It's not easy to be so calm and peaceful." The 5 of them didn't say a word. Their faces were ashen as if they were dead. To put it bluntly, after cultivating to the sky realm, they had already left the realm of mortals. After so many years of life and death battles, which one of them couldn't see through life and death? Everyone felt that they had already seen through everything. What was the point of extorting a confession through torture? It was nothing more than some physical pain. After enduring it, they would just die. They still had this bit of confidence. After all, their dantians were destroyed and their cultivation path was completely cut off. Furthermore, they had fallen to their current state. It would be more accurate to say that they had nothing left to live for. Therefore, no matter how this grandson in front of them spouted nonsense, the 5 of them remained indifferent and ignored him. "Don't even think about getting any information from us. The 5 of you, today's environment and your positions really make me sigh. I didn't expect the 5 of you to be so high and mighty just a moment ago, thinking that everything was under your control. But now, all of you are kneeling in front of me. This really makes me sigh. Every dog has its day. I really feel that this sentence makes a lot of sense." They still didn't say a word. "I know that each of you is a tough nut to crack. But you should also know that after falling into my hands, the possibility of you continuing to live is not 0. Instead it's 0. There's no more luck." Zhuo Duo said with a smile, "But I still want to know some things from your mouths. So, it's a little difficult for old and tough nuts like you, right?" The 5 of them raised their heads and glanced at Zhuo Duo with contempt. They still didn't say a word. "However, if you want to die a quick death in my hands, it won't be that easy. Don't tell me you don't want to die a quick death?" Zhuo Duo asked. The contempt was still there. "Are you really that unafraid of death? Aren't you afraid of torture?" The contempt was still there. "Good men, I like good men the most." Zhuo Duo laughed loudly. "Don't worry, what we have the most right now is time." A contemptuous look. It was still a contemptuous look. "Watch carefully. Don't be afraid and don't be surprised." Suddenly he pulled out one of the bodies that was relatively intact. Without saying a word, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed it 400 to 500 times in a row. That guy's body was densely covered in cuts and bruises. His body was riddled with wounds and blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. However, the 5 of them still didn't show any fear. They even looked at him with contempt. "That's it?" The person who was being tortured gritted his teeth. He didn't say a word throughout the whole process. His expression didn't change. After all, this scene had long been within their expectations. It wasn't surprising at all. What was there to be afraid of? What a tough nut to crack. The surprises keep coming. Take your time to savor them. After saying that, Zhuo Duo took out a jar of fine sand salt and slowly sprinkled it on the man. The man trembled all over and broke out in a cold sweat. However, he still didn't say a word and his expression didn't change. He took out another jar of honey and smeared some on the wounds all over his body. Then he waved his hand. This time, along with the wave of his hand, countless bees, ants, scorpions, flies, all kinds of poisonous insects, and a few snakes that a sweet fragrance filled the air. These things crawled over one after another in search of the fragrance. In just a short while, they had already crawled all over the man's body. This time, the 5 people's expressions finally changed. Especially the man who was covered in strange things, he finally couldn't help but howl, "Kill me! This is nothing. Didn't I say that the surprises keep coming? We just have to savor them." The 4 people couldn't bear to watch anymore. The man continued to struggle in pain and howl. A full 3 hours later. Finally, he didn't even have the strength to moan anymore, causing the extreme scene to stagnate. This man was tough and determined. He still didn't say a word in such a situation. It looked like he was about to die. He was on his last breath. The muscles on the other 4 people's faces twitched. Their eyes were full of hatred, but there was also a little envy. They seemed to be envious that their companion had died just like that. He was finally free and didn't have to be tortured anymore. The four people were very clear that with the injuries they had suffered, even if they had miraculous pills and miraculous doctors, they wouldn't be able to save them. How could they live when their blood had dried up? How could they live when their source of origin was exhausted? How is it? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with a smile. Naive. The leader of the masked men in black sneered, if this is all you can do, I advise you to kill us quickly. Don't be wishful thinking and waste a good time. This is all you can do to scare ordinary people, but for us, hee. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, alas, this is what I'm relying on, but there's a follow-up to this. There's no need to rush. This is just the beginning. Didn't I say it several times? The surprises keep coming. We have plenty of time, so please continue to savor them. After saying that, he waved his hand again. The torrent fell from the sky and washed away the dying man in an instant. The man had stopped breathing, but his body was still warm. But he was already dead. But the next moment, a stone suddenly appeared in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. He said with a smile, let's continue with the surprises. Let me show you a magic trick. I guarantee that you will be very surprised, and very suspicious. As he said that, he threw the small stone on the dead man. Then the other four people didn't know what was going on. They were gradually trembling, and their eyes were gradually filled with shock and horror. The man who had just died was breathing again. Starting from his chest, his breathing gradually became more and more powerful. The countless wounds on his body, which had turned white after being washed by the water, healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. It only took a few breaths. When Zhou Xiaoduo put away the small stone, the man had completely recovered. His torso was even healthier than before he was tortured. There was not a single scar on his body. Even some old scars had disappeared. The four people's bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes were gradually filled with fear. Where am I? The man on the ground opened his eyes and sighed, I'm finally free. It's so comfortable. It turns out that it's so comfortable to die. Suddenly he saw the four people in front of him who looked as if they had seen ghosts. He was stunned. This. The four people's eyes were full of sorrow and horror. The moment they turned their heads, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo's devilish smile. They couldn't help but be stunned. Then they screamed, What's going on? Chapter 1106. It's very simple. You're not dead yet. Are you surprised? Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, if I don't let you die, can you die? Is this game fun? Do you want to play it for a long time? The breathing of the five people became heavy at the same time, and they stared at Zhou Xiaoduo. If looks could kill, Zhou Xiaoduo's body would have been full of holes and fragmented. Do you know what this is? Zhou Xiaoduo held the sky-mending stone in his hand and began to explain, it looks like a very ordinary small stone, right? But what I want to tell you is that this stone is the legendary sky-mending stone of Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa. He pointed to the top of his head. I believe you should have heard that when the sky collapsed, it was Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa who mended the sky and made it flawless. Because of this, Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa became a saint. And this stone was left behind by Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa. Even the sky can be mended, let alone the body. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, I know you don't believe it and have doubts. But it doesn't matter. Facts speak louder than words. We have plenty of time. I will make you believe in the efficacy of this stone without any doubt. Next, it's time for the others to perform. Next, the nightmare of these five people really showed itself. Everyone ensured that their minds were absolutely clear, and their nerves were very tenacious. They endured the process of being tortured from life to death, and then coming back from the dead. Every time, four people watched one person being tortured. Each punishment was more or less the same. It was even very ordinary. It was nothing more than the same thing. After one round, Zhou Xiaoduo continued to calmly start the second round. In the second round, the true cruelty of the competition began. Because in the first round, their bodies were all riddled with holes and seriously injured. Although they had been treated, their spirits were slightly better. There was always a limit to the pain in their bodies. However, at the end of the first round, everyone's bodies had been completely restored, and the second round of punishment was a completely new and extreme process. It was like a person who had just experienced half-death and was disheartened. He would not be afraid of death and would even yearn for death. He would be able to end everything and be completely free. At this time, It did not matter how you tortured him because he knew that he might lose consciousness in the next moment. As long as he held on for a while longer, he would be free. However, if a person who had just experienced perfect health was then tortured to death, that was completely different. It was completely different. It was completely different from before. It would be a qualitative change that would lead to a qualitative change. As expected, the second time the screams were much louder and more intense than the first time. The five of them gritted their teeth and stared at the small stone in Zhuxiaoduo's hand. Everyone was praying or hoping that the little rock would quickly exhaust its energy so that they could be freed, that even if it was the heaven-mending stone, it was only such a small piece. With the consumption of the flesh and bones resurrection, its energy should be exhausted very soon, right? However, the five of them were disappointed to find that there was almost no change in the little rock. There was really almost no change. After 10 consecutive resurrections, there was almost no sign of it fading. However, the five of them were very experienced and their eyes were sharp. They were able to see the slight difference between the two. However, the result of their calculation was that when the little rock completely exhausted its energy, the five of them would have to go through at least a few hundred times. After coming to this conclusion, their hearts trembled and they shuddered. Although they did not know exactly how many times, one thing was certain. They estimated that they would not be able to hold on until the little rock exhausted its energy. However, the five of them still had a little bit of wishful thinking in their hearts. You are willing to waste such a precious thing on us like this? So, if we grit our teeth, maybe we can get through it? However, in the next moment, when they saw another larger piece of five-colored stone, which was more than 10 times bigger than the previous little rock, appear, they all collapsed at the same time. The little rock just now looked colorless, but it could still bring the five of them back to life a few hundred times. Then what kind of power would this bigger one, which even showed a colorful luster, have? What's more, when someone was tortured again, Zhuxiaoduo threw the big five-colored stone over from a few meters away. The five of them completely collapsed. Because this time it was even faster. The recovery was even faster. In the blink of an eye, all the injured people had recovered. How is it? I told you that there would be surprises coming one after another, right? Let's play slowly, we have a lot of time. Zhuxiaoduo walked over leisurely and put away the five-colored sky-mending stone. My teacher was killed by you. How can I let you go so easily? I will kill everyone on your side 100 times, 1,000 times. Remember, it's each and every one of you. I will torture you slowly. 10 years, 20 years, 100 years. As long as I don't want you to die, you won't die. I know that you are stubborn. I also know that you can resist. But I am really not in a hurry. I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me anything, because I will know sooner or later. I also know that the dragons fighting for the heritage are right in front of me. Your plan will eventually appear in front of me. As long as I act like I am going to escape from the city, you will be nervous and will act rashly. Once you are nervous and act rashly, you will come to catch me. So, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I will wait. I will run once today and again tomorrow. I believe that I will catch new people very soon. I believe that you already know the level of our strength. After today's battle, you should know very well that even if a Dao integration stage expert comes, it will be impossible for him to catch us. Even if we can't beat him, we can at least run away, right? So, let's play slowly, continue to play and play for a long time. Zhuxiaoduo spoke slowly from the beginning to the end, with a calm smile on his face. However, the five people opposite him were trembling all over. They knew that Zhuxiaoduo was not bragging. Everything he said was the truth. It was the reality. He did have the opportunity and the ability. Moreover, everything he said could be put into action and become a reality. Are you going to say it or not? The five of them were silent. It's okay, we have plenty of time. Let's go through another round of reincarnation. Who wants to go first? Zhuxiaoduo laughed heartily and flashed his long sword again. This round, when he tortured the fourth person, someone finally could not take it anymore. Give him a quick death, I will speak. No. Zhuxiaoduo shook his head. I said that one round of reincarnation means one round of reincarnation. One round of reincarnation means that all five of us have to go through one round of reincarnation. If you tell the truth now, won't you make me go back on my word? A man's word is a man of his word. He actually did the same to the fifth person while the five people were cursing him. Then he asked, who wanted to speak just now? A man's word is a man of his word, but where is the credibility of a man? The 5 people gritted their teeth and looked at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. The person who said that he wanted to speak earlier said, "I will speak." "What about the 4 of you? Are you still not going to speak?" The 4 of them were still silent. "Well, there is only one thing that I can't say. Firstly, I don't like this. Secondly, without a reference, who knows if you are telling the truth? Thirdly, you are not of one mind. Come, let's go through another round of reincarnation." Without giving the other party any room to speak, Duo started to torture him again without saying a word. "I already said that I will tell you. I can tell you whatever you want to know. Why are you still doing it?" The 5th person roared. "So you still don't understand the situation?" Duo smiled. "I just want to torture you a few more times to avenge my master." In the midst of the 5 people's angry curses, he went through another round of reincarnation that then he asked again, "How many of you are willing to speak now? Is there anyone who still doesn't want to speak?" "I will speak. I will speak. I will speak. I will speak." Only the leader, the masked man in black, kept his mouth tightly shut and looked desolate. "For against 1? Then if there is anyone who is unwilling to speak, let's go through another round of reincarnation." Duo said coldly, "I will speak." The leader of the men in black looked up and stared at Duo. "Give us a quick death. It's too late. Wait for the next round." Duo started a new round of reincarnation again. After being tortured this time, the 5 people whose minds were completely shattered did not even have the urge to curse. They only screamed and begged for mercy. All of them screamed, "Please kill me. I will speak. I will tell you everything." Duo finally started the interrogation. Or rather, he allowed these 5 people to be interrogated. His method was simple and crude. He did not interrogate them separately. Instead, he slapped 4 of them until they fainted, leaving only 1 alive. "Speak." After the first one finished speaking, he woke the second one up and slapped the first one unconscious again. "Speak." Then he did the same to the third one. The statements of the 5 people were basically the same, with only a few minor differences. Obviously, the 4 of them had already accepted their fate and did not dare to have any other thoughts. They only wanted to get rid of the nightmare as soon as possible and get away from Duo, the creator of nightmares. "Where are you from?" "Astral Souls continent." "What is your current position?" "No position. I used to follow the clan's battle team and fought at the Sun Moon Pass." "Why did you retire?" "Not retired. You are a member of the clan. Every 10 years you will be rotated. Under special circumstances you can apply." "Did you advance to the Sky Realm while you were in the army at the Sun Moon Pass?" "No. After experiencing life and death in the Sun Moon Pass, I relied on the accumulated resources to advance to the Sky Realm after returning to the clan." Duo nodded. This could be considered as solving one of his previous doubts, as he discovered that these 5 peak Skysoar Realm experts only had experience. In terms of actual combat prowess, they were much weaker than the peak Skysoar Realm experts that he had fought against in the Demon Spirit Forest. "How many times did you suppress a peak Profound Returning Realm expert?" 5 times. 5 times? They can be considered as geniuses of the Astral Souls continent. They are the best of the best. Duo sighed. These questions seemed to be useless, but it was enough for Duo to remove himself from the military's subservience. If it was the disciples of the family who took turns to train just like some of the smaller families in Fenghai, the disciples of the family were forced to recruit soldiers. A family, however many men and how many warriors, would serve in the Sun Moon Pass according to the ratio. Once the minimum number of years of service was reached, the clan would be allowed to replace them with other people. As long as the number of people serving in the military was not lower than this number, it was within the scope of the regulations. This was also the price the great clans had to pay to enjoy the glory of their ancestors. Regardless of whether these people were willing or not, they had to set foot on the battlefield for a period of time. This practice was fundamentally different from the soldiers of the 4 armies who had been stationed at the border for a long time. Although during wartime they were also enlisted soldiers and had to fight bloody battles to protect the country, the original intention in their bones was completely different. Most of the members of these clans who served in the military would not choose to break through in the Sun Moon Pass. 99% of them would return to their clans after gaining experience in the Sun Moon Pass and rely on piling up resources to finally break through. This made Duo look down on this group of people even more. "Which clan are you from?" Here came the main event. When Zhuxiaoduo asked this question, he could clearly sense the hesitation of the people in front of him. Wang clan. Are you sure? I'm sure. I advise you to think carefully before answering. I hope to get the same answer. If the 5 of you don't agree, it means that one of you is lying. You should know the consequences very well. I'm sure. Well, Wang clan. Are you direct descendants or adopted? Or was it his family? Collateral relatives? Adopted. Oh, adopted. The so-called adopted children were orphans and infants with martial arts aptitudes collected by the major clans with large amounts of resources. They were raised from a young age, and the men of sacrifice trained by these clans were mostly selected from these people. Usually these people were loyal and devoted. After all, they were not related by blood, but they raised them up and gave them a lifetime of prospects and skills. How could they not be grateful? This clan used this kind of gratitude and mentality to completely brainwash these people into becoming loyal to the clan. As for adopted children, they were one level lower. Adopted children referred to the children of these men of sacrifice who were married and had children. They were born in this clan from a young age. Housekeepers, stewards, external affairs, deacons, accountants, shopkeepers, guards, and so on were generally selected from these people. After that, they were blood relatives in a literal sense. There was no need to go into detail here. In the Astral Souls continent, there was a strange phenomenon. Even before the destruction of the world, the continent had abolished slavery and feudalism. However, these clans cleverly took advantage of this and created such loyal men. Moreover, as time passed, more and more clans realized that in a person's life from a certain perspective, they needed to have faith and a goal to be loyal to. From a certain perspective, if a person did not have a target to be loyal to, and did not have a life goal that he firmly believed in, such a person would not achieve much. Once a person lacked passion, fanaticism, and concentration, it was inevitable that he would change his mind. There would be no concept of loyalty in his heart. Naturally, there would be no passion for the person he was loyal to, and his life would pass by in a muddle-headed manner. Therefore, these clans did the opposite. From a young age, they were instilled with the idea that, in a person's life, there must be a goal to strive for, and the person who strives for it is the Lord, who is the backbone of the clan. In ancient times, it was said that if one learned martial arts, they would be sold to the royal family. And before they were sold to the royal family, there was another way, and that was to become the disciple of the person who taught them. And this kind of relationship was usually more serious and stable than that of a loyal ruler. Most people would never betray or have a rebellious heart in their life. Why did a general have to have a personal guard when he went to war? What was a personal guard? It was a person who would use his or her life in exchange for the general's survival. That was a personal guard. They did not have a life of their own, and they lived for this person their whole life. The topic had been diverted. To put it simply, these clans had recreated the embryonic form of a feudal society within their own clans. And this kind of effect was surprisingly good, unexpectedly good. In a person's life there were a lot of components in their genes. It was pride and ambition, but there was also a certain part of it that was servility. The difference was just that it depended on how the person dug it out, used it, and controlled it. That was all. In fact, the fact that Zhuxiaoduo was able to pry open the mouths of these people was just another manifestation of his servility. After answering the first key question, the so-called loyalty and sense of honor would all go down the drain, and there would be no more reservations. Wang clan, why is this the cause of this matter? Why do you want to deal with me? Well, we really don't know the specific reason. We are far from being involved in the decision-making. We just received orders from our master and carried them out. What is the specific content of the order? We must lure Zhuxiaoduo to Shangjing before the dragons scramble for the heritage. We must also ensure that Zhuxiaoduo will not leave Shangjing during the dragons scramble for the heritage. At the same time, he cannot participate in the dragons scramble for the heritage. This order is very thought-provoking. Zhuxiaoduo touched his chin and pondered. This order made him feel confused. What else? For this goal, we can act at our discretion. Act at our discretion? Qin Fangyang is just a bait. Ever since he entered Ancestral Dragon of Shangjing, he has been under our family's surveillance. He is the best tool we can use. As long as we kill him, we can lure you to Shangjing. As long as we keep an eye on you, we can make a move at any time. Taking you down and controlling you will ensure that the mission is foolproof. This is the first reason. What's the second reason? He Yuanyue's grave in Phoenix City is also one of the targets of our plan. If Qin Fangyang fails, we will take action to destroy He Yuanyue's grave and expose her bones in the wilderness. The living may be able to escape, but the dead will not move by themselves. As long as we leave clues, you will naturally come to Shangjing and walk into the trap. We just need to wait for the right time. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his breath was stuck in his chest. In an instant he felt that he was so angry that he wanted to destroy the world. Huff. Zhou Xiaoduo gasped for breath, enduring the pain and anger in his heart. Is there a third plan, another backup plan? Yes. The third plan is to kill Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun in Phoenix City and leave clues in Shangjing. As for the rest, we will deal with them as usual. The fourth plan is to destroy the second high school in Phoenix City. The fifth plan is to rape and kill Zhou Xiaoyan. Originally your parents, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding, were also on our list of targets to kill. They were also the first choice in our plan. But your parents suddenly disappeared and we can't find their whereabouts, so... The masked man in black was particularly straightforward this time. He explained all the plans one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a chill down his spine as he listened. He had to admit that the masked man's understanding of him was extremely thorough. As long as any one of these things happened, he would definitely come to Shangjing on his own accord. Moreover, he would spare no effort to pursue them to Shangjing as soon as possible. If he could not figure out the whole story, take revenge, and destroy all his enemies, he would definitely not leave. If that was the case, wouldn't he be stepping into the trap that the other party had set in advance? How many of these plans have you carried out? Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. His voice turned impatient. The first and second. The masked man in black said, after Qin Fangyang was killed. There was no news about you for a short period of time. Because they weren't sure of your whereabouts, there was already a second group of people who went to Phoenix City. They planned to destroy He Yuanyue's grave first and then stay in Phoenix City to wait for further news. However, the progress of the matter over there is temporarily unknown. They only left for a day and there was news about you. Bastard. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly flew into a rage. His fists and feet flew everywhere. After a series of wild punches, the masked man in black in front of him was smashed into pieces. Finally, he still had a bit of clarity. He used the heaven-mending stone to wake him up again. Then he repeatedly tormented him. His punches were deeply carved into his flesh and bones. Zhou Xiaoduo was really mad. According to the time, the other side's plan to destroy He Yuanyue's grave was most likely already in action. He was in Shangjing and was too far away to stop it no matter what. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt that his internal organs were about to explode at this moment. Qin Fangyang was killed in Shangjing and He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed in Phoenix City. This kind of heart-wrenching pain made Zhou Xiaoduo unable to breathe. How could you? How dare you? How could you? How dare you? How dare you? Do you still have the slightest bit of conscience? Two respectable teachers who have dedicated their lives to the Astral Soul's mainland. How could you? That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.